Good morning from Canterbury. Sorry that effects mic was on a little bit loud, but we're ready to go for day two. Kent are ready to reply to Lancashire's 327 all out that they amassed yesterday. Ben Watts, Scott Reed, David Fulton, your commentary team here at Canterbury. And I guess the first news that I should tell you is that it's, if you haven't seen our social media yet, Tawanda Mayeye and Ben Compton opening the batting for Kent. 4 slips as Tom Bailey is in and bowling, and Mayeye goes to leave this. It swings away sharply and ball makes contact with bat, albeit very accidentally, and goes out into the gully. Morning, Scott.
Good morning, Ben. Good morning. Where's Zach Crawley?
That is the question that has been on everybody's lips around the ground, and I mean the answer is I don't think anyone quite knows where exactly he is, but he's not here, as Bailey bowls another swinging delivery, which is defended away by Tawanda Mayeye. My suspicions were first aroused when he wasn't out warming up with the rest of the boys at around about 9:45 or so. Update for BBC Radio Kent coming, and I'll talk more in a moment. Yeah, this is mightily important. It's a case of whether Kent are going to be playing Division 1 cricket next season or whether they might indeed be relegated. It's pretty much a playoff between Kent and Middlesex, albeit they're playing different opposition. Kent here against Lancashire bowled out the visitors yesterday for 327, so it means they've collected 3 bowling bonus points so far, having started the week 1 point ahead of Middlesex, so it really is a case of every point counts. Middlesex batting first, so yet to pick up any bonus points thus far, but they've started okay in their game against Nottinghamshire. So Kent now replying with the bat, and the first interesting point to note is that Zach Crawley isn't out there batting. We had wondered if the possibility of his arrival to the game, having played for England yesterday, might have been fast-tracked with that game finishing early down in Bristol, but Kent confirming this morning they were never expecting Crawley to be available for day 2. It will only be potentially later on in the game. So Ben Compton, who is the nominated player to make way for Zach, is out there opening the batting with Tawanda Mayeye. Kent yet to score thus far. They need at least 250 to get a batting bonus point, and then obviously that'll be the first target, and then they'll try and get up to Lancashire's score. So commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website. Plenty of updates throughout the day. So 1 ball to go in the over, and Bailey already has been getting this ball to talk thus far, although that's his worst ball of the over by a long way. He's bowled a bit of a half-tracker outside the off stump, and he says thank you very much, and has boshed it away for 4 runs. So Kent are 4 without loss. Anyway, what was I saying, Scott? Oh yeah, Zach Crawley. so he wasn't out there warming up with the Kent boys, and I put a message on the some of our groups with our communications with the club, and we even had a visit from Paul Downton, the director of cricket, which was lovely to see him, because this is basically his swan song this week, so might be the last time he ever appears in the commentary box. But anyhow, and it was confirmed by Paul and by the club themselves that Zach they were never expecting Zach to be available for today, and presumably that is down to the fact that it was a day-nighter in Bristol yesterday, and originally if they'd have finished at, I don't know, 7, 8 o'clock, it then wouldn't be expected that Zach would drive 4 or 5 hours to Canterbury overnight to then get up straight away and open the batting. But I think maybe a few Kent supporters, with the game finishing early yesterday, had thought, well, maybe Zach can get over here a bit quicker, and the game has played out that Kent didn't bat yesterday, so he could have started off. But anyway, second over in the morning.
And it's Will Williams to Ben Compton. Oh, it's a nice ball that beats Compton. Just angled across him and into the gloves of George Bell, who keeps wicket for Lancashire. So the possibility of Zach playing in the second innings then for Kent,
that is still
that's possible
to be confirmed.
Oh, is that not? That's
yes, so it hasn't been arranged that he will necessarily be here tomorrow.
Right.
Which takes me back to yesterday.
There's Williams. Sets off again. 3 slips in a gully. Balls, and Compton nudges his ball away off his hip, and they'll get through for a quick single with Jack Morley picking up left arm throw towards the stumps, but Tawanda Mayeye safely through, and Compton gets his first run, and Kent are 5 without loss. Because
we were obviously talking about a situation where Kent might need to bat for 20 overs at the end of the day, and thinking, well, David was saying he'd want Ben Compton to do that job. But if Kent come back in the morning, and you can get 2 innings out of Zach Crawley, then that would be your preference, surely. So I'm now really bitter about that Matty Hurst drop. I don't think I've ever seen Jack Leaning drop such a simple chance. When Hurst was on 8, if he'd have been caught by Leaning, Lancashire might have been 260 all out. I thought it was a tactical drop from Jack to get Zach in today.
I love that idea. Williams to Maie balls. It's short and wide, and it comes off the inner edge of the bat, pushing at that. The ball deflects off the inside edge, ricochets back down past the stumps. A little bit of good fortune early on for Maie. Kent a 5 without loss. Well, I spoke to one or two of the Lancashire boys last night, and they were expecting to be bowling at Zach Crawley this morning.
Well, and Jack Leaning himself didn't rule it out last night. He didn't really know exactly what the situation was.
Williams to Maie. Again, doesn't look to try and play. He's withdrawing the bat quite late, and it deflects off the face of the bat. And Matty Hurst is at gully for Lancashire, and he stops the ball, and there is no run. Well, that's something to revisit a little bit later on then, perhaps, if Crawley may be introduced into the match a little bit later on, perhaps. No Tom Hartley, neither. He's the nominated player for Lancashire. It's down the leg side by Williams. Through to Bell, and there's no run. But with the Hartley one, I would say I don't think Lancashire had any intention of subbing him into the match now.
Yeah, and herein is the quirk of the rules, that Lancashire can sub Tom Hartley in whenever they'd like, and it's not going to be when the new ball is available. Hence why Will Williams is out there bowling. They can use that sort of almost tactically to their advantage, whereas with a batter, they have to wait. It's a weird one, isn't it?
Odd, isn't it? Yeah. Williams over the wicket, bowls wide and left by Maie, and through to Bell. And that's the end of the first over from Will Williams. So Kent are up and running. Their first innings, 2 overs into it, 5 runs on the board. All this replying to that Lancashire total of 327. That innings coming to an end with the very final ball of the day yesterday.
Yeah, so just to talk a bit more about what Jack Leaning said, he'd suggested basically that they weren't expecting Zach until the second innings, until day 3, but kind of ended off by saying, as much as we can, the more we can get out of Zach in this game, the better, type thing. So I think many Kent fans just thought, like you say, Lancashire thought he'd be here today, Kent fans thought he'd be here today, and he's not. And obviously he's England centrally contracted, and I get that if you've played a full ODI, it's probably against health and safety rules for an employee to then get in their car and drive however many hours. As this one is cut away by Compton aerially over the top of point and down towards the deep point boundary. They come back for 2. But obviously with that game finishing earlier, could he not have got here? Like, come on, everybody. But anyway, one other thought I had was Zach Crawley is obviously meant to replace Ben Compton in this game. Now, up until last week, I don't think Kent would have made that decision. I think they'd have probably nominated Joe Denley, as Bailey is in and bowling to Compton. 7 without loss. Somebody's behind the bowler's arm. Hopefully it's not me moving, because we are right behind the bowler's arm. But obviously last week Joe Denley batted beautifully for 73 at Somerset, and Ben Compton's form in recent weeks hasn't been as good as the very high standards he set upon his first arrival with Kent. That's a beauty from Bailey that nips away up the slope through to the wicketkeeper, when of course he got 200s in the same game here at Canterbury against Lancashire. So on the one hand, I can see why Kent have nominated Compton. Zach would open, straight swap in there. But on the other hand, Ben now has a chance to try and replicate what he achieved last year, or at least in one innings. As Bailey bowls, back he goes to play defensively Compton. And if there's a man for a situation where you need to dig in, you need to build a big score, relegation, your Division 1 status is on the line, Ben Compton's the sort of guy that you'd expect to be up for that kind of fight. So, as it's going to play out, Ben Compton will have a say, hopefully, to be confirmed. Zach Crawley might have a say in the second innings. As Bailey bowls and Compton defends into the covers, and they think about a quick single, but they don't take one.
It's all very confusing.
It is all very bizarre.
Very confusing.
I mean, it was a couple of years ago when the phrase starting 11 started to creep in, and at first I really didn't like it. For me, that's a football phrase, you know, starting 11, they make subs. Cricket, it's just an 11. You know, you don't start and finish with a different 11, but these days you do. As this one's left alone outside the off stump. Or you can with concussion subs and with whatever's going on this week. So, yeah. But as we say, I've been banging on about Zach Crawley for far too long. Tom Hartley isn't here either, we understand. So it's not like... if Tom had been here and Zach hadn't, I think then there might have been a riot at the members' forum at lunchtime or something. But it's right, it was yesterday. I'm joking. As again, this one really nips away and jags up the slope from Bailey. Through it goes to the wicketkeeper. End of the over, and Kent are 7 without loss. I'm going to let Scott Reed talk for a little bit because I've been waffling.
Quite enjoyed it. Well, I'm sure it'll be revisited at some point, maybe when David's on commentary. At 7 without loss, Mayeye on 4 and Compton on 3. So today for Kent, some batting bonus points are available. So far, Kent have taken their bowling bonus points, 3 of them. Now a chance to try and find some batting bonus points. Those 3 points, pushing them 3 points clear of Middlesex at the close of play last night. As Williams bowls, Mayeye leaves, good bounce and carry through to Bell. And there is no run. Of course, I guess that is the much bigger picture, isn't it? It's about staying up, whichever 11 can do it for Kent. Middlesex have lost a wicket this morning. John Simpson, the man out for 26, LBW of the bowling of Brett Hutton. So Middlesex are 163 for 4. And their match at Notts. Will Williams for Lancashire comes over the wicket and bowls in the air. That little punch away by Mayeye, flashing away to the right of Hurst, who's at gully, down towards the backward point boundary. 4 runs. Mayeye moves on to 8. Kent move on to 11 without loss.
Not the most convincing start to the day from Mayeye with that boundary. Surprised it went for 4 though. There was a shot yesterday that Josh Bohannon guided through gully that obviously I was watching from home on the live stream, and it went for 4, and I was like, how on earth has that gone for 4? The outfield seems to be pretty quick.
Williams bowls, Mayeye off the back foot, plays calmly away to mid-off, where Jack Blatherwick fields, and there is no run. Yeah, Bohannon yesterday, the star of the show with the bat for Lancashire, albeit with some very good contributions from Matty Hurst, 76 not out, and George Balderson's 54. But Bohannon making 113.
Does Josh Bohannon always get hundreds against Kent, or does he just get hundreds against everyone?
Just seems to have a habit of doing it against most sides. Williams to Mayeye, comes back into him. Brings his bat down, defends, the ball bounces away into the offside, no run.
I think I might have to join the sort of fan club, so to speak, after Sam Hain has finally got his England call up. Shall we all start a petition for Josh Bohannon now? Because his record is exemplary. And it's just a bit bizarre that he's not he's not sort of even been mentioned. Like, why is he not on the radar? Because he's been churning out runs, not just this season, for many a season now.
Williams bowls again. Again, Mayay not for the first time looking to leave, but leaving late. And as he brings the bat up, deflects off the bottom edge.
That's the third time today that he's made contact with the ball, trying to leave it alone.
For the third time, the ball, thankfully for Tuanda Mayay, doesn't ricochet back onto the stumps.
Yeah, he really has been fortunate, because there was a separate inside edge that went past the stumps, along with those attempted leaves, and then that 4, as I say, flashed through gully as well and was a little bit aerial.
Final ball of the over. It's squeezed away into the offside by Mayay, picked up by Balderson, who's at cover point. And there's no run. End of the over. Kent are 11 without loss, with Mayay on 8 and Compton on 3. Testing start for these two Kent openers against two fine bowlers for Lancashire. Bailey and Williams have both had terrific seasons. Bailey is 2 wickets away from 50 for the season. That will be a 4th year in 5. He's got at least 50 wickets, and Williams is closing in on his 40th wicket of the campaign as well.
Tom Bailey, number 8 on his back from the pavilion end, gets a nice bit of carry through to the wicket keeper, which, as you mentioned, Scott, is George Bell.
Yes, yeah. There are a few options.
Because I was seeing a tweet by Martin Emerson saying about how Leicestershire had 4 wicketkeepers in their squad, and he was saying, surely no other county has this thing. And I said, well, actually, Lancashire had 4 on the pitch in the One Day Cup at Blackpool against Kent. There's Bailey bowls to Compton. Lets it go very wide of the off stump, that delivery, because it was Villas, Lavelle, Bell and Hurst. Hurst kept, didn't he, but that day, but yeah, it was 4 out-and-out wicketkeepers. I know Villas hasn't done it so much in recent years, but it's all the new thing, isn't it? Kent had it last year. 3 keepers in the same team or whatever. Or here comes Bailey. All swinging delivery, edge, short of second slip. And they come through for a single. But that happened a couple of times yesterday, didn't it? Edges to second slip, didn't carry. Soft hands from Compton, you would say.
He did play it quite softly, didn't he? Bounced, just looking back on the replay, bounced a little bit. 3 yards or so in front of second slip.
But I would suggest that Tom Bailey is getting more swing today than Kent seemed to yesterday morning. Albeit Quinn and Gilchrist aren't big swing bowlers in comparison to, say, Tom Bailey, as this one's defended away by Mayay.
Yeah,
they're more sort of kind of nip it, seam it bowlers rather than, you know, big swingers of the ball, unlike these two. As
yeah, these two will.
Possibility that it's slightly warmer today. A little bit of cloud cover, sun's trying to sort of burst through. Of course, early starts in September. Clipped away by Mayay out towards mid-wicket. No run. But yeah, even stepping out the front door this morning, and that was at, you know, 8 o'clock. It wasn't, you know, you expect it to feel a bit fresh, but actually it didn't particularly. So it does feel that slightly bit, well, certainly warm enough that the ball might swing around. And I think we've probably been in a situation in some of the games in September where it's been a little bit cold for that to be the case. This one is defended away by Mayay. Funny old thing, the swing bowling, isn't it? And whether the ball moves or not. But hey, Tom Bailey is getting it to do something this morning. 12 without loss at the end of the over.
So just kind of briefly going back to, not Crawley, but that subject, because Surrey have confirmed that Will Jacks is going to bat today.
Okay.
So Will Jacks replacing Tom Laws in this innings, Surrey batting. Jamie Smith will replace Ryan Patel in the third innings. So Surrey have got Jacks back.
And Jacks was a busy man yesterday.
He was a busy man yesterday, yeah. So that's worked out quite nicely for them. Here's Williams in, balls down the leg side to Compton. Taken well by George Bell, and there's no run.
So I didn't even realise they'd nominated Jacks for Laws. That's not even a like-for-like replacement.
Jack for Laws and Smith for Patel.
I don't even know what the rules are anymore. Apparently the only rule is that you can sub in so long as you're available for at least half of the match.
Williams in to Compton. It's angled across him and through to Bell, and there's no run. Well, Laws got some wickets yesterday, didn't he? He got 5 for 27, and he's been subbed out the match. So Will Jacks at some point will be batting for Surrey today.
It's all a bit Big Bash Super Sup this, isn't it?
I think I'm increasingly liking the idea of it. 3 slips in a gully. Williams bowls. Oh, that's a nice ball that brings Compton forward, and it just nibbles away past the edge of the bat. And taken by Bell, and there's no run.
See, I'm not sure if I'm liking it. It feels a little bit like subbing your goalkeeper to me. It's just not the done thing. But it's legal. It's allowed. KaneCricket@gmail.com. I'm sure those of you at home will have an opinion.
12 without loss. Williams sets off again, bouncing in, bowls. Compton in behind it. Defends. Just eases the ball back down the pitch and gathered by Williams off his own bowling, and there's no run.
The thing is, we've had this obviously before, but normally it's just, say, one player. Dan Lawrence, for example, earlier on in the summer, being released from the Test squad, having not been named in the 11. Then went back to his county to play matches. So when it's one player, I guess you can it's.
Williams to Compton. It's turned out into the onside, loops up out towards square leg, where Jack Morley comes up to complete the fielding. No run.
Yeah, when it's one player, I guess you sort of accept it, and you're like, oh, okay, fair enough. He's not playing in the Test, so get him in. But when it's an entire ODI team that is being slotted into various games at various different points in time, and through they're getting various tactical advantages from it. It seems a bit bizarre.
Williams to Compton, edged in between second and third, with the ball travelling towards the ground, travelling low towards the ground, and may well have just bounced in front. It's Jennings at second and Wells at third slip, and one went one way and the other may have bounced in front. In the way, Compton's got through for a single. It's the end of the over, 13 without loss.
Shaden Denley's here, just seen him walk past the commentary box with his cap on backwards.
Has he been subbed in?
Rolling around the boundary. He's a confident young man, isn't he? Mr. Denley. Denley Jr. The first interview he did with us, he was saying about how, I think it was put to him that Uncle Joe was quite emotional giving him his cap on the day of his debut. As Bailey bowls, and this again moves away from the outside edge of Compton through to the keeper, and he just turned around and said, yeah, he's a bit soft, isn't he? So he called his uncle soft and said he was a bit average as well.
Ah, right.
Average at cricket. I think he was obviously making a joke and settling into his first ever media interview, but He doesn't lack for confidence, that's for sure. So yeah, Kent have gone from having loads of keepers. Now it's like this one's left alone outside the off stump. They're stocking up spinners for next season. You know, and Jaden Denley's coming through. They've taken Parkinson off Lancashire, of course. Aaron Nijar's available and has done very well in the couple of games that he's played for Kent. I'm sure he'll be knocking on the new director of cricket's door and with a pen saying, "You want to sign me up for next season?" As Bailey bowls, defended away by Compton. And actually this is something that Matt Cole and I have been spitballing for a while, that Kent have had an issue bringing through their own fast bowlers, bringing through homegrown seamers for a few years now. So let's just do a Somerset and make Canterbury a turning wicket and just stockpile spinners. Can't produce seamers, let's just pick spinners instead. Why not? I think it's a great idea. This is another delivery that beats the outside edge of Ben Compton. Tom Bailey is doing absolutely everything with his ball so far. And I think everyone in the slips can't quite believe that Compton hasn't nicked one into their hands. 13 without loss it remains. Compton's there on 5.
Might be good signs for Kent, this. Because there's been quite a few deliveries that have beaten the bat. Been quite a bit of movement for Williams and for Bailey. Bit of good fortune for both batters.
This one cut away, but without real conviction from Compton out towards cover. No run, so 1 ball to go in the over. Almost already had half an hour of play. I must admit, I can never quite get my head around 10:30 starts.
It's only another extra half an hour. I mean, it's not that difficult.
Do you remember that one here a few years ago where I completely forgot that it was a 10:30 start?
It's good from you, that.
And I think it was yourself and Isabel Duncan were here in the commentary box looking at me going, "Are you all right?" As Bailey bowls. This one's defended away. Probably shouldn't admit this on air, but yeah, I walked in, I looked out, and the players were like getting ready to go out onto the pitch, and I just kicked into gear and chucked all the kit out, and we were on air. I think we only missed like 2 balls. We were on air pretty swiftly, but just complete. I think it was obviously the first week of September as well, but it just completely slipped my mind that it was a 10:30 start. And yeah.
But nobody would have ever noticed. Such is your professionalism.
Well, I think we missed 2 balls. But
did we actually miss 2 balls?
Yeah, I think we maybe. I think we maybe did. But
well, in that case, I'll take that back. Shoddy from you.
Thanks, Scott. He's going to go and update BBC Lancashire. Will Williams from the Nackington Road end in and bowling, nudged away into the onside. Yeah, just even yesterday when the news from the toss came through at 10 o'clock. Took me by surprise. Maybe it's just me. Maybe those of you out there are quite accustomed to 10:30 starts and actually think that should be the case. Anyway. But anyhow, I'm waffling, and BBC 5 Live Sports Extra listeners have joined us, so hello to you. Ben Watts here from BBC Radio Kent. Scott Reeder's just gone off to update BBC Lancashire. And David Fulton, former Kent captain, is alongside me as this one from Mieye is pushed out towards mid-off. How are you, David? Okay.
Very well, Ben, thanks. Morning to you, morning to everyone. Good to have the 5 Live listeners with us.
I suppose we should,
here at Canterbury.
We should probably tell them that Zach Crawley isn't here.
If they tuned in hoping to hear about a Zach Crawley special, that might have to wait till later in this match. But yeah, it was kind of an intriguing first afternoon where we were trying to work out, was he available, was he not? The one-day international was obviously rained off, and we thought he would be winging his way. We even speculated that a helicopter could be at play.
Oh, this one nips back. Is it going too far?
Too high.
Maybe too high and just doing too much down the slope.
Too high. I think it probably would have gone over the top of leg stump. Good ball from Will Williams. Both these bowlers have found a bit of movement. Tawanda on the back foot, and that was going a good 6 inches over, hit him on the inside thigh guard as he looked to kind of punch through mid-off. Good signs for Lancashire. But yeah, no Zach.
Yeah, and as you say, yesterday we were speculating about what might happen, and there was a possibility that Kent might even bat before the end of the day, and do they drop Compton down the order? So Crawley coming back today, as this one's defended away by Mayeye, out towards point, scampers through for a quick single. As it was, that never materialised. So I think Kent supporters, Lancashire players were expecting Zach Crawley to walk out and open the batting this morning. Albeit apparently Kent never were expecting that to be the case. They've told us this morning that they were never expecting Zach to be available today. Jack Leaning sort of hinted at that last night with the fact that it was a day-night game in Bristol, and if it had gone the distance, they wouldn't have expected him to get in straight in his car after a long day at work to then come all the way across the country to Canterbury and then play his part straight away. But I think the fact that the game finished early made many people think, oh, okay, maybe Zach will be in the game on day 2, as Williams now to Ben Compton, who is the nominated player.
Yeah, a couple of things on that. Firstly, that it probably wouldn't be Zach Crawley's decision. It was probably England's decision to say yes you can or no you can't.
For sure.
You'd like to think there would be a bit of flexibility with the game changing and it being called off early, but someone has made a call. I mean, if you press Zach Crawley into action today, he has a drive back from Bristol, he gets stuck in a bit of traffic and he goes in the back playing today, then questions would be asked, I guess. But questions are being asked the other way too from a Kent perspective.
Williams to Compton, defended away, back up the pitch.
Because the context of this match is that Kent are fighting for their Division 1 lives, and you've got the player who top scored for England in the Ashes, averaging over 50, striking at over 80, who's coming off the back of 150 at this ground a couple of weeks back. Kent would have loved to have had him available for 2 innings.
And this is the one where batting bonus points count, of course.
Exactly. So a lot at stake for Kent, and a lot of members around the ground were asking me this morning at the Lime Tree Cafe as I had my morning cappuccino, have you seen Zach Crawley? Have you seen Zach Crawley? And he said, I wondered whether Kent were going to they had him in hiding and were going to spring. He's a tough man to hide. He's a big unit. But
yeah, he wasn't out there warming up.
Wasn't out there warming up. Just wondered whether he was going to go full Colin Cowdery and just kind of stroll into the ground 5 minutes before start time, put his pads on and go out to the middle. It's in the circa the 1960s. So here's Tom Bailey starting another over. He's been impressive, as he often is. 350 odd wickets at 23 across his career. Lancashire stalwart these days, approaching 100 first-class games, and he's beaten the outside edge on numerous occasions, particularly of Ben Compton. He's now got Tawanda Mayeye in his sights. But yeah, to go back to the Crawley stuff, I think it would have just been nice for the club to have communicated to all of us that this was going to be the case. Perhaps they were trying to disguise his availability from Lancashire, but Ben's got an update. BBC Radio Kent listeners.
Bailey bowling to Mayeye, defending this one away. He, by the way, has tried to leave the ball 3 times this morning and has made contact with the ball and has been slightly fortunate not to deflect it onto his stumps. Yeah, well, half an hour safely negotiated at the moment. Kent 14 without loss, replying to Lancashire's 327 all out. Of course, it's effectively a shootout this week between Kent and Middlesex to stay up in County Championship Division 1. Kent started the week 1 point ahead of Middlesex, who are currently 197 for 4 against Nottinghamshire. So Kent's 3 bowling bonus points picked up yesterday has given them a slight further advantage. Excuse me, but of course it is now up to them to try and respond with the bat and to try and get, well, if they could get 450, that would be 5 batting bonus points. They will firstly be thinking about that 250 for 1 batting bonus point, then the Lancashire score of 327, and well, if they go beyond that, I'm sure they'll be pretty happy. But Ben Compton out there at 5 not out is the nominated player for Zach Crawley. He is going to bat in this innings, and Crawley potentially in the second innings. It hasn't yet been confirmed, and Mayeye living a little bit fortuitously out there. The bowlers with Tom Bailey and Will Williams at the moment having a lot of joy really getting this ball to move around and beat the outside edge, but no joy as yet in terms of wickets for Lancashire. That's fine. From a Kent point of view at the moment, the opener's still there. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website, and currently on 5 Live Sports Extra. Kent 14 without loss.
Of course, Zach Crawley, not the only man who's going to come late into this match. We talked about Tom Hartley. I know you did discussing it with Scott Reed a little bit earlier in terms of the tactics that could be used as Bailey goes outside off stump. That is classic Tom Bailey, kind of a teasing away swinger, luring Mieye into the drive, flash and a miss. It goes through to George Bell. There's no run. I mean, I always thought that it should be like for like replacements, and there is a left arm spinner in Tom Morley here. Jack Morley, sorry, and Tom Hartley would come in for him, but no, he's coming in for Will Williams, and Lancashire can kind of play that card as it suits.
Yeah,
it's the advantage of being the bowling side, and you just think you're going to get quite a lot out of Will Williams. You think bowling to the ground. It's the last game of the season. He's going to be replaced at a point in time. As Bailey comes in again, and this one is defended down. So yeah, you could see Will Williams bowl a lot of overs. Maiden for Bailey, really impressive from him. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 7. And then Jack Morley, Tom Hartley in tandem later on in the match is going to be an advantage. So yeah, look, hopefully Zach gets pressed into action a bit later. Would have loved to have seen him batting today because he's the kind of player that can take the game away. I'm just wondering if the future, potentially for County Championship, given that if you play on good pitches, which is what we want to see, maybe this will act as a bit of a precedent, and you can start to name squads of 13, and you could sub potentially once, not suggesting on and off, but a bit like you do in football, and you can pick a couple of extra bowlers and you can bring them on at a point in time. Your spinner might come into play in the second innings. Maybe that's the future.
Will Williams bowls to Compton, defended away. That would feel particularly poignant, say, in April, early on in the season, when you're not going to use a spinner in a first innings, probably.
No, but you might want to play an extra batter. That could be your sub. If you get into early trouble, then you play your extra batter. If you're not in trouble and you want to keep that bowler in your lineup, then you do that. Or alternatively, this time of year, you're thinking, crikey, we're going to start with seam. We're going to pack the side with seamers, and then we'll have 2 spinners on the bench and bring them on later in the game.
Well, Williams bowls. He is the nominated player for Tom Hartley, and it's left alone outside the off stump. And yeah, I've been told today that, unlike, say, with concussion subs, where I think it does need to be like for like, if it's a concussion sub, these changes that we're seeing, the only rule is that the sub has to be available for at least half of the match.
Yeah.
And we're seeing, obviously, with Surrey, that Will Jacks has replaced Tom Laws, which is
he's in there already.
Clearly not like for like. Or he's going to bat today, Surrey are saying.
Okay.
And Laws got wickets yesterday. As Will Williams was a full delivery, which Compton plays and misses at outside the off stump.
Surrey have done their bowling and are now just trying to get their batting bonus points to clinch the championship, then you'd say that's an obvious advantage of having those England players coming back. But it's a talking point. It makes it interesting. There's more tactics at play. You can understand why counties would do it if they can. I think Lancashire are getting this absolutely right. If Will Williams continues to bowl like this, I wouldn't be rushing Tom Hartley back into proceedings.
Absolutely not.
If Jack Morley comes on and starts to rag it square, all of a sudden you might see Will Williams run off and Tom Hartley come on.
If Tom Hartley is, on the way to the ground and listening, as this one's left alone outside the off stump.
Yeah. He's not hurrying. He's at the services.
Exactly. He's having a coffee.
This is what he's having a coffee. He's being told. McGlenn Chappell's on the phone to him. I'm not sure you're allowed phones. Actually, I think you have to put your phones to one side of the coach. Yeah. But the message will get there.
Yeah,
and, be like, we've organised a massage in town.
He's probably having a
we want to make sure you're loose. As all the while Will Williams is doing his thing. But this happened, I told the story yesterday just briefly. Apologies to those who tuned in yesterday. We had it with James Kirtley and Paul Hutchinson, who both of Sussex. And Kirtley was coming back from England. He was a named replacement. And Hutchinson was bowling beautifully. And Kirtley kind of got to the boundary edge.
This one's left alone by Compton. 1 to go in the over, Kent 14 with that loss.
And he looked kind of all set to come on, and Hutchinson only bowled 3 or 4 overs. He suddenly took a wicket, Hutchinson, like that, and started to swing it round corners, and all of a sudden the message went to Kirtley, just maybe go for a lap of the top pitch, make sure you're really loose. Hutchinson bowled 12 overs off the reel. I think he took 3 for. At which point he ran off completely spent, and on went a fresh James Kirtley, and who was going to go on
And Kirtley
45 minutes earlier.
I say Kirtley was quick.
Yeah, well, it was a nice replacement to have, but it was the timing of that.
Yeah.
But you don't blame Sussex for playing that card in that way.
Well, Williams bowls, full delivery, Compton defending into the covers. Oh, that's a very laboured piece of fielding from Tom Bailey, who stuck a boot out and miscontrolled the ball and can't get through for a single. So, end of the over, 10 gone in the Kent innings and on day 2. And the home side 15 without loss.
Is he going off now, Bailey?
It does appear to be, yeah.
He's going off. I don't think it was that bit of fielding, but maybe he's a little stiff in the back. I don't think if Eric Ten Hag was watching, would have done Tom Bailey's Manchester United chances. Too much good. It was pretty sloppy.
No, I mean, they were looking seemingly short at right wing in recent weeks, but then...
He strikes me as being a bit of a stopper of a centre-half, Bailey. I might be doing his football an injustice, but he's got that kind of... Looks like he'd be an uncompromising defender.
So Bailey going off means he's not going to bowl right now because Jack Blatherwick's going to come on.
Yeah, the wonderfully named Jack Blatherwick. Straight out of a Dickens novel. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how he goes about his work, because the opening bowlers for Lancashire have been impressive. They've made life very tricky for Maillet and Compton.
Yeah.
Run rate has slowed to a snail's pace, but Kent won't mind that. They knew they were going to have to play this long game. This is all about batting points and eking them out. And they'll have one eye of what's going on at Trent Bridge course, as this is effectively a shootout between Kent and Middlesex.
Yeah, Middlesex 200 for 4.
Yeah,
so they're
with
50
Eskenazi
away.
Still retired.
True, that is a good point. So
we,
effectively for 5.
Yeah, we think he's concussed, which might limit his involvement in the rest of the game.
But then they could sub someone in, presumably.
Yeah, here's Blatherwick, and he starts with a very full straight one, which Compton digs out. So we were talking about Compton, and you made the point that had before last week, Crawley probably would have come back for Joe Denley. But Joe played really nicely, got 70 odd. Seems in better touch than Ben, and Ben's been tremendous signing and did brilliantly last year. Was mentioned in England context in regular dispatches, albeit he's not quite in that Bazbol mould. He's more of an old school opening batsman, but he hasn't looked at his best today. He's had a couple of short wide ones which he's kind of been there to put away, as Blatherwick is in again. This is a drivable ball, even that, which he's going to get a run. No, he's not. Well stopped at mid-off. You know, that's a kind of long half volley that Compton at his best, as stoic as he is, he puts that away, drills that down the ground. The short wide ones he puts away. So he's just, to me, a little bit tentative at the moment. When you play in his mode, and that was very much the mode I used to play in as an opening batter, when you do get those balls to punish, you've got to put them away. Otherwise the score goes nowhere. Yeah,
just in terms of Ben Compton this season, he's averaging just about over 25. His only 100 this season for Kent was in April against Northants. Other than that, he's got 3 half centuries, so it hasn't been the sort of purple summer he had last year.
Yeah, and, he's leaving this one well alone. Yeah, and that can happen. People talk about kind of second season, usually for young players who first burst on the scene. Compton is obviously not that young, but whereas last year he was a bit of an unknown quantity for much of the season. Teams do their homework. Sometimes as a batter you don't have the same rhythm year on year, so a bit more of a battle for him.
Got a couple of emails to get to in a moment, one of which has made me laugh because I said exactly the same thing to Scott before we went on air this morning. I'll get to that from Kevin.
Blatherwick passed up by Middlebrook, and Compton's punching attractively this time. This came out of the middle of the bat. It's going up the hill towards the hospital, and we are obscured. I think it's been reeled in. Frank Woolley stand just obscures that part of the ground, but nice looking shot. That'll help in terms of confidence and touch.
Yeah, so Kevin's emailed in to kentcricket@gmail.com and says, why wasn't England's last international match played a day or 2 earlier? The ECB knew this was the last round of championship matches and things would be on the line. Cricket does itself no good at times, and I said exactly the same thing to Scott. Why didn't they play it on Monday? You know, I know they had
the second one day international.
The second one was on Saturday.
Okay.
So they could have played Monday, couldn't they?
Yeah.
And then everyone could have been available for this week.
Yeah, you'd think so. But then I guess there are logistics that we're not always aware of. You know, was Bristol available on the Monday?
Don't know. It's only available for half the day on Tuesday.
Here's Blatherwick, and this one has been left alone by Compton. Goes straight to
The
keeper.
Ducks had it for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I don't think we can blame the ECB for that one.
No, but I think Kevin makes a good point.
Yeah.
Could they not have scheduled the last day of international cricket to not coincide with the last
Yeah, the
week
county
of
cricket unfortunately does seem to be a bit of an afterthought, and there's a lot at stake, you know, for counties, players, fans. Sometimes with a poor relation. So Blatherwick not quite finding the movement that Bailey extracted. He's here. He's going across Compton, who has nothing to do with it. And that completes his first over. 2 runs off it. Kent 17 without loss in reply to Lancashire's 327.
Yeah, like you said, Blatherwick would be a great name for a novel. I can see him in a Sherlock Holmes, Arthur Conan Doyle novel, just because everyone gets referred to by their surnames, and it's Holmes, it's Watson, it's Blatherwick.
Yeah. Well, I think Matt, it might have been Scott, I think it was Matt yesterday, liked Scrimshaw. Scrimshaw and Blatherwick sounded like kind of Dickensian solicitors.
Yeah, I think that came from a tweet from Andrew, actually, getting in touch
Thank
with
you
us
to
on
Andrew.
BBC Kent Sport.
Matt must have read it out.
So the other email I got was from Mike in Soho Square, listening in, says, "Good morning, guys. Thank you for the coverage today throughout the season. Great to hear from David in the commentary box. Big day for Kent. I'm feeling pretty nervous. Can we start a rumour that we're subbing in Virat Kohli? Come on, Notts, and come on, Kent, as Williams bowls." It's very quite windy at the moment on our effects mic, so I might just turn that down slightly. But Kent are 17 without loss. I mean, as much as we're saying Kent were a little bit cloak and dagger about Zach Crawley's potential involvement in this game, and they still haven't confirmed if he's going to definitely play tomorrow. Clearly, they either don't know themselves or they're still keeping it quiet. But yeah, well, we're pretty sure that nobody else that we don't know about is going to be subbed in.
He's got to play half a game, is that correct? He can't just rock in and bat. Because he did that yesterday for England. He just had the bat and then didn't. Maybe he's getting used to this, just batting and malarkey.
Defended away by me, yeah. You were joking off air that actually at 2:30, when Zach Crawley got out, that he should have said to the lads, "Right, cheers for the bat, boys. I'm off to Canterbury."
Well, the late great Graham Cowdrey was famous in the second team. He was a huge Van Morrison fan, to the extent that his nickname was Van. And on occasion, during second team matches, he would go and watch Van Morrison in concert, which meant he had to get a pretty swift getaway. So if the finish time was 6 o'clock and we were batting, at 10 to 6, he would be in his car with the window down. He was captain.
Yeah.
And he would hoot the horn and declare on his way out the ground at 10 to 6.
But yeah, defends away.
That's
into the
obviously
covers.
bringing an end to the day's play, because there was no time to therefore have a bowl. But he was already changed and gone and window down and driving out of the ground as the last ball was bowled at 10 to 6. Declare, waving them in as he's driving out the ground.
So I feel like I only met Graham a couple of times, obviously when he was sort of, in and around county cricket over the last few years, and it's only since he's passed away that I've heard so many stories about him, and he seems like such a brilliant character.
He was a great character. He was a very dangerous man in the dressing room on a rainy day.
Here comes Williams bowls to Miyeye, defended away into the covers for a quick single.
He'd do things like, on a rainy day with no sign of play, get a bit bored. He'd line up a junior player, occasionally myself, but maybe someone like Walks. And you'd have a water bottle on your head, and he would sit across the changing room and try and knock it off with a cricket ball. He'd throw this thing flat, and you had to close your eyes and hope he didn't miss it on the low side. The silly things like that just kind of pass the time.
Seems a little bit more.
There's a bit more jeopardy in that.
Jeopardy in it than.
But he did, to be fair, he never hit anyone on the head. He left that to Min. That's a different story.
Here comes Williams to Compton. That one almost swung back and crept through the defence as this one's turned away into the point area. I think Geraint Jones said that Rob Key would get bored on drinks breaks or rain delays rather, and would make Joe Denley put his helmet on, and then he would just like bowl bounces at him with a tennis ball and just try and knock him in the helmet basically. But at least Joe was allowed a helmet on apparently. So
yeah, Rob's much more mature these days. It's a very, very important role to play. He's done it very well, to be fair.
Williams bowls. And this one goes past the outside edge through to the wicketkeeper. End of the over. 18 without loss.
It's a little bit. The psychology is just sorry to get back to this game with the two people who are doing battle. Williams, who's going to be replaced by Hartley, more than likely, and Compton, who's going to be replaced by Crawley, and the two of them are locked in a battle at the moment. Williams has probably shaded it, but Compton is still out there as a batter who's going to be replaced versus a bowler who's going to be. As a batter, if you're going to be replaced psychologically, what does that do to you? There's a bowler, it might give you a new kind of lease of life, because you know you've only got a short spell. You probably don't have to perform in the second innings. You don't have to pace yourself. There's Blatherwick comes in for his second over. It's in front of all three. Mieye gets ever so slightly squared up and knocks it back down the pitch for no run. Because at the moment, Crawley not being here, I would say, is a disadvantage for Kent, but Hartley not being here is an advantage for Lancashire. So again, the psychology in the visitors' favour. And that's no disrespect to Hartley or to Compton. It's just, and Compton may end up getting a big score as he did against Lancashire last year. That's an absolute seed from Jack Blatherwick. Every now and again this pitch does something. We were here yesterday thinking bad toss for Kent to lose. First 4 or 5 overs the ball did nothing, and then suddenly 3 wickets fell in 3 overs, and balls like that happened where, quite elaborate seam movement that bounced and went down the hill, and Tawanda missed it by a good few inches. I mean, you can't play that ball. So every now and again there's a few demons in the pitch just pop out, and then it will go flat again. So, but it is that kind of length. If the bowler can hit the pitch hard, you can get something out of it. So Blatherwick tries to repeat the dose, and this one similar length, bit straight. So Mieye covers up. Very textbook back foot defensive. No run. Yeah,
David's making a really insightful and serious point about cricket, and meanwhile I'm on the BBC Sport live blog and Kevin Hand of BBC London is reporting that Middlesex apparently are staying in a hotel in Nottingham which is adjacent to a student nightclub, which of course, because it's Freshers Week, has been blaring out music until the early hours of the morning, and well, Middlesex players obviously not been getting much sleep.
Yeah, the DJ's a Kent fan, I know that nightclub.
I think I might have been to it, actually, to be honest.
As a Forest fan, we get up to Nottingham a bit. There's Blatherwick, who's a good run from Mieye. Important that the Kent batters keep turning this strike over, left-right combination, setting new challenges for the bowler. Yeah, that's not ideal from a Middlesex perspective, all joking aside. But these things are sent to test us. They're scrapping for their lives as well. Feels a little bit like it's a shame Kent and Middlesex have only played the one game against each other. When you've got a kind of relegation shootout, you've just had the one game at Lords. So Blatherwick is into Compton. He defends quietly into the offside extra cover field, so there's no run. I guess that's the problem with having 10 teams and 14 fixtures. You can't play everybody twice.
Of course, Kent were not very good that week and got very well beaten.
They get Murtard.
Yes.
Yeah, handful of Lords, but it's advantage Middlesex. Lords, albeit Canterbury is probably the closest ground to Lords in terms of slope, but it is quite a unique place to play, and that home advantage would benefit Middlesex, and Kent haven't had the opportunity to have home advantage against them. If memory serves, we beat Middlesex for the Division 3 title a couple of seasons back.
Indeed.
On this ground, and that one has nearly bowled Compton. So that movement that Blatherwick has found a couple of times in this over flummoxed George Bell as well, who was diving away down the leg side. The ball went over off stump, nipped back sharply, and then swung after it, went past Compton. He survives, left it on length, and luckily for him, the ball bounced. So 19 without loss. Good over that from Blatherwick.
Crikey, that was a ball and a half. It goes back to that point you were making, that there are balls out there that are really misbehaving, and actually his first over, Blatherwick, was fairly gun barrel straight, and it didn't really do much. And then that over's done all sorts.
Yeah, probably just getting looser, hitting the pitch a little bit harder.
Yeah, he's sharp. He's that bit quicker.
Yeah, he's a strongly built fast bowler, and he gets a bit out of it. This pitch will be dry. It's a used pitch. Kent wanted it to be dry and spin for Nijar and Chahal, but it will assist the seamers as well.
Well, Williams bowling to Mayeye. There's two fielders out at fine leg and deep square, and there's an easy 2. As they come back for that second.
Yeah, Bailey fielding that at deep square, had to charge in and just feeling his hip flexor a touch. He did go off a moment ago. That might have been to change his shirt. He may have a little niggle. We saw where he tried to stop it with his foot and miscontrolled it. He wasn't too keen to bend down, so it could be hip flexor, it could be back, or he might just be showing signs of a long season.
Beginning to understand why Matt Cole changed over the effects mics yesterday.
Yeah, it is quite blowy in our ears. I don't know what it's like for listeners.
You carry on and I'll go change it.
Okay. So here is Williams, lays down the leg side, nicely taken by Bell. It was pretty straight to start with and just nipped on the slope. Again, 21 without loss. Mayeye is 13 off 39, Compton 8 off 41. They have found it tough going this morning against a disciplined Lancashire attack. No sign of spin at the moment. Don't think it'll be too long before Jack Morley is pressed into action. This was a bouncer from Williams, and Bell has to leap to gather it in. Mayeye has nothing to do with it. There are 2 men back, waiting for an errant hook stroke. And he is very strong to under Mayeye on anything short, but he opted against. Rogue effects mic is in the building. Have you replaced it with a more
I've replaced it with a less sensitive one.
Okay.
Because actually this, on a nice quiet day, a nice still day, you can pretty much hear what the players are saying with that effects mic, but it's picking up a bit too much wind noise today. So it is actually quite breezy out there.
Yeah. That's why he's defended into the offside by Mayeye, and he's done this well. Both these two have opened the batting together for a few games now, and they've got a good understanding. And they do pick up quite a lot of quick singles.
Yeah, Maye's quick between the wickets, but is also, sometimes partial to a slight miscommunication and a possible run out.
You used to have players you run better with than others.
Yeah, I remember. I think it was Jack Leaning that got barbecued by Twanda earlier on in the season.
Yeah, it can happen. Here's Williams. This one is turned uppishly into the leg side. He'll get 1. I don't think he'll come back for a second. No, Compton not interested in it. Yeah, I mean, you don't actually have to be the quickest between the wickets, particularly when you're picking up a single. It's just that understanding. Rob Key and I were never the quickest between the wickets, but when you open for a period of time with your mate at the other end, you don't really even need a call. You just defend it and you have a little look, and there's that understanding that you scurry through.
Mate and I used to have, when we used to bat together in pairs cricket, so we were
under 11s.
We were like 11, yeah. We used to have a signal, so before the ball was bowled, we'd pretty much be like, right, we're going to block and run this next ball.
Here's Williams, and I'm not sure if Mayeye and Compton have a signal a la Watts, but they pinch a leg by there. It's a sharp bounce. So what was it? What was your signal, or is that still a secret?
He would just sort of tap his helmet before the ball was bowled, and then I don't know, he was just going to drop it and run. Yeah,
but that's kind of against the art of batting. It should be about reacting to what comes up. What if you get a dirty wide full toss and you can smack for 4, and you've already nominated the bunt for a single? That's everything I tell my young players not to do.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily the.
Is he coaching children now?
The best tactic.
Tell me he's not a cricket coach.
No, I don't think so.
He's saying, listen, you lot, this is what you got to do. 5th ball of the over. You
but
tap your helmet, you pinch the single.
I mean, our running between the wickets was very good.
I've heard legendary.
And actually, in pairs cricket, at least it let me have some strike, because otherwise I might not have got down the other end if he was just constantly getting bad balls that he was whacking everywhere.
there is that. But yeah.
I think at that age, it's more, there's more people that are poor at running between the wickets than are good at it. As this one's driven away through covers by Mayeye, a little bit too full by Blatherwick. And despite the best efforts of the Lancashire fielder, in fact, he's done brilliantly to go and fetch that in from the rope. I thought that was going all the way, but instead they've only run 3. Who is the fielder, Scott Reed? That's just performed wonders on the boundary, number 16. Oh, the 12th man. There you go. That's why he's putting in that effort.
Yeah, he's fresh as a daisy. Yeah, he did well to catch that, running down the hill. Outfield is quite lush, but usually you don't catch up with it. So
yeah,
credit to him, and he's saved a run. And if Compton was to nick a good one here, he'd certainly give you 12th as a
the assist.
hearty pat on the back.
Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent, and then we'll get Scott Reed back on the mic with David Fulton, former Kent captain. This one is a full delivery from Blatherwick that I think swung more after it had gone past the stumps.
He's going to come back down the slope, so back into the left-hander. The good news for Compton is that the bounce has been pretty true, so he's able to let that length go, knowing even if it's straight, it's going to go over his off stump.
Howard's emailed in saying, "Morning guys, following on from comments about cricket not doing itself any favours," that was from another correspondent. He says, "What are your thoughts about counties playing the 4 days, Tuesday to Friday?" As this one is driven away by Compton. It's a no ball as well for an overstep. Compton has towed it out towards a deepish cover, so they get through for a single, and they get 2 for the no ball as well. Kent to move to 30 without loss. He says, "In a time where cricket has admitted more work needs to be done to make itself more inclusive, why play it on work/school days when weekends would potentially attract more spectators? Surely keeping cricket midweek only enforces the criticism that it's not a game for the masses." And he's listening in from Crete this morning, Howard, so morning to you.
Yeah, morning, and good contribution. I'll wait for this ball.
Blatherwick bowling to Mayeye, and he smashed it for 4 through the covers.
No catching that one. Yeah, what I'd say to Howard's point about Tuesday to Friday is, especially in the summer, most people who are interested in cricket, particularly young people, are playing cricket on the weekend. So actually, they can't always get to cricket anyway.
Yeah, you see, I don't like it when there's games on Saturdays. You know, Sunday starts, I think there should be more of.
Yeah.
But when it goes over Saturday, you're playing cat cricket on Saturdays. That's, when, that needs to be protected for club cricket's sake, in my opinion.
Yeah, a regular pattern would be handy.
This one defended away by Mayeye. Out into the covers. Here comes that update. At the moment, yes, Jules, they are withstanding said pressure, and there has been plenty of it from the Lancashire bowlers, who have certainly got this ball to talk and move around and make life difficult for the 2 Kent openers. Tawanda Mayeye, who's just moved to 21 with a fiercely hit boundary through the covers, and Ben Compton, the other player, on 10 not out. That's going to be 4 more, actually. A misfield at mid-wicket, a pull stroke from Mayeye, whipped away in that way that he does. All power of the wrists has gone for 4. So he's on 25. Kent 38 without loss. Of course, this week they effectively started it 1 point ahead of Middlesex and need to score more points than Middlesex to stay in County Championship Division 1. Middlesex currently 205 for 4 against Nottinghamshire, so closing in on a batting bonus point. Kent have got 3 bowling bonus points from yesterday, so have just extended their advantage slightly, but is now up to the batters to try and go big to set up a potential victory, or if this game is going to be a draw, to give themselves plenty of batting bonus points. So yes, certainly pressure on the Kent players at the moment. It's a big day. There was a pretty serious team huddle this morning. A lot of stern, concentrated faces as they were having a pre-match talk before play. No Zach Crawley, who we thought might come back into the side today from England duty, but he's not going to be involved until tomorrow at the earliest, if indeed he will play in this game. So it's Ben Compton out there with Tawanda Mayeye. Kent batting pretty well at the moment despite the best efforts of the Lancashire bowlers, who have, as I say, got this ball to swing around a little bit this morning as well. So a difficult period, but at the moment negotiating it pretty well. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website. Kent 38 without loss. So I'll let David Fulton continue and maybe talk a little bit more. I see, and another thing I would just say before I do leave is that often a lot of the people that come and watch county cricket are free every day of the week because, you know, a lot of members are retired. And actually, for those of you that are at work and listen to us from work and watch the live streams from remote places, I bet people quite like having cricket going on as a sort of background and to their working day, especially if you're working from home. But just a thought.
A departing thought from Ben Watts as Compton cuts this, not with any huge authority. It's running down to the flat side of the ground, down the hill, but he didn't quite get it. He'll get 3 for it. A bit off the bottom of the bat. Luke Wells does the fielding. So just some signs in the last 2 or 3 overs that Kent's openers are beginning to negotiate this little bit of seam movement. Good morning to Scott Reed.
Good morning, David.
Been a good contest this morning. I thought you guys have bowled really well. Kent have so far weathered the storm, albeit with a little bit of luck, as we see Bailey in from the Nackington Road end. He started, so this is going to be sharp single, and Mie had to hurry if it had hit. Umpire Rob White would have had a tricky decision to make. That we mentioned the running between the wickets and the understanding between these 2 openers. That looked a little tight.
Yeah, I think a little bit of good fortune for Compton and for Mie this morning. Lancashire have bowled well. They've been a bit unlucky, haven't they? But you need a bit of good fortune in opening batting, don't you?
Yeah, oh God. Had a career, had a good fortune. And a good outside edge down to 3rd man. Don't worry about that. But yeah, they've gone past the outside edge quite a bit here. Lancashire. Bailey was excellent from this end of the ground, the pavilion end. Different slope to contend with when he's coming from the Nackington Road end. He's a little straight there on Compton's pad, so it can take a little bit of short while to adjust. But Bailey's played here numerous times with decent success, if memory serves. So he will locate a line and length from that end pretty swiftly. 3 slips and a gully, fine gully, all waiting. One edge did fall, I think, just short of 3rd slip. He's punching Compton, but fielded by Croft at point. There's no run.
Yeah, I think it did. I look back on the replay of that. We had Wells going to his right, Jennings to his left, bounced in front of Luke Wells at 3rd slip, probably 2 or 3 yards in front.
Yeah, they look close, don't they? I mean, Bailey's not got great pace. He's got good skill and control, but I always think when slips are in, I think someone like Steve Watkin back in my day, similar pace, but very skilled bowler. Slips almost, you look round, they're almost on you. So he's bowling here, Bailey and Compton. Immaculate forward defensive to mid-off. There's no run. Yeah, because they're so close, it's almost like you narrow the angle so that 1st slip and almost the 3 slips almost touch gully. Whereas when you're further back, you've almost got more distance to cover. So the 4 of them there are like a wall behind Compton. Lancashire looking for their first breakthrough. 42 without loss. Compton on strike, and he defends as is his wont. It's quietly up to mid-on. Negotiates another over. 4 runs from it. Bailey returning to the attack. How much will Will Williams bowl today? That is a question, Scott. When will Hartley? Do we think he's here? Do you think you might have seen him?
No, I've not seen him. So I have no idea.
Do you think the ECB save on petrol and send Hartley and Crawley together? Climate change, carbon footprint. We're going to send you together.
Save on the taxi fare.
Yeah, you're both going to the Lancashire game, so if you can get a lift down to Bristol, then you can go with Zach in his car, which is probably quite nice.
But not until later on.
Not until later, and then you can come back on the coach.
Jack Blatherwick to continue. So 42 without loss. Mie on strike, 2 slips in the gully. And the point, extra cover, mid-off. Mid-on, square leg and fine leg. Blatherwick over the wicket, down the leg side. Taken by a skipping George Bell away to his left-hand side, and there is no run.
So this whole situation with Hartley and Crawley got us talking. You might have heard, Scott, whether this is a kind of a precedent or whether it will bring forth a decision to allow subs, much like football in cricket, with workloads of bowlers and it being a batter-friendly game. Perhaps you could pick 13, and at a point in time you could bring on your subs.
Blatherwick to Mayeye. Spinning round asking for an LBW. Mayeye shapes to work it to the leg side. The ball deflects down to fine leg and maybe just spearing away down the leg side as it hit the pad. He's come back.
Signal runs, I think. I don't think he signalled anything there.
Yes,
Definitely
he did.
hit the pad. Bat was nowhere near it, but it was missing leg stump by a few inches. It was a kind of quick Yorker, wasn't it? But it was always missing leg. We're right behind the bowler's arm here.
He has given the runs, hasn't he, to Mayeye?
Maybe there was a little bottom here. We are quite a long way away, in fairness to umpire Middlebrook.
44 without loss. Blatherwick muscles his way back in, balls again. That's clipped out towards the mid-wicket boundary by Mayeye and timed beautifully for 4 runs. It looked nothing much more than a kind of a clip. A little flick away off the hip.
It's kind of how he pulls the ball. I'd say it was a pull shot, but you're right, it was a kind of clippy pull shot. Anything back of a length, when he's on song to Wanda Mayeye, his point of difference from other players is picking up that length and having those fast hands to almost top spin it through mid-wicket, much as Josh Butler might top spin a cover drive with those hands. He does it through mid-wicket on the pull shot. And he's so difficult to bowl to. You drop it a fraction short and he's on you. And I don't see any other player on the circuit pull balls of that length.
Goes for the same looking shot, and it might be the same outcome. It is. It's successive boundaries, almost identical shots.
That was a full toss.
It brings up the Kent 50.
Yeah, good start for Kent. That was a full bunger. Fast hands, that right hand whipping through. Probably slightly straighter bat, but you're right, that certainly went in the same area. Very strong through mid-wicket. So, yeah, Blatherwick's bowled a couple of cracking deliveries, but in between times he's just offered a bit of a release for the Kent openers.
52 without loss. Blatherwick to Mayeye. Let's run down to third man. Chase on for Matty Hurst. I reckon it'll beat him as it heads towards the boundary. Just slows up and he can slide down and scoop it up. Tawanda Mayeye runs 3 to complete. One ball left of Blatherwick's 4th over. 55 without loss, with Mayeye on 39 and Compton on 13.
Yeah, expensive over this for Blatherwick. Signs that Mayeye is finding his best touch. Compton not quite so fluent. That is the way with these two. There's a good foil for Mayeye. Left hand and more stoic.
Into Compton, pushed across him and left, and through to keeper George Bell, and there is no run.
Just wondering whether there's been a no ball along the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was for height for that full toss or whether he just overstepped, but I'm counting those numbers and dots on the board, and that says 6. All cricket conventions gone out the window this game, what with the subs and everything. Maybe every now and again you're allowed a 7 ball over.
Why not?
Yeah. Could we have a 7 ball over? Of course you can.
Of course you can.
Anything
No
goes this game.
Well, the umpires have spotted the scoreboard, hasn't
radio control to the score. This is one of these that could. No. Compton is tapping his bat on the floor. He's going to face up. He wouldn't want to get out now.
There was a no ball in there somewhere. It's driven towards extra cover by Compton, and there is no run, and that has completed the over. A little untidy, and it's been a little untidy so far really in this opening spell by Jack Blatherwick. He's been a bit expensive. He's gone for 32 from his 4 overs. 57 on the board for Kent. Mayeye on 39 and Compton on 13.
Yeah, and that no ball, as Ben Watts is pointing out, has been belatedly added. So that's why we saw the 7th. No sign of spinners yet. I don't think it'd be too long. We saw what happened with Chahal and Nijar. Slow, but it did turn, and it is a used pitch. So you just hope that it's more than the token over or two before lunch. Certainly if I was Jack Morley, I'd be itching to get my hands on a relatively hard ball. It's going to be Bailey, though, to continue, and that's close. Hands on head. Millet will scamper back for 2. Might just have been an inside edge. Just watching umpire Bob White. Is he going to signal? No, he's not, which means Millet got a little inside tickle. I said close because it was arrowing in at middle and leg. And I think Lancashire would have been screaming had he missed that.
I think so.
So he's scoring runs more quickly, Millet, but every now and again it's a little dicey.
He's fun to watch, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he does bring that to the game. You know, he's exciting. But it's like a boxer with a bit of a chin. He just wants to defend this one up to mid-off. You know, he throws a lot of punches, but he could get his lights punched out, or his metaphorically, could get his stumps rearranged. This is 50 for Eski. Stephen Eskenazi brings up his half-century, so he is back in action.
He's out, though.
He's out now. Oh, he's out.
Yeah,
Okay, so he's gone for 58. He was in, so I think Ben was showing me that to say that he's back out there, and he's no longer. That is much more orthodox and solid by Millet, defending up to mid-off. There's no run. Yes, Eskenazi, who was struck on the helmet yesterday and retired hurt. So we wondered whether concussion might keep him out the rest of the match. That hasn't been the case. He's completed a 50, but he's gone LBW to Dane Patterson for 58. But good from a Middlesex perspective that Eskenazi, 1 is okay and 2 is out there doing, has been out there doing battle. Because he may be needed in the second innings. So Bailey is in, and just a hint of a waist shape. Yeah, he defends into the covers.
Middlesex 2-2-4 for 5 against Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, they're in a pretty decent fist. You don't know whether that's a good score. I mean, it's difficult to know whether Lancashire's 327 is a good score here, and we're at the ground. You know, it looks to me about par, but you know, spinners could get to work, and it could be above par. So goodness knows what a good score is at Trent Bridge when we're miles away. But fast-scoring ground normally, as Bailey is in, and this one is attempted clip, just straightened on him through the air. He just pushes it up to mid-on. There's no run. But Middlesex will be keen, obviously, to rack up those batting points. I don't know what rate they're going at. I don't know what that is in terms of overs. Because they'll be closing in on their first point. And to get a full bucket load of points, you've got to go at 4 and over, haven't you?
And the 60th over.
Okay. So I'll let you do the maths there, Rudy. Concentrate on Tom Bailey. He's in here. This one nips back, and that allows Millet to turn it into the leg side, where he will pick up a single, and he will keep a strike.
And it could come to that, couldn't it? It could come to whoever gets the most bonus points.
Yeah,
I mean,
very much so.
Take away whoever wins or loses out of the equation.
Yeah. If it's a draw,
yeah,
both games draw as could well be the case. You know, a bit of rain around up north, and this is a decent pitch. And as we saw yesterday, Lancashire not overly keen on a declaration or a kind of setting up a game. They've got not much to play for, so you'd imagine they'd try and do it the hard way. That's how they'd like to play their cricket and win games. Yeah,
you were quite keen on a declaration last night.
I was keen on a declaration last night, and I think they could have had Kent a couple down last night. Embracing my bats ball and in a Stokesy. But yeah, I used to love a declaration as a captain 20 minutes, half an hour before the close, and I thought there was an opportunity to do that yesterday, albeit Matty Hurst was playing really nicely, and they might have even thought about he might go to 100 had he been supported slightly better by the tail. There was a good partnership, and he played beautifully, so that might have been part of their thinking. You know, it's never a criticism when people don't declare. It was just suggesting it as an option, and one that I would have been looking at, because you put yourself in the shoes of the Kent's opening batters. You've been in the field all day. There's a lot at stake. Do you want to wander out there with 4 overs remaining and nick a good one? Not especially. I'd rather have rest and come fresh in the morning.
There's George Balderson replacing Jack Blatherwick, and that's a gorgeous shot off the back foot by Millet. Punch drive, square of the wicket for 4 runs. What a lovely shot. He moves on to 46 and Kent to 64 without loss.
Yeah, it was a bit of a loosener, wasn't it, from Balderson? It was short and wide, and Millet, it's a very, very fine player off the back foot. Helped himself through the covers.
They've been a bit loose, haven't they? Like, I mean, with the exception of the two openers, Bailey and Williams. Balderson just starting his first spell here, so we'll forgive him for that. Blatherwick 4 overs for 32, quite work.
Yeah, I mean, bowling at someone like Mayeye, and this was why I think Kent would have wanted Crawley back, is that if you miss your length, you get punished. Compton, who's a little bit underwhelming in terms of form.
Edged. Oh, great catch! Mayeye departs for 46, and Keaton Jennings with a spectacular one-handed catch at second slip down to his right-hand side. Brilliant take by the Lancashire captain. Tawanda Mayeye departs for 46. Superb catch by Jennings, low down to his right. Balderson strikes with his second ball.
Special bit of cricket by Lancashire. Fantastic catch from Keaton Jennings, and Balderson, who had that first loose nut right on the money second time around, nipping down the slope, just a hint of away movement through the air. And that is a spectacular catch. One-handed, low to his right. Mayeye just checked with the umpires to double check it had carried. I think we saw from here it went straight in, but yeah, Mayeye can't quite believe it, because he played beautifully for 46. He was really starting to flourish, and that innings has been cut short by a brilliant bit of work by Keaton Jennings at slip.
Standing one-handed catch, low down to his right. Fully outstretched Keaton Jennings, a tall man, and to use his full length of his arms and body to get low down to take that catch. Yeah, excellent catch by the Lancashire captain. They've got themselves the first wicket, Lancashire. I think they've bowled well enough, certainly by Williams and Bailey, to have deserved to have taken a wicket a little sooner. The touch of good fortune maybe at times going the way of Mayeye and Compton, but they've given Kent at least a nice basis here. There's 64 on the board for the opening partnership. It's something to build on for Daniel Bell-Drummond, who comes out to join Ben Compton.
Yeah, who's had a decent season, Daniel Bell-Drummond, albeit picked up a hamstring injury at the back end of the blast, which just curtailed his season a little bit. He had that stellar week where he got hundreds in the blast and a triple hundred in the championship, in those kind of rogue championship weeks that get thrown into the blast because someone somewhere said we need championship cricket in June, July. We'll have that one wallop in the middle of the blast, and he was out in the middle for a lot and he tweaked hamstring.
Balderson to Bell-Drummond, and it just snakes through. A little bit of shape away from Bell-Drummond, doesn't really get up neither. Taken by Bell, short man, about knee height to George Bell. Yeah,
he looks a skiddy bowler, balls. You would have seen obviously a lot more than I have. I know he's England under-19 pedigree, all-rounder. Batted really nicely, I thought. Lefty, 50 in the first innings. But kind of bustling. Looks like he's going to try and swing it away from the right-hander, use the slope a bit.
Into Bell-Drummond. It's onto his pads, and that's steered down to fine leg for Bell-Drummond's first run. Kent move on to 65 for 1. Yeah, that was his 20th wicket of the season, to go with his 700 runs with the bat for Balderson. 20 wickets at, well, it was 19 wickets at 37 coming into the match.
Yeah, those Kent listeners, it reminds me a little bit, not in physique, because there's not much of him, but in terms of method, Mark Elam, kind of less, he's quicker to the crease than Ely.
And balls to Compton, who's nicely in behind it and defends. Back down to the pitch, no run.
In terms of what he's looking to do with the ball, looking to use the slope, Ely bowled predominantly from the pavilion end, tried to get him pretty close, aim it off stump and try and get some late swing. He's kind of always at you. Balderson looks that kind of type, and a genuine all-rounder too. Looks good young cricketer.
Over the wicket to Compton, going back and defends, no run. End of his first over. Finds the breakthrough. He's got a very handy habit of doing that, and he tends to pick his wickets up in little clusters too, 2 or 3 at a time. But he through the course of the summer for Lancashire, when they've turned to Balderson, he invariably gets one early in his spell. and he's got Mayeye with the second ball of this spell. 65 for 1, Beltrummond on 1 and Compton on 13.
Well, it's a good knack to have, that's for certain. It's you get a reputation for that kind of thing. Your captain will throw you the ball more often than not when you want something to happen. You want to be that go-to bowler. Yeah, we throw it George. He makes things happen. And you've got a class act at the other end in Tom Bailey, albeit they're both similar in method in terms of trying to take it away from the right-hander. The slope will help Bailey bring it back in. Beltrummond is facing him now, and that was high, I think. There's an LBW shout, but sounded like there might have been a bit of bat, and it looked a little high. Not a lot going for it, in truth. But Lancashire, like most teams, get a bit excitable, especially when a wicket's just gone. It does pep you up as a fielding unit. And yeah, they're not shy. I felt yesterday, first thing this morning when they first went out there, they were quite lively. Credit to them. What is effectively a dead rubber for them. Bailey is on the money, as he so often is. Beltrummond nudges that into the offside. There's no run. So just reflecting on Lancashire's championship season, Scott, I suggested that they were the draw merchants, played more draws than anybody else. I wondered if I saw you bristle slightly when I said they weren't the most adventurous of sides. I was suggesting the declaration at that point and kind of insinuating that Lancashire probably wouldn't do it because they were a bit dull. As Beltrummond leaves that alone. I saw your. I'm not sure if I saw your heckles come up or not, but I sensed a defensive posture, like you were about to. You were about to come back at me. What was now we're together? Is that slightly unjust? Do you think they played some good cricket and they're a good cricketing side? They've taken lots of bonus points, but they've drawn 3 more games than anybody else and only won 3. Have they turned some of those draws into wins? They would be right up there.
Yeah, they've drawn 9 matches this season.
And that can happen, and there's been some weather around as well as Belgium defence, but I just wonder in terms of approach and, could they have advanced any of those games by scoring more quickly or declaring or trying to play front foot cricket a la Stokes and McCullum?
I think 6 of those draws have been at Old Trafford.
Right.
Which
so
is a problem. It's an issue for them.
Yeah, and I always said when they won the championship, when you won the championship in 2011, you played most of your games at Egbert.
That's right. Yeah.
So there is something in that.
So that has been an issue for them, certainly playing at home. With not just the pitch, but with weather, but it feels more often than not the pitch.
Bailey is full, and Beltrummond thinks about a drive and just drops the bat on it, no run.
Trying to find ways of taking 20. I don't think, no one's taken 20 wickets at Old Trafford all season. No team has taken 20 wickets at Old Trafford all season. So it can be a bit of an issue, and it seems to be quite a regular situation where you get to the 4th day and you're trying to bowl the side out, and you get a couple of early ones and you think it's on, and then you get to 4 o'clock and we're shaking hands. So that is a challenge for them to try and find ways of winning games at Old Trafford. Early on this season, in April, I think they drew their first 5 matches of the season, of which I think 3 were away from home.
4 slips in now for Bailey, and Belgium plays and misses. Good one.
And I think there's 1 or 2 mitigating circumstances for that. Certainly rain. They were the better of the 2 teams against Essex, and in a strong position, and rain affected them. That was applicable to the match at Trent Bridge as well, early in the season. So they've been in good positions early in the season, and rain certainly did affect them. Okay. And then you combine that with the surface at Old Trafford, where they've not won a match there all year. I think that probably sums up their season. They've played some good cricket, they've been in some decent positions, and I think 1 or 2 factors have
conspired against,
yeah. Balderson in, forward goes Compton in defence, and there's no run.
Fair enough. The case for the defence rests. You make a good case. Having said that, if they have Kent 9 down in the second innings here, and Kent stay up, and you could have declared last evening, I will throw that back at you. In fact, I won't, because I'll be in Portugal, hopefully playing golf.
Well, that sounds lovely.
Yeah, it sounds lovely. Well, that's if EasyJet will play ball, because there's 1 or 2 issues with planes at the moment, but we won't go into that, and other airlines, of course, are available.
There's Balderson to Compton, forward again. And he defends to mid-off. There's no run. They had, for example, in the match at Trent Bridge, which was rain affected, they had Nottinghamshire 9 down at the close, and they declared, but they were one or two Lancashire fans criticised them for not declaring a little earlier, but they declared. I'd have to check the scorebook, and they set Notts something like 240 to win. As Balderson's in, driven into the offside by Compton, stopped at point, no run, off like 70 odd overs. It was quite a generous declaration on a good pitch with the short boundaries. So,
Okay.
But the frustrating thing is that they declared and had the opposition 9 down. So
It's always the way when you have a team 9 down. You're always going to ask questions. I remember having a game here. Might have been Graham Ford, his first game as coach, and we were debating whether to declare the night before. I wanted to, he didn't want to. And
Balderson to Compton. It's run away down to backward point. Hurst will catch up with it. Compton gets through for a single.
and that was the way. But I was always looking to try and move the game forwards, and Fordy was like a typically kind of conservative South African, wanted to do things the kind of old-fashioned way and then get a big score, make sure we couldn't lose. And I just felt, having batted on the pitch, there was enough in it, we should get amongst them. And sure enough, you have them 9 down, having batted on, and you just kind of like, you know, we didn't always agree on things like that. You want your captain and coach agreeing.
Balderson onto the pads of Bell Drummond, looking to work it leg side.
Going leg side.
And I think it probably, yeah, well, that's what the umpire reckons, isn't he? He's giving it not out.
Yeah, I think Middlebrook's had a good game, and there's been a couple where Lancashire got quite excited, but yeah, we are slap bang in line, and that just looked leg side all the way.
66 for 1. So this is the final ball of the over. Balderson's second of the day. Bell Drummond waits. And he's in and bowls. And he defends a ball that just nips back in a little bit towards him and pushes it in towards the onside. Fielded by Bailey at mid-on. End of the over, 66 for 1.
So I think Scott's going to have to go and do an update. When he's done that, he'll be back on commentary with Ben. I will make way. Been a really good contest this morning. County Championship at its finest. Something on the line for Kent at least, as they look to match Middlesex. I say match their points haul at least, hopefully better, but matching Middlesex's points haul will be enough to keep Kent in Division 1 of the Championship next year. And Middlesex are going okay at Trent Bridge, and Kent have got to focus on what they're doing here, and that means first innings runs and batting points, which are some way off at the moment at 66 for 1. Tom Bailey's going to come round the wicket to Ben Compton.
Yeah, from a Kent point of view, that wicket was a real blow, because he just looked like he was really starting to find his groove out there.
Yeah, Bailey round the wicket, and that is a wide, and Compton will have nothing to do with that one. Yeah, he looked good, didn't he? That pull shot of Blatherwick.
Ooh, 2 in a row.
Yeah, I really enjoy Tawanda's pull shot, because it's unconventional. You know, some of his defensive shots look real textbook, and then he gets that one back of a length, and it's like a Novak Djokovic cross shot.
Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say.
Sort of
Cross court, whippy forehand,
whips
and
into
it just
it, yeah.
whips it, and it dips over the net. It's got that kind of feel to it as Compton defends into the offside. Very, very fast hands. And it just means he's so tough to bowl to when he gets in, because a ball that you think, oh, just back of a length, you know, you're bowling your dot ball, suddenly disappears through mid-wicket, and that means your margins as a bowler and as a captain are small. But he is gone, and it was a special catch to get rid of him. Good bit of cricket, Keaton Jennings diving low to his right.
Yeah, outstanding catch.
Yeah. And, Jennings takes his position at second slip. 2 slips and a fine gully, ring of 3 on the offside as Bailey threatens the off stump. Lots of noise you can probably hear on the effects mic from excitable Lancashire fielders. That wasn't a million miles away from Compton's off stump, but just down the hill. Dot ball.
I don't know exactly how many runs Mieye scored while Compton was on 13, but it was quite a lot.
Yeah.
I think he went from about 25 to 46 while Compton didn't score.
So Bailey is in again. This one is being turned through square leg. He's timed this. Ben Compton's going to get a couple. Ben's got an update for BBC Radio Kent listeners, and I'll make way for Scott Reed.
Thank you, David. I'll be back after lunch. Update is on the way. Unfortunately, Kent have lost their first wicket of the morning, although the scoring has been very much accelerated by Tawanda Mayeye's efforts prior to his departure. He really started to find his groove with some exemplary shots, including a couple of pull strokes in consecutive balls, and then a ripping shot through the covers as well off the back foot. 7 boundaries in total for him before he was brilliantly caught one-handed by Jennings in the slips. 2 balls into George Balderson's spell for 46. So Daniel Bell Drummond has come out to join Ben Compton, who has been out there now for 62 deliveries for his 17. He's just taken a single down towards fine leg, but a typically gritty and nuggety sort of knock from Ben Compton, allowing those stroke players around him to do their thing. So Kent 69 now for 1. Still a fair way away from some batting bonus points, but of course it is a shootout this week between them and Middlesex, and at the moment, a moment ago, certainly Middlesex had just gone beyond 200. There's an appeal for a caught behind. Bell Drummond isn't going anywhere. Doesn't look like he's nicked it. Yeah, Middlesex at 205 for 5. In fact, 233 for 5, Middlesex. So they're closing in on the first batting bonus point, and Kent still a fair way away from it. But at the moment, they've got through a pretty tricky early period. The sun trying to come out here at Canterbury, and Kent will be hoping to put on more runs as the day goes on. Commentary continues online, 25 minutes until lunch here on day 2. Kent 69 for 1 against Lancashire. My laptop was very slow in updating there. It was telling me that Middlesex were 204 for 4, and I was thinking that can't be the case because Stevie Eskenazi's definitely out, so they must be for 5. And then we got there. So Ryan Higgins has got 90 not out. As Balderson has a full start and has become just the second Middlesex batter to score to have a knock in excess of 80 all season. Sam Robson was the only one that had passed 80 previously, and he'd done it twice, scoring a couple of hundreds. But that just shows you why Middlesex are down there.
It's clear to see where their problems are this season.
Yes. Balderson full delivery to Compton, clipped away nicely through the wicket. This will be at least a couple, and only a couple as it's being chased down towards the boundary. Yeah, the contrast, if I just get the table up, is quite stark. Kent have got 16 batting bonus points, Middlesex have got 2 all season long, and Middlesex have got 36 bowling points to Kent's 31. That difference, it doesn't look as vast on the bonus points front, but if you look at the total tally of their seamers wickets, it's clear as this one's defended away by Compton that Kent's problem has been taking wickets, whereas Middlesex have taken wickets but not scored any runs. I think if I just have a look, Matt Quinn in this game has moved up to 21 wickets alongside Wes Agar, but prior to Quinn's efforts in the first innings, Wes Agar, who only played 6 games, was Kent's top wicket taker in the county championship. Meanwhile, Middlesex got 5 blokes that have got more wickets than that. This one's turned away into the onside by Compton. Good bit of fielding at mid-wicket, and you were mentioning the numbers for the Lancashire seamers, which are double that sort of tally for wickets this season in Bailey and Williams. So almost double certainly for Williams, and then in excess of for Bailey. So yeah, Middlesex have struggled for runs this season, Kent have struggled for wickets, and that's why the two of them are up against one another to try and stay in the division. And we know that Worcestershire are going to join Durham in getting promoted. As Balderson bowls, that's been confirmed this morning. This one is defended away into the covers.
Yeah, which is a great achievement, isn't it, by Worcestershire? You think of perhaps what they've gone through as a club over the last couple of years. It's look at the amount of players that they've lost, and even in the last couple of months, senior players that are leaving them. The changes on and off the pitch there, so it's a great effort.
Poached, I would like to use as a phrase for their players. This one is driven away up towards mid-on. Lost doesn't quite do it justice.
Well, yeah, poached, I suppose you're right. I mean, maybe they should have If you had a transfer system, you could,
Yeah, I think
that would feel better, wouldn't it?
for sure.
Yeah.
Because you know, there's a team like Worcestershire producing seam bowlers and batters and whatever, and they all just seem to get pinched by knots up the road, don't they? Or Warwickshire. This one's turned away into the onside for a single. But yeah, well, you don't need me necessarily, but I'm going to do it anyway, to list off some players. Josh Tongue's going there to Notts, Pennington's going there, Moeen Ali's gone to Warwickshire in recent years, Joe Clark went to Notts a few seasons ago.
Jake Libby, he's off somewhere, isn't he? I think he's off, isn't he? I was saying to David yesterday, it's actually quite difficult to follow it. Certainly the last couple of months, the amount of player movement that's been, and players going to other counties next year but joining other counties on loan this year.
Yeah.
I mean, Lancashire had quite a bit of that over the last couple of months. Players going on short-term loans and leaving at the end of next year. It's quite difficult to keep across. There's barely around the wicket, balls to Compton, who pulls. The ball bounces out towards Jack Morley at square leg, and there's no run.
Yeah, Libby actually went the other way. He started out at Notts,
right.
and I think looks like he signed a new deal with
Has he?
Worcestershire.
Okay.
So he'll still be there. But yeah, like you say, it's very hard to keep track of it, because someone like Ben Cox going from Worcestershire to Leicestershire, and little signings like that, just a little bit under the radar. And
Bailey bouncing in, bowling to Compton again. That comes back into him, and he flicks it off his thigh pad down towards the fine leg boundary. Someone's done a bit of good work down to fine leg, saved some runs. And no, he hasn't. He's been signalled as a 4. Lancashire players were applauding. But,
I think it was a good effort from Balderson.
Was it Balderson? Okay,
but
see.
Yeah, in the end, the noise was coming from the Kent members away to our left to applaud the boundary, which is that Ben Compton's first boundary of this knock.
If it is, it's taken them to 24.
Yeah.
76 for 1. Bailey to Compton. Oh, nice left. Bell takes it. Pace of 2 to his right hand side as the ball just flashes past the top of the off stump. From Bailey's around the wicket angle. There is no run. 20 minutes remaining of the morning session on day 2. Been a pretty decent one this for Kent. It's the 1 wicket to fall. It's driven to mid off by Compton. No run.
Yeah, it felt like they were on sort of a between 10 and 20 for ages, for none, and then all of a sudden they'd put 50 on because of Mayaya hitting a number of boundaries in short order, and they had that really difficult period where the ball was doing everything. All of a sudden, hit a few boundaries and off they went.
Appeal for LBW this time by Bailey. There's up come the slips and appeal as well. He's got a decent way forward, Compton. May have got outside the line.
I think
It's not out from the umpire.
the bowler appealed for LBW, and then I think Keaton Jennings was appealing for a catch.
Cover bases.
Actually, I don't think either was out, because, as you say, it hit Compton quite high on the pad. I think it was probably hitting the pad and going over the top, and then he didn't get out on it. So, not out, not out. But yeah, obviously Kent were going nicely. Then Meyer got out, and since then it's been slow going once more. Bell Drummond 1 off 11 balls, and Compton has upped his scoring rate slightly.
Bailey to Compton. Takes a single down to fine leg.
I like that fielding change though from Lancashire, the leg gully for Compton. Essex did it at Chelmsford and got Compton out there. I seem to remember with Simon Harmer taking an absolute screamer. But it is a scoring area for Compton, and he does sometimes clip it slightly in the air, mainly because you can. Usually, there's not, normally the fielder is down at fine leg, so I actually do quite like leg gully to Compton. Well, David Fulton was pondering earlier about when spin might be first introduced. It looks like Jack Morley is going to have a bowl with 15 minutes until lunch.
Yeah, bowlers used by Lancashire today. Bailey's just completed his 10th over of the morning. 10 overs for 22. Will Williams 7 overs for 13. Jack Blatherwick's 4 overs for 32 is probably what got momentum really into the Kent innings. And George Balderson 3 overs, 1 for 9. Left arm spin of Jack Morley for the first time.
So Compton facing up to Morley. Comes down the pitch, Compton, and plays it straight back to the spinner. So an interesting bit of intent from Compton first ball that he's faced from the slow bowler. Goes back here and just nudges him out towards point. See, I was saying about how Middlesex got 2 batting bonus points so far this season. There's a chance that they could double or even eclipse their total of batting points for the season in this one match. The way things are going at the moment, as this one's defended away by Compton.
Well, they probably had to, hadn't they? So, you know, it's probably a necessity really for them to do something like that if they're actually going to get out of trouble.
Yeah.
To find some form that they've not found all season in the final match.
Left arm spinner Morley tosses this one up. Compton with a pushy drive in towards the covers. No run. 2 balls to go in the over. I've got an apology to make to Neil, who's tweeted in. As Morley bowls. Turned away towards the leg gully. Neil was frustrated at the amount of Zach Crawley chat on the commentary this morning.
Oh dear.
He said it was incessant yesterday and at it again this morning, so I'd like to apologise to Neil, the Lancashire fan, for the incessant Zach Crawley chat, as this one's defended away. And I would like to defend my colleagues yesterday and myself this morning by saying if it was clearer, if it was made publicly clearer about what the situation was with Zach Crawley, we might not have been speculating about it quite so much. But I think for now, I'll stop mentioning it again. So,
well, I wouldn't. I think you can be forgiven for referring to the possibility of England's Test match opening batter coming into this team as a substitute fielder for the final match of the season to try and keep Kent in the division. It's quite a big talking point. Yeah.
But yes, I think if we did talk about it too much, it's probably because of the lack of, a clear-cut sort of, yes, this is going to happen, this is how it's going to happen, etc.
Balderson replacing Bailey. And Beldrummond's on strike, and that's defended to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I think we should keep talking about it.
I think, to be honest, I was, boring myself, Neil, by talking about it too much, and hence my comments about me waffling on earlier on, so... Middlesex have lost another wicket, by the way. 2-4-1 for 6. De Queiroz is out for 12.
2 slips in the gully in place as Balderson comes in to Beldrummond. It's defended into the offside. No run.
Meanwhile, Higgins is in the nervous 90s.
He's been there for a while, hasn't he?
92. Not out. Another wicket for Brett Hutton. He's got a lot of wickets this season.
Yeah. Again.
He and Dane Patterson, actually.
Balderson to Beldrummond. Run down past Gully's right. Just for a single.
Bit of a one-day shot from Beldrummond. Scored a lot of runs there in white ball cricket.
Takes him to 2. Get to 78 for 1.
Slow start from him. Beldrummond, who I think it was The other day, Kent were putting up on the social media about nominations for Player of the Season, and Bill Drummond's name was being talked of by a fair few fans. Had a particularly promising purple patch in June, and then carried that on in the One Day Cup in August as well.
Bonderson to Compton, forward, defends. He's easing the ball up towards mid-off where Luke Wells fields. And there is no run. Bell Drummond edging up towards 600 runs for the season, averaging 48.
Helped by the triple
I was
century.
just saying, as Dave Fulton mentioned, that 300 not out. Again, forward Compton goes, calmly defending to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, he's got 100 in every format for Kent this season. Got one against Middlesex in the T20 Blast, and then he got 150 against Hampshire at the Isle of Wight, along with a few other half-centuries in that. Well, a lot of other half-centuries in white ball cricket this season. So yeah, he's had a fine summer, having been dropped at the start of the year at one point.
Compton takes a single, nudged away off the hip, down to final leg for one, so he moves on to 26.
I think that
Yeah,
sort of
79
fueled the determination and the turnaround in his form. When I chatted to him a couple of times, he's sort of referred back to it, that didn't like being dropped, didn't want that feeling again. So whenever he got the chance to get out there and bat, he was determined to make sure he did enough to keep his place in the team the next game. But yeah, he's had a couple of periods in particular. As I say, in June and in August, he had a hamstring in between, so didn't play in July, where his just consistency was ridiculous. Defended away, this one by Ben Compton, as Morley starts a fresh over. Kent 79 for 1, 10 minutes to go until lunch. Still a thin layer of cloud overhead, but looks sunny out there as Compton plays behind square on the onside. Yeah, sun hasn't quite managed to sort of burn away the cloud, but not sure that's meteorologically a thing anyway, as this one's defended away by Compton.
Sounded good.
Yeah, it's the phrase you hear, isn't it?
It
But
is, yeah.
ultimately, though, the sun lives above the cloud and the cloud moves around and does its thing. I don't know. So, if does one impact the other? Let us know if you know a bit more about this sort of thing. This one's defended away by Compton. Morley was jumping on the spot in anticipation of that potentially sneaking underneath the bat of Compton. And he's down the pitch here and bunting this up towards mid-on. 26 off 88 balls for Ben Compton this morning, or in this morning session, if you will.
Quite positive, hasn't he, to Morley? He's used his feet on the front foot, Compton.
This time he's just defending away into the covers. Yeah, he quite likes the reverse to spin bowling, but I guess for Morley that would be kind of going against the spin, so choosing instead to try and get down the wicket to him. 2 maidens so far for the Lancashire spinner.
Yeah, tidy start. Could be in for quite a long spell today, couldn't he, Jack Morley?
Could be a busy man. Certainly up until the point that Tom Hartley 1 gets here and 2 gets subbed in to come and help him out.
Yeah, it's Balderson to Bell Drummond. It's worked away through the onside for 1 run. I think Wells, who's at mid. Actually, Wells is certainly a very good option for Lancashire.
Yeah.
With his leg spin. He fields the ball. Bell Drummond gets a single, moves to 3, 80 for 1. Brings Compton on strike. Might see some Tom Bailey off spin.
as well. Won't rule that out at some point later on today. Flicked out to the leg side by Compton.
Has he bowled that much this season?
He's bowling quite a bit, actually. Yeah.
Really?
He's not shy. In fact, this morning I was watching in the warm-ups and he's bowling off spin quite a bit. Yeah, he quite fancies it.
I mean, when you're that good at bowling seam up, that's just a bit... It's a bit rude being in a ball spin as well.
Balderson to Compton. Yeah, it's turned away to mid-wicket and there's no run.
He's just one of these people that's good at whatever he turns his hand to, Tom Bailey.
Yeah, I think Paul Allott was saying the other week he can hit it an absolute mile off the tee.
That was going to be my first guess, to be honest.
Balderson to Compton, bit of width, chopped away into the offside, bouncing in front of Croft at point, no run.
Yeah, judging from the way he bats, I was going to assume that he hits a golf ball fairway.
Yeah.
Personally, never found the correlation there between batting ability and being good at golf, mainly because I'm not that good at either, but when I play golf, everything goes over extra cover into the bushes. That's not generally where you want to hit it.
Compton hopping back and defending. Picking out Bailey at mid-wicket, no run. Proper knock this by Ben Compton. 26 from 93. David Fulton was saying yesterday about Kent wanting to play the long game. Compton setting something up here for Kent potentially to be batting deep into the day and beyond if they can. Here's Balderson to Compton. Again, that's defender, but Balderson just overstepped there because the umpire's called up as a no ball.
Yeah, I mean, perfect scenario for Kent is to bat once. To go big, bat once, and make sure it's not them batting last on this surface, which you would assume spin will play more and more of a role as the game goes on.
Balderson to Compton. Defended to mid-on. End of the over. 82 for 1. Compton 26 and Bell Drummond on 3.
Middlesex have a batting bonus point.
Oh my word.
252 for 6. Just their third of the season.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? So it's now 2 points, isn't it? It was 3 at the start of play. It's now down to 2 points. A gap between Kent and Middlesex, I think.
I think it was 4 and it's down to 3.
Oh.
So it was 1 before the
yes,
week.
it was. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
The thing is, though, I don't think Middlesex will struggle to get their 3 bowling bonus points. So, actually, as some Kent fans were suggesting to me last night, as this one's edged and taken, and Morley gets the wicket, and it could well come down to who gets the bigger score out of Kent and Middlesex this week. And Kent have suffered a blow in that Daniel Bell Drummond departs to the spin of Morley, and it's Jennings again who takes the catch. This one a much more straightforward one than the brilliant take off Mayeye. But if Kent are going to stay up in County Championship Division 1, they need to bat well today, and they need to go big, and they've lost one man who is very capable of doing that. And Bell Drummond departs for just 3. Never really quite got going out there, never really quite looked comfortable. He's walking slowly off. Kent 82 for 2.
Yeah, nice for Morley to get an early one, isn't it? Into what potentially could be quite a long day for him bowling. So a lot of spin on the first day of this match for the 2 Kent spinners between them, with Chahal bowling 26 overs and Najir bowling 23. So that was on day 1. So Morley could be in for quite a lengthy bowl here today. Nice for him to get it nice early wicket. It's a pretty comfortable catch for Jennings compared to the first one, which he took, which was a sensational one-handed catch away to his right to get rid of Mayeye.
bit more routine for Jennings at first slip. Jack leaning, new batter to join Ben Compton. That wicket falling just on the stroke of lunch as well, only a couple of minutes away from the lunch interval. So this probably will be the final over before lunch. So a timely breakthrough that for Lancashire.
Yeah,
An irritating one for Kent, I reckon.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly from Bell Drummond's point of view, although he hasn't been particularly fluent thus far, he'd have been thinking, right, get me to lunch and then come out and bat this afternoon. That's, you would assume, going to be the better time to bat in the game. So Morley too leaning. The new man, he's in behind this one defending, which actually goes back to what David Fulton was saying and why I kind of agree with him that actually if Lancashire had made Kent bat last night for a few overs, it would have been a nasty little period with nothing really to gain, and Kent have a few times this season lost wickets late on in the day in that kind of a scenario. This one's a full toss and it's been worked away by leaning up the slope, should go for 4. Loose delivery from Morley. And a welcome gift, really, for the Kent captain to get off the mark. 86 for 2.
Was a bit, wasn't it? Yeah. Nice 1 foot leading to get to flick away for 4 and get himself up and running.
So yeah, 3 balls to go. Could well be the final over before the interval. 2 slips in place. That's a drag down, having bowled the previous one as a full bunger. So Jack leaning helps himself to 4 more runs. So Morley's final over before the break. He's taken the wicket at Bell Drummond and then bowled 2 absolute pies to the new man who's hit them away for 4. 90 for 2.
Yeah, because a rather frustrated figure then, didn't he, Jack Morley? He almost kind of telling himself off, wasn't he? What am I doing here? He had a bit of a quiet word with himself.
Albeit, if that was a game of village cricket, he'd have probably got wickets for both of those. The full toss, definitely. As this one is defended away by leaning. Nicely played, actually, behind square on the leg side for a single. So 1 ball for Compton to face. Yeah, the low full toss is a big wicket taker for the spinners at club level. Says a bitter seam bowler that beats the outside edge and gets nothing for it, only to be replaced by someone lobbing up a few grenades which get more wickets. So Morley, as the time ticks past 12:30, is defended away by Ben Compton into the covers, and that will be lunch on day 2 at Canterbury. How would you sum it up, Scott? I feel like Kent have had a good period in that session and staved off the early pressure that Lancashire put them under. I mean, the ball was really moving around a lot in the early stages. But then Miyeye's got out just as he was getting going, and Bell Drummond going in the final over before lunch. Certainly Lancashire will be pleased with the timing of those 2 wickets.
Well, yeah, I think if you look at the score for me, kind of 91 for 2 is quite a decent batting session, isn't it? But maybe the Bell Drummond dismissal just on the stroke of lunch, maybe just taking a bit of the edge off what was a pretty positive session, because they could easily have lost 2 or 3 early on in that opening spell by Bailey and Williams, who bowled very nicely. So I think a pretty solid session for me for Kent.
Yeah, I think you're right. If you'd have offered Kent fans 91 for 2 at 10:30 this morning, they probably would have taken it. And certainly the way the ball was moving around early on, but the late wicket of Bell Drummond, just a slight snag for the home team. So update on the way for BBC Radio Kent, and after that we'll be off air for another 30 odd minutes or so before play resumes online via the BBC Sport app and website. Hello and welcome back to Canterbury. Let's get underway after the lunch interval. Kent 91 for 2. And Jack leaning ready to take strike against Will Williams, who I've been told is going to play all day, and that Tom Hartley won't actually be coming into this game until tomorrow. That's the news I've been given over the interval. Scott Reid of BBC Lancashire, alongside me, Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent. David Fulton's been at the Volunteer Awards, which we'll talk a bit more about when he comes back, as this one's nudged away into the onside. He's been perusing the Kent Cricket community team's social media, where you can see all the winners from the various clubs around Kent. But congratulations to all of those who've been recognised for their contributions to club cricket for the year and generally. So leaning 10 not out from 5 deliveries, in contrast to Compton's 26 in 96. Williams with 2 slips in a gully, bowls to Compton and he lets it go outside the off stump. So I guess Scott Ben Compton will just be looking to reset, and Lancashire will be hoping to take the opportunity to try and get his wicket before he manages to resettle into his groove, so to speak.
Well, he's been very Ben Compton-like, hasn't he, over the course of the morning session. I mean, looking at how the games are developing here and how the games are developing at Nottinghamshire, at Trent Bridge, it's going to be really interesting over the course of the next, well, today, I think, and by the time we get to the close of play today, maybe a little bit of a better idea as to what either side needs to do.
Left alone outside the off stump. Yes, indeed. Going to lunch, Middlesex were 274 for 6, with Ryan Higgins on 99 not out. He had to have 24 not out.
Yeah, so batting bonus points for Middlesex. The target there today for them, likewise here for Kent. It's bonus points, it's front and centre at the minute, isn't it, I suppose, a little bit, and then seeing what each side would need to do to try and either win, or would a draw be enough?
This one defended away by Compton on the stumps from Williams.
So almost like a little bit of a holding pattern, aren't we? One eye on batting bonus points here, just trying to build carefully, but I think build themselves into a position where they obviously don't want to be losing the match, and then potentially, if they need to try and win it, see if that can be forced a little bit later on. Just trying to see if they can accumulate some batting bonus points along the way, just keeping a little bit ahead of where Middlesex are in their match at Trent Bridge. I think it's going to be a really fascinating couple of hours this afternoon to keep an eye on issues at Trent Bridge and here.
Williams bowls a full delivery to Compton. Kevin Hand, who's of course at Trent Bridge for BBC Radio London covering Middlesex, in his summary of the action so far. Well, the sort of subheading on the BBC Sport website on the kind of Cricket Live blog is "Who will blink first in relegation scrap?" And Kevin has suggested at the moment it's more of a case of who's going to collapse first to move things on a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that could happen, couldn't it? Yeah, it could happen this afternoon, potentially. Compton's doing his best to make sure there's no sense of a collapse here for Kent. I mean, they've got a good platform to try and build on.
Williams bowls, and this one attempted cut from Compton into the ground, out into the gully, end of the first over after lunch. 1 run scored, Kent moving on to 92 for 2. Underneath Kevin's entry on the BBC website is Scott's, which starts, "Have you seen Zach Crawley?" Nobody in the ground has, that's for sure. 5 Live Sports Extra are with us, and as we've just been summarising there, it is that shootout this week, of course, between Kent and Middlesex to stay in County Championship Division 1. We know Worcestershire and Durham are going up. We know Northamptonshire are going down. It's that one piece of the jigsaw still to be decided, and of course Kent had a 1-point advantage prior to this week. They've got 3 bowling bonus points so far in the game. Middlesex have collected 1 batting bonus point at Trent Bridge, as Morley is about to resume after lunch, having of course removed Daniel Bell-Drummond in that over prior to the break, but then also bowled 4 balls, if you will, to Jack Leaning to help him get up and running.
Yeah, he's into to Leaning around the wicket, goes back, punches away through the offside. Nice looking shot, just for a single. Takes the Kent total on to 93 for 2. That wicket just before lunch, actually, the dismissal of Bell-Drummond. I mean, I think it was a pretty good morning for Kent. Felt like a good morning for them. But that wicket of Bell-Drummond final over before lunch maybe just took a little bit of the edge off. But still in a good position here. I mean, with a bit of good fortune when they first came out to bat, Bailey and Williams bowl well. As Morley comes left arm over to Compton. It's right forward, but that comes off the inner half of the bat. And the ball deflects behind square on the leg side. There's no run. So, well, another day, Lancs could have picked up a couple of wickets in that first half an hour or so. But they didn't, and they got through it. So they've got a nice little platform here to try and bat through the afternoon here and beyond.
Yeah, I think you're right. If you'd have offered Kent fans 91 for 2 before the session, they'd have said, yeah, absolutely, thanks very much. But once Miyeye got going, and then to lose Bell-Drummond just before the lunch, it was sort of bad timing to lose those 2 wickets.
Compton going back, turning the ball across his pads out towards mid-wicket for no run.
And here's Ben Compton. For all the Zach Crawley speculation about when he might arrive and play his part in this game, Compton has gone about his business and faced over 100 balls so far for his 26.
Looks to pull this ball, just dropping short, Morley, and does pull it out towards deep mid-wicket. Hustles back for a couple.
Still just 1 boundary for him with that one cut off on the rope.
Well, I mean, it's kind of classic Compton a little bit, isn't it, really? But this is the job he's got to do to open the batting here and just try and batting first, Ken. I mean, they can try and bat once. That's absolutely ideal scenario, isn't it? But at least try and get themselves a solid, healthy-looking lead on first innings. And if they have to run chase on the final innings of the match, that's flicked out towards mid-wicket by Compton for no run, there's a certain Zach Crawley that can try and help them do that. End of the over, 95 for 2, Leaning on 11 and Compton on 28.
Yeah, I suppose we've been talking about the potential tactical advantage for Lancashire to have a seamer in the first innings in Will Williams, who's about to bowl from the Nackington Road end, and then another spinner in Hartley who's going to come in for him, as we now know, tomorrow in the second innings. But like you say, for Kent, you've got the nuggety opener to try and set you off on the right foot, and then the England player who scores at a particularly good lick to potentially come in and help you try and chase a target towards the back end of the game. So maybe it has played out in a way that might benefit Kent with their batting swap after all. There's Williams 2 Leaning, 95 for 2. Is defended away, back to the bowler. I almost think this is Ben Compton to the extreme. You're saying it's kind of classic Compton. Even by his standards, this is pretty slow. And to only score 1 boundary, and I guess it's a combination of factors. Him being a little bit out of nick, and him also playing the situation, and the fact that there is so much at stake this week, with Division 1 status for Kent being on the line.
Probably just more Compton being Compton in terms of time, isn't it? Of not feeling pressured to score massively. Maybe he's scoring quicker, you see him more than me, than what he would, scoring slower than what he would normally. But I think that the aim here for Compton is he's batting at tea. Ideally, he's batting deep into the third session of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right to point out he did well and had a little bit of fortune as well too. This one's defended away by Leaning, taking a good step forward to nudge it into the covers. He did have some fortune to survive a number of deliveries that went past the outside edge, particularly from Bailey early on, but then we saw Blatherwick as well from this pavilion end to get a bit of joy. Williams was threatening to, going across Compton down the slope. Sun's just tucked itself away behind slightly thicker cloud. As Leaning does a Mayeye, trying to leave the ball. Instead, he's going to get 4 runs off the bat, having inadvertently made contact, which is something Tawanda didn't manage to do earlier on in the day. Didn't actually profit or score from any of his attempted leaves, but Leaning has done that there. So Leaning so far has hit 3 boundaries. One was a full toss, one was a drag down, and one was an attempted leave. Kent on to 99 for 2.
Yeah, we saw quite a bit of that this morning in the first hour or so. When he got going, he's good fun to watch, isn't he?
Yeah. It really is, Tawanda Mayeye. When he gets going, as this one's defended away by Leaning, he makes it look like he's batting on a different pitch to everyone else. For that little period where he was really flowing, all of a sudden the pitch looked flat. Like he was, you know, as David Fulton was pointing out earlier on, just tucking into anything fractionally short or slightly overpitched. Yeah, really classy player to under Mayeye. Got his maiden first class 100 this year. Having scored a lot of runs in the second team to really break into the Kent Red Bull side. Turned away into the onside here by Leaning for a single. Made his debut in the 100 as well, and the 100 comes up for Kent. And actually Andrew had tweeted in earlier on saying hopefully Tawanda really kicks on next season. I think he probably has kicked on this season, without it necessarily being a sort of real breakout year that he might have liked, if you will. So, I mean, well, just looking at his stats, and I might even change my mind here, but 500 runs in the championship for Mayeye at an average of 35, 150, 100. It's not a bad effort as a young player, playing 10 out of 16 games, or 10 out of 14 games. This one's pushed away by Compton into the covers, end of the over, 100 for 2. Kent, and then, yeah, playing his part in white ball cricket as well. So I think we'll think it's been a pretty good season for him, and a tiring one, because the amount of second team cricket he played and the amount of runs he had to score just to get a look in the Kent team. He hasn't had too much time off, apart from when he was on the subs bench for the Oval Invincibles. So I think he'll see it as a good season, but yeah, maybe a stepping stone for even bigger and better things. And certainly he's been earmarked as one with a lot of potential, and possibly the ECB might look to fast track him, because he's born in Zimbabwe, so not yet qualified to play for England.
It's Jack Morley, second over of the afternoon for him. Left arm round the wicket, bowls a little flat to Leaning, brings him forward in defence, and there's no run. It's a great start for him, isn't it? Back it up again next year in the 3 formats.
Absolutely.
Forward again goes Leaning, defending into the offside, no run. Opening the batting as well, is that something he's quite keen to do? Is that his preferred position?
I think potentially.
Morley balls, Leaning defends, no run.
It's an interesting one, because on the one hand you would say he's got quite an expansive game which would be more suited to batting a little bit lower down the order, but actually he likes pace on the ball and he's pretty good at playing fast bowling. So
Morley into Leaning, forward in defence, no run.
So that's why when given the opportunity to open, he's happy to do it. But regular, if Crawley's available, you would expect him to open with Compton.
Leg slip in place, Morley bowls, and Leaning off the front foot does find a little gap in the offside. It's to the left of short cover, and he can sneak through for a single. Moves on to 17. It's 101 for 2. Brings Ben Compton back on strike, and they've gone for the forward short leg and the slip for Compton. It's a deep square leg. Morley comes left arm over the wicket. Compton using his feet, coming down the pitch towards Morley. Drills it back to the left arm spinner. That's the end of the over. 101 for 2. He's leaning on 17 and Compton on 28.
So the Middlesex score, they score from Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire. Ryan Higgins has become just the second Middlesex batter to score a century in the county championship this year. 103 not out for him, 25 not out for Yadav, 279 for 6. 21 runs away, rather, Middlesex, from doubling their tally of batting bonus points for the season today. They had 2 before today. They can get 21 more runs. They might double it. And they could even better it if they get 350, which they plausibly could do with their current situation. There's still Roland Jones, Helm and Bamber to come, but this partnership probably the key one.
How many overs gone in that game?
74.
Okay.
So second new ball will be around the corner, which you'd assume Notts will take with their seam bowling options.
Speaking of a second new ball, or at least the possibility of changing one here, 2 umpires are having a look.
This one's only 33 overs old. I suspect that might be the start, the planting the seed, planting the idea in the umpire's head that, do you think we need to change this ball? It's not really swinging like it was earlier.
It's like your first play, isn't it? Your first play in the game. What do you reckon? No? Okay, it's fine at the minute, fair enough. We'll give it a couple more overs and we'll have a little check.
Yeah, absolutely. So, after leaning, in particular, got right forward to one of the deliveries from Williams in the previous over, Bell has now come up to the stumps. And that one is kept out by the Kent captain, defended away into the mid-wicket area. So yeah, George Bell with the black wicketkeeper gloves on. And his cap tucked into the back of his trousers. Helmet on is now right up behind the stumps. Seems to become a bit more of the new fashion statement for wicketkeepers. Black gloves. So you get black or white gloves. It's not quite so many with fluorescent colours as there used to be, as this one's turned away into the onside. Sam Billings say would be a crisp white glove kind of man, whereas George Bell is in the black glove brigade.
Ellie Threlkeld, the Lancashire Thunder wicketkeeper, she has black wicket-keeping gloves, and she's keeping for the Manchester Originals. It looks like she's Darth Vader.
101 for 2, Kent. As leaning faces up to a full delivery and clips it through mid-on for 4.
He's got still little room to work with, hasn't he? So with the keeper standing up, angled into him, but mid-on's quite wide, Luke Wells. Like short and wide. So there's quite a bit of gap to work it straight to Wells's left at mid-on. It's a lovely shot.
Yeah, just trying a little bit too hard, he felt like there, Williams. Over striving, over pitching. Meanwhile,
teasing. Teasing with news from elsewhere.
In the Surrey game. There's a Williams bowls, 2 leaning. He's on 21 now. Oh, and he's edged this short of second slip.
Again. A few bouncing short yesterday as well.
Yeah, it was leaning at second slip yesterday. Jennings, the man today, didn't quite carry to him. But yeah, I believe Will Jacks is batting right now for Surrey.
Okay.
Having, of course, been playing for England yesterday. Everyone else who was playing for England yesterday doesn't appear to be playing for their counties today, but Will Jacks is a rule unto himself.
He is, yes.
As Will Williams bowls. leaning drives and may well get 4 more. Well, I think Bailey is going to cut this off, so it will just be 3, in fact, that the Kent captain collects. So yes, we were told earlier on that Will Jacks was going to bat, and now he is batting. I did point out to one of our colleagues in the press, the written press box, as it is, which is separate from our commentary booth, during the lunch break, that Bristol to Southampton is a lot shorter distance than it is to Canterbury. But yes, Jacks does appear to be the only one who is straight into the action, fresh from international duty, as Compton lets this one go outside the off stump. 7 off the over, leaning on to 24. Compton still on 28, 108 for 2 Kent. 34 overs into their first innings after Lancashire's 327. All out yesterday, and I may well end up saying some of that once again in a couple of moments' time, because there'll be a BBC Radio Kent update very shortly.
Nothing wrong with recapping.
Mr. Fulton's clearly enjoying the nibbles post these awards.
He'll be mooching, won't he? He'll be hobnobbing and chatting.
But he'll be back with us in a bit. He did say he would be. His return to the box after lunch would be delayed. We were pre-warned. Morley bowls to leaning, and that one just looked like it was sliding down. Went straight on with the arm of the left arm spin bowler. Here he comes again. Oh, a Yorker length delivery, that one, which has been jammed out by Jack Leaning. Update on the way. Yes, indeed, Kent, 108 for 2. The captain, Jack Leaning, has moved his score on to 24 not out, with a few boundaries since the resumption of play. Ben Compton is still there, playing at a very gutsy, patient knock of 28 from 109 balls. It's because Kent are trying to amass the sort of total that can put themselves in a position to try and win or draw this game in order to try and stay in County Championship Division 1 next year. Middlesex, the other team who could go down, started the week 1 point behind Kent, but they have now picked up a batting bonus point, and Ryan Higgins has scored a century there, unbeaten at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire. So they are not far off another possible point, and to close the gap back on Kent after the Spitfires bowled Lancashire out for 327 yesterday and collected all 3 bowling bonus points. So at the moment it's very much nip and tuck between the two as another maiden over passes here. Kent looking to patiently build this score to try and get up to 250, which would be the first batting bonus point, and then up towards Lancashire's score as well. But I feel like this afternoon could be key, and we'll have regular updates and of course online commentary right now on the BBC Sport app and website.
Yeah, it could be. The afternoon could be quite pivotal here, depending how well Kent can bat. 250 the first target. Batting bonus point number 1, as Ben just mentioned there in his report. 60 overs of batting potentially for Kent to do today. See them try and push themselves in front of Lancashire's 27. Difficult to know just how good a score that is at the minute. Here comes Will Williams. 2 slips in a gully waiting. Compton on strike. Compton with a half shuffle forward and defends purposely up towards mid-off, where Luke Wells fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, and although there were many contributions yesterday, and 40 from Bell and 50 from Balderson and 100 of course from Josh Bohannon, it felt like Matty Hurst, 76 not out, was the difference between Lancashire getting a par score or a below par score and to pushing on to get over 300.
Yeah, it was impressive innings from Hurst. Impressive start for him.
Seems a confident young man, certainly, as this one's driven away by Compton up towards mid-off, off Williams.
I was chatting to Chris Rimmer, Lancashire's scorer, at lunch, and he was telling me that no Lancashire player has got to 50 in his first 2 innings for the club in first-class cricket, and both been unbeaten. His debut,
Nice little stat.
half-century last week, I think it was 56, I think. Unbeaten last week, and yeah, the first innings of this match, not out on 76.
Just as this one's played away by Compton, looked to take the positive option every time, and we saw a glimpse of that at Blackpool actually in the game between these two teams in the One Day Cup when he came in for the final few balls, was it? And he, or even, you know, it was a very late on in that innings, and played a couple of really quirky shots and timed the ball from ball 1, and you could just see, you know, rather than just let someone of Chahal's quality bowl at him, he was going to try and charge him and look to score off him as Compton keeps this one out. Williams around the wicket to the left-hander. Soft hands out into the gully area. See, for a man of his age, Matty Hurst, he's, what, 19?
Yeah, so I think he's 20 potentially next month, or maybe
Yeah,
November.
yeah, December. I just looked it up. So yeah, so he, yeah, hopefully he's got a long career ahead of him. Excellent start to his county championship campaign. Left alone by Compton again, as he did a few times in the first session of the day, leaving a delivery that's ended up being not too far away from the off stump. But as they say, only 2 types of leave. Compton has called them all right so far, crucially.
Yeah, his judgment's been pretty immaculate, hasn't it? Especially early on when the ball was moving around quite a bit.
Williams bowls. Compton shuffling across his stumps. Defends out into the covers once more. Maiden over from Will Williams. 108 for 2. I was just going to pose the question: Is Will Williams' full name William, or is he just a Will? But quick search says yes, he is indeed a William.
Absolutely, yeah.
William Williams.
Well, if you're going to do it, might as well go
Yeah, absolutely.
full throttle with it.
William Salter Austin Williams, born in Christchurch, New Zealand.
Here's Morley to Leaning. Defended by Jack Leaning. No run.
Yeah, I saw the Kent social media at one point refer to Jack as the Tower of Pisa, which I wasn't particularly on board with. I think that's a pretty loose kind of nickname. It's not very punchy.
Driven back down the ground to Morley, and there's no run.
I mean, I know his surname's Leaning, but he's not particularly tall or anything, is he? If he was, you know, a real beanpole in terms of his stature. It's also very upright, his crease.
As he is now, waiting for Morley. Fizzing a bit quicker from Morley. Just to work it away through the offside for a single. Up towards Stephen Croft, who's lurking on the point boundary. Jack Leaning moves to 25, 109 for 2 now.
That being said, not that many county cricketers' nicknames are particularly good. They're always pretty bog standard.
There can be a lack of creativity with some of them.
Most of them, I would suggest.
Probably fair enough. Yeah.
The creative ones are few and far between.
Morley left arm over to Compton. Solid on the front foot in defence. And again there is no run. A little calm period to the afternoon session. Tight stuff by Lancashire so far. Left arm spin of Morley from one end and the accuracy of Williams from the other. Compton off the back foot defending. No run.
Do you remember when T20 started and players had nicknames on the back of their shirts? That was a strange period. That didn't do it, the format, any favours when players thought it was just a bit of a laugh.
Morley to Compton, driven. And it beats the dive of Balderson at backward point. And 4 runs for Ben Compton to end the over. Moves on to 32. Is that just his second boundary?
It is indeed, in 118 balls.
113 for 2 at the end of the over. Nicely timed square drive by Compton, managing to free up his arms for the rare occasion. It's been excellent here for Kent so far, leading from the front.
Yeah, just slightly random tangent, but speaking of nicknames, I saw a caricature of the former Australian player Andrew Symonds. I think it was on my phone the other day. I think it was advertising maybe a cricket game or something, and it was saying play as Roy in this game, and somebody pointed out that it didn't look much like Jason Roy, but of course that was Andrew Symonds' nickname. So yeah, I wonder why. Wonder why he was Roy. I'm sure David Fulton might have more of a clue on that one, actually.
I've got a feeling that Paul Alex told me this story once, and I've forgotten it. I think it may have mentioned this last year to me.
We'll ask David Fulton when he comes back.
Problem with searching for these things is you're never quite sure what to believe, are you, when you read these things on the online.
There's a Williams Boz to Jack Leaning. Yeah, some are fairly self-explanatory. Like Joe Denley, I think he had a nickname of No Pants. I mean, that's we don't need the details on that one, do we? Just that was back in the day when, of course, he was the junior man in the dressing room. Nowadays, he's the old boy. He's the granddad of the dressing room. This one's turned away into the onside. I always did find it quite funny when Joe would refer to himself as one of the old guys in the dressing room, because, you know, at that point, Darren Stevens was also in the dressing room, who was almost, you know, was 10 years older than Joe. So I found it quite bemusing how he was including himself in the same category as Darren.
Maybe he was keen just to age himself a little. Had enough of being one of these youngsters.
37 years of age, Joe Denley. And the next man in on the card. This one's defended away by Jack Leaning. Back towards the bowler. Having struggled big time for red ball runs, Joe Denley, this season. But scored a brilliant 73 last week down at Taunton, when realistically Kent weren't going to lose the game on the final day because of the amount of time that had been lost due to rain. They'd have had to have lost 20 wickets on the final day, which would have been quite a collapse by anyone's standards. But Denley's 73 certainly calmed any fears after a poor start. This one's a full delivery which Leaning defends. Unfortunately, from a Kent point of view, ended up 15 runs shy of a batting bonus point, which was they were 50 shy when the last pair came together. So actually Arafat Bhuiyan and Michael Hogan did incredibly well to get it that close. But yeah, it was at the point that Denley departed and then a few quick wickets followed that Kent's chances of adding an extra point fell away last week. Defending this next one, they're still 100 runs or so away from getting one here. Do you like the batting bonus point system that got brought in for this year? It was bumped up from 200 to 250, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, I don't think I am a fan of it. No.
Neither, to be honest.
I think especially when you're playing so much cricket either end of the season, especially through April and May. I don't know. I'm not a massive
fan of that.
Yeah, and batting points have been, well down generally. I think the amount of times teams have picked up maximum batting bonus points has been pretty few and far between, actually, all season long, as this one's defended away by Leaning. So, yeah, I was listening to Mark Church when I was in the car the other day. The Surrey game was on Sports Extra, and he was saying about how few teams have actually collected maximum points for a win this season.
Yeah. No, I think the alteration of the points you get for a draw this season, I don't mind that. I quite like that.
No, I'd agree with that.
But it does seem a bit steep, doesn't it? 250 for your first.
Yeah. Yeah, make it 200.
Felt a little bit better balance, didn't it? So I think just with the nature of the fixtures and where they're being played. Morley to Compton, he's shuffling down the pitch, and that's worked up towards mid-on. And there's no run.
I think you're right, though, in terms of the draw. Because what did we have last week? Although Kent drew and Middlesex lost in the end to Warwickshire.
There's Morley left arm over Compton, whips the ball away. It's Matty Hurst under the helmet at forward short leg. Flashed away to his right hand side out towards deep square. Score moves on to 114 for 2.
Yeah, Kent were pretty poor, and obviously there was a lot of rain as well, so they never really got going in that game, but they only got 1 bowling bonus point, no batting bonus points. So actually only got 6 altogether with the 5 for the draw. So although Middlesex lost, they actually didn't really they didn't really lose out too much into because they got a few more bonus points. I think maybe they collect the 3. Maybe only got 3 for the bowling points, but
Morley to Jack Leaning. Flicks the ball away to the leg side, no run.
It wasn't such a big swing, if you will.
Yeah, yeah. Which I think is what it should be, shouldn't it? I don't mind that. Where the points are balanced for win and draws. Forward again, Leaning in defence, no run.
Yeah, it's obviously done to try and encourage more teams to try and win games. Albeit Lancashire have been the draw specialists this season.
They have, yeah. If anything, it's worked against Lancashire, certainly. We have more points, obviously, if it was last season's point structure. It's drilled to mid-on this time by Jack Leaning. Just called Compton through for a single. Bailey's at mid-on.
Yeah, Lancashire have lost the same amount of games as the potential winners of the championship at the moment. Just the one. Surrey and Lancashire have lost, but Surrey have won 8, drawn 4. Lancashire have won 3, drawn 9. And as a result, there's 60 points between them in the table.
Which feels right. You should be rewarded for winning, shouldn't you? And I appreciate you've got to factor in different things. Compton's forward in defence, no run, end of the over, 115 for 2. I'm chatting with David earlier on about Lancashire's season of draws, but you can't make a season up and a point structure up for just in case, just because it might rain.
Yeah, sure.
Of which that has certainly affected some of Lancashire's games this season, but they've also struggled to bowl sides out twice, and find ways to win on occasions. So yeah, it's right that Lancs and Surrey have both lost the same number of games, but Surrey should be way ahead of Lancashire because they've managed to find ways to win. I think that's perfectly fair.
David Thornton's back in the box, but we'll give it 10 minutes. And then we'll get him back on air. He can tell us a bit about his awards that he was presiding over. I saw the Southborough groundsman got the award for the best ground. It's a nice place to play cricket, Southborough. This one is clipped away up towards mid-on by Jack Leaning. If you hit the ball hard enough over the bowler's head, it goes over the road into the pub. And it's sort of proper village cricket in the sense that you drive past it, and it's sort of surrounded by roads, so it's you can drive all round the ground, and because it's plonk in the middle of the village, and it's a village in between Tunbridge and Tunbridge Wells. You get a lot of through traffic, and a lot of people could just be on a walk and sit down and watch. And so yeah, it's a good wicket as well. So yeah, it's a nice place to play, Southborough.
Have you had success there?
I got 49 there once. I've never got a 50 in my adult cricketing career. I played there on a Sunday. Said I'll open the batting, and then I nicked off on 49. As this one is driven away by Compton nicely through point. Being chased all the way down to the rope, but it is going to go for 4. A rare boundary for Ben Compton. And he moves on to 37, 124-2.
Middlesex have reached their second batting bonus point. Notts have just taken the new ball though.
Still only 6 down. Yadav on 49. Yeah, new ball could be key there, you feel? So Compton facing up to Williams. Comfortably plays that one away into the offside. Oh, and then there's a shy of the stumps as Leaning sent him back. George Bell's ended up in a heap on the floor. And is now trying to scrub the dust off his whites. Who was that with the slightly wild throw?
Stephen Croft.
But there we go. Actually, it was just the dot ball and nothing happened. Slight change in the field here. With Gully being moved to a short cover.
Yeah, Matty Hurst in that position. 2 slips behind and Keaton Jennings.
Williams around the wicket. Edged down towards second slip, but that was the shortest any edge has dropped. Short of second slip, if you will, today. So it never looked like it was going to be catchable. Yeah, funny how Lancashire have so many wicket keepers and yet none of them filled in the slips. Albeit that Villas has now hung up the gloves and the kit bag and whatever else, and Lavelle's not playing in this game. But this one left alone outside the off stump by Compton. Is that a no ball signalled by the umpire? Yes. For overstep from Williams, so a couple of runs.
He's here, Dame Villas. He's been running out the drinks a little bit this morning.
What a man.
Yeah, can't keep him away. He's out with the warm-ups this morning as well.
Do you think he's going to be part of the coaching setup going forward? I think
No,
there's a chance. He's going to go upstairs, if you will. $122 for 2. Williams to Compton. Defends away out towards Matty Hurst, who's been moved into that cover position. Who was getting in touch? I think it was Andrew who tweeted me actually after I was talking about Mieye. He was just clarifying it wasn't a criticism of Mieye, but has been a good season for him. Hoping he can do even better next year. Clearly got the talent. He made 46 earlier on before he was brilliantly caught by Jennings in the slip. But Drummond, another man who's had a brilliant year. We were talking earlier on about his runs scored in June and August particularly. He was out for 3 just before lunch. Compton defending this one up towards mid-on, so these two have negotiated things since the break. Moved against score from 40 overs now onto 122 for 2. Looks like Jaden Denley with hoodie and a bib on and a towel. He's got his cap round the right way as well. He's bringing out some fresh gloves for Ben Compton.
6 over spell for Will Williams straight after lunch, so he's bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens for 20 since the lunch break. Jack Morley 5 overs, 1 maiden for 11. Morley's going to continue as well. So just 2 bowlers in operation here since lunch, but I sense that there's a little bit of a stranglehold on the game. There's been the odd ball that from Morley that Compton or Leaning have been able to work away, but there's very little to work with, mainly for the 2 batters here. It's Morley to Leaning, forward in defence, no run.
You know, I was talking about nicknames. Mike Watkinson has emailed, and apparently nickname is not the original term.
It's Morley, that's quicker. Just dropped a little bit short. Leaning drives away through the offside for 1.
Said originally it was an eek name, eek in the sense of something extra, but the N transferred to the noun in the same way that ute became newt. That's, my mind has been blown. Funny things, words. He's closed his email with. English language is just a funny one, isn't it?
Morley over the wicket to Compton. It's run down to 3rd man with a bit of extra bounce there. And he's played it really nicely. Just to manoeuvre the ball down towards the 3rd man boundary. He moves on to 41. Kent to 127 for 2.
That was nicely guided. And yeah, it really did go quite quickly down to 3rd man.
Morley 1 for 25 is into to Compton. Flashed away through square leg this time again with a step or 2 towards the young left arm spinner. Worked out to Croft. 1 run.
See a 4-1 ball. He's charging the spin of the next ball.
Going on.
Calmed down a little bit, Ben.
He's got 2 now. He's 42. Not out. 129 balls faced. Jack Leaning 28 not out. Back on strike. 41st over of the Kent first innings. There's cries of catch it. The ball loops to the right of Hurst. He was at forward short leg with bat on it. It went up and over Hurst's right shoulder, landing safely for Jack Leaning. He moves on to 29. 129 for 2.
Yeah, I wasn't sure at first if there was definitely bat, but umpire gives runs, so it would have been out if it had gone to hand.
Probably landed maybe 10 yards or so behind Hurst in the end. Flicked out to the leg side by Compton. And Hurst is in the right position to stop it. And that is the end of the over. So 129 for 2. Leaning on 29, Compton on 42. So it's 196 runs. And deficit, 98 runs rather 198 runs. A deficit between the 2 teams. And that first innings, Lancashire 3-2-7 all out. And that innings was wrapped up with the final ball of the day yesterday, allowing Kent to start their first innings this morning, which was set up nicely by Dewanda Mayeye and Ben Compton, because they put on 64 for the first wicket. Compton still going. And our first post-lunch bowling change. It is Tom Bailey coming in for Will Williams, but not before.
So he's not happy with the shape of the ball either.
Before he asked the umpire about the condition of the ball. So this is move number 2 in this
game of chess.
Game of chess to try and get the ball changed. Yeah, they've looked at it once, which was about 6 overs ago.
Yeah, I think it was 33 possibly.
Okay, right. So they've waited a little while longer. Let's have a look. 2 umpires here having a conversation. Going to get the old metal bracelets out and see if it'll fit through the hole. Lancashire looking on. There's about 4 players all staring towards the umpire. Oh, they'll be thrilled. They'll be delighted because the ball will be changed.
Oh, The balls are actually this week just in regular. Well, that ball's been tossed away by the umpire, and the replacement options being brought out. Yeah, the balls are in just bog standard kind of white cardboard packaging. Sometimes they come out in a massive suitcase, and you think like cash prize or nuclear codes are being brought out to the middle.
Like a metal case, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bit underwhelming, that, isn't it? Two little cardboard boxes.
They've not even got the lids on them.
No. Oh, it's Dame Villas again. No, he's in charge of the balls now.
I'm sure he'll be making his recommendation to the umpires. Oh, this one.
He's spending his retirement fetching out spare balls for the umpires.
Middlesex motoring along at the minute. 3:30 for 6. Yeah, 3:30.
Going to be out bonus pointed here, do you?
No, as I was saying, they're in danger of eclipsing their batting bonus points tally for the season in this game.
If they get to 350, what's that? Is that level or above Kent?
I'm
losing track. That pushed them above the relegation zone?
No, I don't think it would.
Right.
Because Kent had got 3 bowling points. Kent were +1 before this week, and then they got 3 bowling points.
Okay.
So actually, they'd still be 1 behind.
Excellent.
But Kent are going to need to effectively match what Middlesex do with the bat, you would assume. Because Middlesex strength is their bowling, so I'd be surprised if they don't take 3 bowling bonus points and bowl out knots within 110 overs. So it does feel like a bit of a bat off at the moment. Kent are 129 for 2. And leaning, defending this delivery from Tom Bailey back up the pitch. Mike Watkinson, by the way, did also say that apparently Andrew Simon's nickname Roy was shortened from the name Leroy after a coach from early in his career believed he resembled local Brisbane basketball player Leroy Loggins. Who knew? Don't know if David knew that.
I didn't know that, Ben. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Here comes Bailey, defended away, no ball, front for overstep, so a couple more runs for Kent. I was saying about how cricketers' nicknames are often very unimaginative, and the ones that are slightly creative are few and far between, and that was one that came to mind, because of course when T20 first started, nicknames were on the back of shirts.
Yes, and generally you just put like Walks became Walksy.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
Matt Walker Walks.
Broady.
Yeah.
Just put a Y on the end or an S or something. Whereas that one is in the air, over point from leaning. That was a slightly peculiar stroke. Just chipped it away.
Full stroke, going to take a couple.
2, yeah.
Yeah, Paul Remains was a Gloucester player. You know his nickname?
Paul who, sorry?
Paul Remains.
Okay.
His nickname was Human. Which is
50
more
partnership comes up.
one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a bit better than just adding a Y or an S or whatever. Or dog on the end of comp. This one's driven slightly more convincingly by Jack Leaning. Into the covers. 133 for 2. Yeah, I said Joe Denley's no pants didn't seem to need much explaining.
Yeah, I thought he should go about changing that when I acted as his agent for a few years. Just thought that, you know, someone that's trying to get into the England team, it's a 50-50 call-up, things like that could go against you.
Clipped away into the onside for maybe 2 here. It was half stopped. Just 1, in fact. Yeah, I think it was maybe on his in the cricketers' who's who or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, I remember having a conversation with him that went along the lines of Stephen Moore, I think, was going well at the time for Lancashire. I think that's, you know, if it's a 50-50 toss-up between you and Stephen Moore, and people don't know you that well, all this information that people get
might go against you.
Might do.
Yeah.
It gives me trepidation when I listen to the travel before you do your update. Broken down car on an M25. Not good. This one's turned down to fine leg for a single.
Yeah, the only crumb of comfort is that we are a few hours away from being back on the roads.
Yeah.
So that update on the way. Leo Wolf on drive. Yeah, afternoon, Leo. Getting 135 for 2 is the score that they've amassed so far today. In fact, that's going to be a couple more because Leaning has just punched nicely off the back foot through the covers. Jack Leaning, the Kent captain, there on 34 now. Ben Compton is 43 not out. He's actually upped his scoring rate slightly. He's been there for 131 balls. Of course, he's the nominated player for Zach Crawley to replace, which we now know is going to be later on in the match. We didn't know whether the England man and England captain for the series win over Ireland was going to be shoehorned into the Kent team from this morning, but the news sort of filtered through about 10 minutes before the start that no, he wasn't here, no, he wouldn't be batting. And actually Compton has done a very good job in his absence. Mayeye earlier on making 46. Bell Drummond out just before lunch for just 3. But of course it's effectively a shootout this week between Kent and Middlesex for who is going to stay up in County Championship Division 1. Kent with 3 bowling bonus points yesterday, with Lancashire 327 all out. They're still a little bit short of 250, which would be a first batting bonus point. Middlesex have gone past that though. They're 330 for 6 with a century for Ryan Higgins and a 50 for Yadav, the Indian overseas player. So they're at the moment racking up batting bonus points. Kent could do with Nottinghamshire taking a few wickets while they here continue to get a few runs. Compton and Leaning at the crease. Commentary continues online. Kent 137 for 2. So Morley back in the attack.
Yeah, just looking at the scores elsewhere, Hampshire 219, so 140 for 6. I mean, it's not beyond the realms that you get bowled out for 180 and lose that game. Essex could then catch them with the right number of bonus points.
Will Jacks has been and gone. This one's tucked away into the onside for Compton. It's a stretch, isn't it, for Essex to catch them?
Well, it is at 61 for 3, chasing 369. But, you know, if they were to get 450, you know, let's take it to the wire, let's make it exciting. Surrey Suns just to run away with things. They have been the best side in the competition. Essex have pushed them hard, to be fair, and that defeat last week to Hampshire, pivotal.
Oh, that's an absolute beauty by Morley.
Has it bowled him?
I think it has. I think he's turned past the outside edge of Leaning's bat and just clipped the stumps. You were talking about that Essex defeat to Hampshire, and it was Liam Dawson who was the key man in that, and the left arm spinner strikes here for Lancashire. Jack Leaning, the Kent captain, who's looked pretty good for his 34, just beaten on his outside edge. Clips the stumps, and he's on his way, having faced 50 balls for 34 runs. Kent 138 for 3.
Yeah, it was a good one. No disgrace in getting bowled to that delivery. Anything that beats the outside edge and clips the top of off stump from a left arm spinner, you say well bowled. Jack had that covered. But, quality piece of bowling from young Jack Morley. Just wondering whether that will speed up the introduction of Tom Hartley wherever he is in the world. Do we know if he's on the ground yet?
I've been told that he's not going to play until tomorrow.
Okay.
So it appears that it won't be till tomorrow that Crawley and Hartley are involved in the game.
Well, I guess at least that there's some consistency in that, albeit it still seems advantage Lancashire to get as much as they can out of Williams, but Kent are getting a decent run out of Compton here as the nominated player. He's doing his bit for the team. So Joe Denley, Whitstable's finest, comes to the crease off the back of a very valuable 70 last week at Taunton. Nice to see him rediscovering some red ball touch. Kent need him here. 138 for 3 with Middlesex going well at Trent Bridge. Cometh the hour. Cometh Kent's most senior batter. He's got a good foil at the other end in Compton, who's dropped anchor. as he can do. But this will be a challenge, starting against spin. So likes to use his feet, Joe, against spin, albeit with the ball turning away, he might be more reluctant. He's not a massive sweeper of the ball. Look to hit him down the ground and then rock back, and anything slightly short might look to punch through the offside. Needs to start well.
Yeah, I wonder how long it'll be before Lancashire think about two spinners. Think about bringing Luke Wells into the game. This one defended away then by Joe Denley, his first ball from Jack Morley, who's managed to remove Jack Leaning after Kent had looked fairly comfortable out there really since lunch. 50 partnership. Oh, that was tossed up. Denley misses out, driving correctly but straight up towards Bailey. So in a T20 match, he'd have probably deposited that for
into the Cowdrey stand. It's one of those though that a full toss, if it just dips a bit and you have a swing across the line, it could be a horrible dismissal. So runs will come if you stay at the crease. Just straight batted it to mid-on. Interesting to see how Jennings is going to use his men here. It's going to be Bailey for a bit. It's going to be Morley from the pavilion end. Rotate the quicks perhaps. But I agree with you. I think Luke Wells would be worth a shout. He's been bowling nicely. And this wicket, which is a used pitch, Kent wanted it to spin with their array of spinners, particularly Chahal. It's, you know, as a Lancashire spinner, you're going to be in the game. It looks like Bailey is now going to bowl his brand of off breaks. He did say, Scott Reed, that this could happen. So Bailey is quite versatile. So he's going to continue bowling, but he's going to be bowling something very different. So
okay.
Takes a new ball and bowls kind of medium fast and swings it about. Let's see what he's got in his locker. As Compton drives, and Mike Watkinson, the aforementioned Mike Watkinson, used to do this. Of course, he played for England as like a utility player, a fine batter and medium pacer who latterly turned himself into a more than useful off-break bowler. As Compton nearly chops that on, and that's something you'll have to watch. A seamer who turns himself into a spinner has usually got quite a quick arm, and not always the same loop as a conventional spinner. So coming quite flat. It's an interesting development. But he's round the wicket. That's nicely bowled.
Ollie Robinson springs to mind.
Yes, he's another one.
But of course, he, up until the age of 17, something along those lines. I know certainly Kent under 15s, he was still bowling off spin.
There's of course Ollie Robinson, not the keeper. Ollie
yes,
Robinson,
the Sussex,
the Sussex and England bowler who was at Kent.
Yeah,
as a youngster.
Keeper Ollie Robinson's always been a keeper, I think.
Albeit, who knows what he's got up his sleeve with the ball. Bailey bowling his box of tricks. Compton's cutting and he's going to get runs here. He might get four of them. He timed that pretty well. It's running down the hill in hot pursuit, the fielder, but the gradient was against him and Compton takes four. So nice shot. It's closing in on 50. The electronic score, yeah, both scoreboards now have him on 48.
Nicely played by Ben Compton. Played it nice and late.
Yeah, well, Bailey might give you a little bit of pace as an off spinner. That's nicely bowled, and that didn't spin. Judging by the reaction of Jennings, it nearly clipped off stump. So Scott Reed called this. Bailey the spinner. He's back in the box. Thank you for the coffee.
It's always nice as a commentator when you say something and then
it happens.
It comes, yeah, it comes true.
Nostradamus Reed.
I tweeted something yesterday saying I wasn't too worried about Kent losing the toss because sometimes the best time to bowl at Canterbury is the first morning.
And 18 for 3.
At 18 for 3, I looked really clever, didn't I?
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
But yeah, it is always good when the cricketers back up a thought you have.
Yeah, here's Morley, it's your over.
He's continuing his left arm spin to Joe Denley then.
Yeah, it's the commentator's equivalent of a captain moving a fielder and the ball going straight in. Which
Absolutely, yeah.
only happens a few times, or certainly only happened a few times when I moved said fielders.
Oh, Denley lets this one go outside the off stump, and if it hadn't turned as well as it did down the slope, that would have clattered into pad and been a plumb LBW. But in the end, I guess Joe has judged it well, if you will. So I'm still trying to tweet the previous wicket, as this one's fired down the leg side by Morley, and Bell up to the stumps can't stop it, so that will be 4 byes.
Yeah, not the delivery that George Bell would have wanted from his left arm spinner. That was a horrible one. Kind of threw it right into the footmarks, foot outside leg stump, and just scuttled past Denley's pads, and no chance for Bell really. Just a bit greedy. The one that bowled leaning was from kind of middle stump, probably trying for something similar.
Morley bowls, Denley drives, but into the covers. Kent fans are already fearing the worst. David Kevin's saying if Middlesex get to 450 and Bowl knocks out, Kent could be in trouble at the moment.
Yes, well that, I mean obviously we'll see how many bonus points Kent get.
In terms of the run rate, I think he's pointing out. But
yeah, well that is one drawback of Compton over Crawley, I guess. One of the reasons why Kent fans wanted Zach Crawley in, particularly first innings of the game when there are these points to play for. But Paul Downton did say when I caught him at coffee on morning 1 that Kent are looking to play the long game here. They've picked their spinners. It's a good pitch.
Morley to Denley. Down the pitch he comes, clips beautifully. Past mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, said he likes to use his feet. It's 150 up for Kent. He skips down the pitch and keeps his head up. That was the key thing. So just for a second there, it looked like he might topple over as Morley's line was kind of leg stump, but he kept his head up and was able to use his hands to keep it on the floor. And by coming down the wicket, he changed the angle, which meant there was more of a gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. He pierced that gap, and he's off and running with a boundary.
Yeah, and fear not yet, Kevin, because although Middlesex have reached 350, they are 352 for 8 because Yadav out LBW to ball for 56, and then Roland Jones has followed swiftly afterwards for just 2. So Higgins 136 not out, but knots with the new ball appear to have opened a door at the other end. And looking at the tail.
It's Bailey to Compton, who just pats it back down the pitch. Yeah, I mean, look, I think 450 is probably a big ask for Middlesex to get another 100 runs, even with Higgins unbeaten. They squeaked to 400.
Yeah, might need Higgins to go some.
Yeah. So it's Compton drives, but I think the bigger picture there is whether those runs on the board against a Notts team who are yet to bat, potentially on the beach, you could be winning that. Middlesex could be winning that game.
Yeah, true.
And if Middlesex win, then Kent have got to win. It's as simple as that.
They have lost time in the game.
Lost a bit of time in the game, but at Trent Bridge the game can move pretty quickly. So we don't know hundreds of miles away quite what that pitch is doing. 350, 2 for 8 would suggest it's a decent batting surface, but if Middlesex get on a bit of a roll with the ball and Notts don't have a lot to play for, that would be concern for Kent, but they can't worry themselves. Matt Walker and his team will know that it's just about doing the job here. Yes, you've got one eye on what happens there, because actually the amount of bonus points that they get might mean it's good to know what bonus points you need to stay ahead of them, but ultimately your job is to win the game, and if you do that, it should take care of itself. Is Bailey. So he's bowling seam to Joe Denley. He's bowling spin to Ben Compton and seam to Joe Denley. Oh, to have those skills as someone who played 15 years and took 1 wicket. I mean, to be honest, I was probably the worst bowler on the professional circuit, but I got 1 wicket bowling left arm spin. I opened the bowling against South Africa in '94 because of his declaration, and when there was only 1 ball to bowl, I bowled that seam up. In the second team game, I bowled with my other arm. So eat your heart out, Tom Bailey.
Well, I can see your slow left arm wasn't that bad.
It was terrible. No, it was terrible. And Bailey showing some good skill here, bowling seam and spin. He's really roaring into Denley, and that went up the hill a fraction with a bit of a way shape.
I mean,
I quite like the fact of Compton. You know, he is a good child. Off spin, round. You know, the match-up as
it's
they like to talk about.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good match-up. You know, Compton's well set against seam. He's a good player of seam. He's faced 143 deliveries, and now the ball's a bit older. Why not give him something different to think about? Jack Morley's left-arm spinner, so he's actually the only bowler that's been turning it away from Ben Compton, albeit we haven't seen excessive spin from him. But with Denley, who's a new batter, he's faced just 10 balls, bowl seam. Love this move.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen this live in a professional game. First 3 balls of the over, off spin. Final 3 balls of the over, seam up. But
yeah, you have to tell. I suppose you have to tell the umpire. I mean, there's a few clues, I guess, and because you run up from wherever, you've obviously got to say you're coming over the wicket.
Yeah, I guess. I think the clue would obviously be in the run-up. But
clues in the run-up, but
yeah,
and the field placings and a few other things. But yeah, just wonder whether you take that a step further and you go, Joe, I'm now bowling seam up. The first 2 are going to be away swingers, and I'm going to nip one back and take your middle stump out.
Yeah,
could imagine. We've been playing against Vinnie Wells, formerly of this parish, went to Leicester, played for England. Really good competitor, Vinnie, and he was bowling myself and Ed Smith in a one-day game, and he kept saying to Ed, he said, I'm going to get you LBW, Ed. He said, I'm getting you LBW. I'm going to let you know that in the next 2 overs, I'm going to get you LBW. I'm going to set you up by bowling it outside off stump, and then I'm going to pin you in front. And he did. So he's giving him a bit of a, I told you.
that's,
but,
I mean,
to be able to call your dismissals.
Yeah, that's
like
pretty
that
good.
is
Speaking it into existence. So Morley to bowl, 151 for 3, Kent. 200 runs behind where Middlesex are at the moment. A bit of a shootout at the moment between those 2 with the bat.
So Morley got some footmarks to bowl into here. Ben Compton is right across, as he likes to do. He's kind of on off stump, or just outside by the looks of him.
But Olsen Compton lets this one go outside the off stump. We've got a lad who plays for our club team who bowls pretty sharp seam up, but off about 4 paces, because he's a rugby player. It's all shoulder. But we like to, you know, new batter comes in or he's just about to bowl, you know, talk about his off spin that he absolutely cannot bowl. It's very much seam up. This one's clipped away by Compton into the onside, and that is the 50. The epitome of patience from Ben Compton. 146 balls, 194 minutes at the crease, just 5 boundaries in his half century, and of course playing in the first half of this game, potentially not the second half, so this might be his only opportunity to try and help Kent stay up in County Championship Division 1 this week, with the possibility of being replaced by Zach Crawley for the second innings, but he's doing his job at the moment. This next one to Joe Denley. He's driven back to Jack Morley. 2 for 33 for him so far. He's in again to Denley. He's down the pitch, and then it was wide the off stump, and he had to really readjust Denley, and he's fiddled it down towards third man. It was actually very competently played in the end.
Yes.
For 3.
I mean, it was well bowled by Morley because he saw Denley coming. They will know that Joe Denley likes to use his feet, and whether he has a slight tell or whether Morley was just canny enough to catch him in out the corner of his eye, and he fired it wide. And it's a horrible feeling as a batter when you're coming down the wicket and you know that the bowler's seen you and he throws it wide. But Denley had the wherewithal to get his head to the ball and, most importantly, his hands and his bat guided away.
Morley tosses this one up. Compton tries the reverse. George Bell is excited. I don't think the umpire believes there was any bat from Ben Compton.
Yeah, interesting option. Ben Compton reverse. I know he's been looking at ways of expanding his repertoire and improving his strike rate, particularly against spin. And that shot is probably a shot he plays. I haven't seen much of him this year, but he
does, particularly in one-day cricket.
Yeah, I've heard he likes a reverse, but it's interesting you get to 50. And then the ball after you get to 50, that's the one you do it. It's almost psychologically says, you know, I've kind of done my job now. I can look to, you know, and he might be aware that he needs to pick the rate up a little bit with bonus points in the back of his mind. But you know, for me, he was going along fine. Nothing needs to change.
Morley's not necessarily the bowler to play it to either, because you're playing against the spin if you play the reverse.
It's not a bad thing because you know where he's going to pitch it. He's got to land it out there in the foot marks. So Bailey starting a new over, bowling his brand of seam up, which is his more traditional method, to Joe Denley. we'll see him bowl spin to Ben Compton. Yes, it's against the spin, but actually reverse sweeping back into the ball and it's turning into is not a bad thing. Particularly when you know he's going to land it a foot outside off stump into that rough. Playing with a straight back can be tricky. So I don't mind it as a method. It was just interesting that the first time he tried it was the ball after he got to 50. You don't want as a batter to think psychologically you've done your job, because he's still got a lot of work to do. That looks high. Shout of for LBW was truncated because of the height. It might have got a bit of inside edge as well, but Bailey's still asking questions. Blatherwick just warming up. Wicket. Higgins run out. Ball.
Direct hit from Jake Ball.
There you go.
It's definitely not run out ball, bowled ball, as it currently says on the BBC Sport website, but I'm sure they'll change that.
He might have been the bowler. But yeah, that's a strange way of describing it. Here is Bailey once more, and that one was knocking the lot out, but Denley equal to it.
The description is only Higgins knew why he tried to scramble a single from the third ball of the over. Ball gets a big boot down to stop the ball as it rolled towards mid-off. Picks up, spins, throws at the stumps. Higgins gives it up and the bells fly off. So out for 137, Middlesex 3-5-4 for 9.
Yeah, 3-5-4 for 9, which means
3 all bonus points. Why is this weak thus far?
Yes, and you'd anticipate, more often than not, you get your bowling points. Not always, as Kent found to their cost last week at Taunton, but you'd anticipate Middlesex will get their 3 points. So Kent need 350 with the bat, and if they do that, then they're really putting the onus on Middlesex to have to win that match, which could well happen. So Kent, whilst they will have one eye on proceedings at Trent Bridge, need to very much stay focused here, because 150 for 3, you're in a decent shape. 160 for 5, that 350 is looking a long way off.
Yeah.
Denley drives upishly. Good stop by Jack Blatherwick. Had extra cover. I think he might have landed on the ball there, hurt himself a bit.
Yeah, and of course Kent head coach and your old pal Matt Walker was saying to us last week after that game at Taunton that the mindset going into this game has to be for Kent that we need to go and win the game, and it may well be that they don't, but that's the approach they have to take.
Yeah, but you've got to play smart. Winning the game is one thing, but I think they've done the right thing. They've got a good pitch. That might have had to have been different if the weather had been forecast to be poor, but the good news is that we seem set fair. Certainly I haven't checked the last 2 days.
No, I think it's okay.
Because I'm in Portugal. But,
I think it's okay.
Said that once or twice. But yeah, if it's okay, then Kent playing on a good pitch, because winning, you wouldn't want to win the game and then still go down on bonus points. You want your batting points. Steady drives again. Hasn't quite timed any of these drives yet. Maybe just a bit of pace going out of this pitch. It is used. So what you don't want is a low-scoring win, and you're missing out on your points. So Kent playing the long game. Got the 3 bonus points when they bowled. And at the moment they're okay. They're going along at, what's the rate? Shade above 3.
Possibility of some rain on Friday here.
Yeah, so the good news is for Kent that if they were to keep this run rate going, they would be fairly comfortable for 350, you'd imagine, because you can pick it up a bit.
Yeah.
When those 110 overs are coming to a close, if you needed to up it a bit, you'd anticipate they could do that in this age of one-day cricket. So the 350 should be well within their compass. So the bonus points, not necessarily an issue. They are ahead of Middlesex in the sense the game is more advanced here, which also is advantageous.
Just a case of trying to build partnerships.
Yeah, so far so good, but a few wickets could scupper that.
Morley to Compton, defends away into the offside. I like how now the BBC Sport website specifically says Joe Denley is at the crease.
Yes, like that.
Now Jaden's played a few games.
Well, there was JL and JK, wasn't there? That's the Joe is Joseph Liam, I think.
It is indeed. This one's cut away by Compton. Nicely played. There's a third man, but he won't cut it off at deep point. So we'll go for 4. Compton to 54. And Kent's to 159 for 3. The fact that it's been pointed out that it's Joe Denley is actually something they weren't particularly good at doing earlier on in the season when Arshdeep Singh was here, and it was occasionally confused that Jazz Singh was playing, but it was Arshdeep. But there we go. So nice that is being identified. Pushed away by Ben Compton. I'm trying to think, did Jazz and Arshdeep ever play in the same game together?
They did.
I don't think they did.
Arshdeep, one of 6 overseas players to have.
Yeah, Kent have had a few this season.
Although I'm not sure you can count Ben Lister.
It's a big shout for LBW. He definitely was outside the line. It's gone past slip. Did he get bat on it as well? I think leg byes are about to be signalled. 2 of them.
One short.
One short.
Well, let's hope that doesn't come back to haunt us. The one short.
One short.
Imagine going down by
cricket.
1 run. Courtesy of Ben Compton, 1 short. Nightmares about that.
I mean, that's not even village. That's
well,
that's
I think we've probably all
schoolboy
done it at
stuff.
some time. You're looking over your shoulder and you just
oh no!
your arms are a bit shorter than you think.
Cut away by Compton. So I think the scoreboard's still trying to work out what Kent are on then off the back of that.
It's not what Law needs, is it? Kent score
No,
run.
absolutely not.
1 short. You've already plugged those 2 runs in, and then you've got to take 1 off.
Yeah, it says 1 leg by up on the scoreboard. So I think they might be on it. It would have been more confusing if it was a batter and they'd been ready to put 2 on the batter score. Oh, Denley drives here. The way he's shaped to play that was like he does in one-day cricket when he smacks it straight over the bowler's head. I thought for one moment he was going to try and tee off. But end of the over, there'll be an update for BBC Radio Kent very shortly, and after that I'll make way and Scott Reed will come in to join David Fulton. Oh, Nottinghamshire still batting.
Middlesex, you mean?
Sorry, Middlesex against Nottinghamshire. Seemingly yes. 363 for 9.
Well, they're going to try and get to 400. I mean, stranger things have happened. Last wicket partnership could get them there. Who's at the crease now?
Helm and Bamba.
Helm and Bamba. Not the worst, but...
It was like last week when it was Arafat Bhuyan and Michael Hogan, and I thought, again, they're never going to do this. And they got 35,
There you
15 short.
Bailey bowling his off breaks to Ben Compton, who's just started to get his feet going now to the spin. He's really getting back on his stumps when the ball's back over length. Back over length and punching through the offside. So Ben's update coming up.
Yeah, well, the picture is beginning to develop, not just because of what's going on here. Kent are 162 for 3, having lost Jack Leaning, the captain, in this session. A beauty from Morley, the left-arm spinner, turning past the outside edge of his bat and just clipping the off stump. He was out for 34. Joe Denley has come in to replace him. Ben Compton is still there, the opener, on 56 not out. Remember, he's the nominated player for Zach Crawley to potentially replace in the 11 for the second part of this game. So Compton has just this innings as a batter to make an impression and to try and help keep Kent in the division. At the moment, he is 100% doing his job and contributing in a big way for the team. So Kent need to get up to at least 250 to get a batting bonus point. Middlesex, their rivals, of course, in the relegation fight they see this season, this week. Middlesex 1 point behind Kent going into the game, and they are currently 365 for 9 against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. So they have collected 3 batting bonus points. Kent have collected 3 bowling bonus points. So we're back to where we were at the start of the week, albeit it now looks as if Kent themselves will need to score at least 350 if you assume that Middlesex will probably collect their bowling bonus points with the options that they have. So Kent will be eyeing up 250 for a point, then the Lancashire score, and then to try and go back level in terms of batting bonus points with Middlesex, you would assume. But they've got to try and bat as long as they can today to try and give themselves the best chance of winning this game, of course. It's all very much exciting and nervy if you're a spectator and a lover of county cricket this week. So Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website. Lots of info on the BBC Sport website and the live blog as well. Kent 163 for 3 here at Canterbury. So single for Compton out towards deep point. 1 ball remaining in this over from Bailey. So I'll just take you through it before Scott comes in. And when I depart, I'll put this email from George to David. He asks, what does Dave think Kent need to do next season, whatever division they are in, to improve their consistency? I'm assuming he means brackets in red ball cricket.
Well,
have a think. Have a think.
Yeah,
when I depart,
ideas, mate. Yeah.
when I depart, I'll leave you to spitball. As
Right.
Bailey to Denley, who's on 8. Ball's the final ball of this over. Denley clips it nicely through mid-wicket. That's a beautiful tuck off his hip. Away to the boundary.
Strong on his pads, Joe Denley. That's a beautiful shot. Just back of a length, and whereas he wasn't quite timing those front foot shots, just able to get up on his toes, bring the back down straight, and then use the wrists to work it square on the leg side.
Moves to 12. Kent 168 for 3. David Fulton and Scott Reed.
So Ben's making way, having bamboozled BBC Radio Kent listeners with the permutations to the County Championship relegation dogfight. There's people stuck on the M2 going, I'm none the wiser. That Watts has blown my mind. But that's county cricket for you folks.
He did very well, didn't he?
No, I thought he did very well.
Yes.
He did very well.
It's a lot of information,
It's not easy. It's not easy,
No.
kind of in 30 seconds or so, summing up the perilous position that Kent and Middlesex find themselves in. What with the bonus point conundrums. So Jack Morley to continue. He's bowled nicely. He's got a couple of wickets to his name, and he's got footmarks outside Ben Compton's off stump to play with. Just Compton has, as he so often does, shut the door on everything that's been thrown at him. Just has these powers of concentration. Driving at that one, and I don't know if he nicked it. Looking at the reaction of the Lancashire players, I'm not sure he did. Is that Jennings at slip?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Scott's looking at the replay. There's not the usual hands on the head, but he might have just missed everything and it turned a bit out the footmarks, if you can see, but maybe it didn't carry even. It was a full shot, well bowled Morley, and this time he's being whipped into the leg side. There's a single. Middlesex all out, 366, so just pointing that out. So it's good news from a Kent perspective. You want Middlesex getting to 400. Remember, Kent have to equal Middlesex's points from this match, equal or better, to ensure Division 1 survival. So you think the first target for Kent here, having got their 3 bowling bonus points, would be, okay, let's get 350. Match Middlesex means they will then have to win the game. So Morley bowls neatly to Denley, content to play it back up the pitches. But a couple that have turned relatively sharply, but you wouldn't say it's not a Bunsen burner, is it?
Doesn't look that way so far yesterday and today.
Bit of time left in the match, of course. Denley down, that's
Oh.
a lovely looking shot. So Denley, you can feel, just rediscovering some touch last week at Taunton and playing with a degree of freedom here, just dancing down. And that's how he likes to play spin. You won't see many sweeps or reverse sweeps from Joe. It'll be down the ground, over the top when necessary, but I always think that shot is even better than the one that's lofted, because you've got close enough to it and you're in more control. It's risk-free. He has nailed that through mid-on for 4. Pretty quickly onto 16 here. Goes again. This one he's clipping, and he's going to take the single. He's going to have to hurry. Bailey with the throw, takes a stump out, and they're going to get an overthrow here, which I always feel is a little harsh on the fielding side, because Bailey, smart bit of work, and hit the stumps, but the ricochet has afforded Kent another run. So good batting from Denley, and presenting young Jack Morley with a few things to think about. This is young spinner still really learning his trade Scott, and he's got
Yeah.
a couple of different methods up against him. You've got Compton, who's looking to stay on the back foot and let the ball come, occasional reverse sweep and a clip, and Denley, who's looking to run at him and as a right-hander. So different challenges for the spinner.
Yeah, he's not bowled an enormous amount of balls for Lancashire. He's played a bit of white ball cricket this summer again in the One Day Cup and a little bit last year. Sprinkling of championship matches over the course of the last couple of summers, but not too much. As Bailey continues his off spin to Compton. Forward defensive, and there is no run. But they rate him. They think a lot of Morley.
It looks to me like he bowls it quite quickly, flat. Doesn't give the batsman a lot in terms of air to work with. Contrast him to say Gary Keady or someone who I would have played a lot against.
Work by Compton down towards fine leg. He'll come back for 2. Moves on to 60, 177 for 3. It's quite interesting you say that, because I think of the 2 left-arm spinners, and if we do see Hartley later on in the game, you would think, I would suggest that Morley probably would give it more flight than Hartley. So maybe you're watching him today, quite seeing Morley as we have done in previous games for Lancashire. He's not been shy of getting it up. He's been quite keen to do that.
And it might be that this is a pitch because it looks so slow. We saw this with Chahal when he threw it up. It didn't really do much.
This is forward by Compton in defence, no run.
So it might be that he's pushing it through because that's the pace to bowl on this particular pitch, and he did get leaning with one that was kind of quick and flat and turned and hit off stump. But Keady was a master of just getting that ball up above the eye line, dropping it down. Didn't always have to spin it. Did spin it.
Oh, yeah. Bailey in rather to Compton. That's punched away to mid-on. And there is no run. Remains on 60. 177 for 3.
Okay, we got an announcement from Kent. A press release, having originally been named as a nominated player to return for Kent in their county championship match. Zach Crawley is unwell and will no longer play in this fixture. Kent will therefore stick with the same playing 11 that was selected for this match. So there is to be no Zach Crawley, which is a real shame from a Kent perspective, albeit Ben Compton played nicely. And get a message out to Ben. Pace yourself, old son. You might be needed second dig.
Turns this one away off his hip, pulling the ball slightly bent knees and just pulling it about hip height, away to backwards square leg for a single. Moves on to 61.
He's putting all his energy into this first.
Yeah.
He's thinking he's got to rest for 2 days. Planning a couple of nights out with his mates. It's like, no, you're going to have to go again. It's like,
178 for 3.
I'm sure Ben will be delighted. He probably wants to play a full part, add to his run tally. Batters like batting and scoring runs, particularly when they're well set. I hope Zach's okay. This captaining England lark should come with a health warning.
Dodgy coffee in the service station or something.
This is it. That's what happens when you come down with Tom Hartley.
Tom said, "Hey, you go, mate, drink that."
So here's Jack Morley to continue, and Compton uses his feet and clips through that vacant square leg area. Just wonder whether Lancashire can block that area, because that's where he's scoring. He's getting offside of the ball, batting well outside off stump, and clipping with the spin. Square of, who's that at mid-wicket?
We've got
Balls.
mid
20 on his back, I think. It's
Oh,
not Balls.
Bohannon, sorry, Bohannon.
Bohannon is at mid-wicket, yeah. So this is flatter, and Denley knocks it into the offside. Yeah, so Bohannon is at that mid-wicket to the left-hander, and Compton keeps getting it square of him for a single, getting off strike. And I think that Morley would like to bowl as much as possible at Compton, because he's got the rough outside his off stump. So mid-on's gone back to Denley, who's clipping this one. And he's going to get a couple here because it's gone in front of square. As the throw comes in, Bell gathers behind the stumps. So just as a captain, you kind of fielders everywhere, but you just try and block a gap. If a player is hitting it consistently in a gap, you think, okay, well, let's just move the fielder, make him hit it somewhere else, make him take more of a risk. He's sorted that method out fine. Denley down. He's gone over mid-off, and he just gets enough of it. Little 2-iron trajectory. just cleared Luke Wells, I think it is, at mid-off. He's a tall man. He would have had to have been Curtly Ambrose and a foot, I think, to have got that one. But, Jack Morley has hands on hips. He might not mind that too much. It wasn't a million mile. He was well struck by Denley.
Yeah.
But it was a trajectory that just for a second would have had mid-off interested.
Kind of calculated the risk, wasn't it, by Denley?
Yeah, he looks like he wants to try and take it to the young left-arm spinner.
Good. It is a good experience this for Morley. Good challenge this for Morley. So he's not played massive amounts of red ball cricket. It's going to be for a long day of bowling. Busy game as well.
Yeah, just using his wrists this time, Denley. Got to be a little bit careful. That's the kind of one, if it does turn, could pop back to the bowler. But yeah, Morley just completed his 15th over, 2 for 56. Bowled nicely. And someone like Joe Denley, vastly experienced. Played in an Ashes series and played all over the world in short form cricket as well. He's not just going to sit there and block it back. He's going to come after you, particularly down the ground, which is a strength. So, but that does offer Jack Morley an opportunity if he can really get one to spin and dip a bit. Goes past the outside edge. Get him stumped. I speak as someone who was stumped regularly to the aforementioned Gary Keady. Just had that ability to lure you down the pitch. You thought, well, I'm going to take to Keats today. He's going back over his head, but he just had that way of getting that ball just to drop on you and spin. And every now and again, you'd have a day where you got to him a bit, and you'd get him over the top. You push the fielders back, and then you could milk him. Other times, he'd deceive you with one, and you're on your way. That's the cat and mouse battle of playing spin. You see a bit of Jack Blatherwick now, so the Bailey experiment has, I say experiment, that versatility of off spin and seam, that's going to stop for a bit.
Yeah, but a pace by Blatherwick. Not bowled since that first spell this morning when he quite get it right. I mean, he bowled a couple of outstanding deliveries in the middle of what was a little bit erratic at times.
Yeah, he's gone at 8s and 4 overs, none for 32, but it's a change of ends for him. Some bowlers prefer running down the hill, Nackington Road end, ball pitch sloping back into the right-hander.
Here he comes to Denley, 2 slips in place. And Denley punches up towards mid-on, and there is no run. 1-8, 6 for 3. They've pushed on quite well, these two. Just in the last maybe 20 minutes, half an hour or so.
Yeah, I think
ticked along quite nicely.
Yeah, I think Joe can sometimes do that for a partner. I think certain players do. You can kind of get the guy at the other end going a little bit as well. It might have been a message, or it might just be the way you go about your business, bringing a bit of urgency.
Blatherwick to Denley, forward and defends. The ball rolls up to mid-on again. There's no run.
I mean, when Joe went out there, Middlesex were going really nicely and might have been threatening that 400. So he might have said to Ben, look, you know, we've got to be thinking about going at a rate that at least allows us to get to 400 should we need to. That might have been a conversation they had. Conversely, they might have ignored that completely. It's difficult to know sometimes, but you know, when your fate is hanging in the balance by a single point, you'd think that attention to detail, you'd be aware of it.
Blatherwick over the wicket to Denley upon his toes and nudges the ball away to Bohannon. Correction, it's Hurst at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And the point being that with bonus points stopping at 110 overs, if you're going to get 400, then you need to be going at, 3.5s really. 3.5 will get you close enough to have a little push on when needed. But now they only need 350 to equal Middlesex's batting points total.
Denley on 25. Blatherwick in and balls short.
Sharp.
And sharp. And ducked underneath it by Denley. Taken by George Bell.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen him on the speed gun, Blatherwick. What kind of pace can he get up to?
I haven't, but the coaching staff tell me that he's Lancashire's quickest bowler. In this.
Has he got a kind of 90 mile an hour?
I think potentially he could do. Yeah, Paul Allett was saying that the other week with me on commentary that he could perhaps push it up to that certainly high 80s.
Yeah.
Comes again to Denley. Just deflected away off the thigh pad down towards fine leg. Leg signalled by the umpire, so remains on 25. The score moves on to 187 for 3.
Yeah, thinking of Lancashire teams of yesteryear, like a Sajj Mahmood could get it in excess of 90 mile an hour. It was always fun to face. I enjoyed facing Sajj, got me a couple of times, but Glenn Chappell at one end, who would be, I always felt quick enough. Always feels like bowlers are quicker when the ball's doing something off the pitch or through the air, which Chappie always did. And it was always more of a handful than most on the circuit. And Sajj through the air would be quicker, and off the pitch would be quicker. But if it was coming in a straight line and you get a ball to clip and a ball to cut, then as an opening batter, you don't mind that being 90 mile an hour plus, because you're scoring and you feel that if you line it up properly, you've got a game that can deal with that. Chappie wobbling it around at 83 was a handful.
Blatherwick in balls to Compton, who's forward in defence. Blatherwick diving around of his own bowling there to stop the ball, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. It's a good one back, that, for Blatherwick. He starts off with the maiden. Having had an expensive first 4 overs. He comes back nicely. First over of his latest spell back into the attack.
It was a decent over. But no, to finish off on Glenn Chappell, if ever there was a man who should have had an international career that didn't really, it was he. He was high class and wouldn't have let anyone down at that level. I have no doubt about that. When you see what Jimmy Anderson and co have done in recent times, bowling at that kind of 84, 85, highly skilled. He could have played for 10 years in my book, but there we go. Doing a good job as coach. Does he still bowl in the nets? Do you see him? Does he turn an arm over, or has he stopped all that?
I think he does. Yeah, I think occasionally. Yeah, saw a little bit the other year. I think it was at Egbert running in and wobbling it about again.
Please, I haven't seen it here this week. Give me palpitations. Flashbacks.
I don't think he's ever officially retired.
No, here's Morley, and cutting is Denley. Put that flatter and a misfield, the half stop. Yeah.
He needs 15 more, doesn't he, for 1,000?
Yeah. Yeah, I said to my wife the other day, I had a quiet moment. I might retire from international cricket. I think Andy Cole did that, didn't he, at football? I don't think he played for England for 4 years. And he just suddenly announced he was retiring from international football.
I have now retired.
Yeah, I've now really after.
I've not played for 4 years.
Forgotten all about you, but no, Glenn Chappell, what a bowler he was.
He always seemed better when he was injured. It'd almost be even more dangerous and threatening when he was running off one leg.
Here's Morley, Compton down the wicket, driving handsomely. That's one of the better shots that Ben Compton has played, just finding his best touch. Takes him to 66 from 167. Great use of the feet, nice swing of the bat. And he found the middle. It's a good sign for Kent. Compton can start striking through mid-off.
I'd have a little look at Wells.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout.
It's been a good effort this by Morley. He's bowled a lot. Might just be worth a bit of a breather. Maybe have a little look at Luke Wells and his leg spin.
This one turns back in quite sharply. That's Morley's answer to Scott Reed, trying to take him off. I said, just a second, Scott. A batsman's allowed to play a good shot. I'll come back with a sharply turning delivery. Just say I'm still in the. Oh, that's a short one, and it was pulled round the corner. I don't know if there was any bat in it. Might have been a bottom edge onto thigh pad. We'll see what the umpire signals. It was a bit of ugly cricket all round. But yeah, a couple of runs. Sometimes they're the deliveries that can do you as a batsman. It was a bit of a drag down, and you can either pick out the man on the fence or. So they just changed this field a little bit. The guy at mid wicket is a bit squarer, trying to stop that clip from Compton, which might have prompted that off drive as a way of scoring runs. Morley in again. Compton uses his feet, shuts the face on it, and it's another dot. Wells is loosening up. It's the power of Scott Reed. He calls things, things start happening on the pitch. Pulling is Compton. Going to get 4 here as well. So yeah, I think that is time for Jack Morley to rest those fingers and that shoulder. A couple of drag downs. I wasn't too worried about the ball that got driven back past him. That wasn't a bad delivery, but he did pull a couple down. That's a sign that the young man's getting a little jaded. And Luke Wells circling the arms. Maybe that was him prompting the skipper.
Yeah, it could be.
But it might have been that Jennings told him to loosen up.
A few times this season, actually, when we've thought about maybe it's time for a little bit of Luke Wells, and Keating's been a little bit reluctant to go to him, and then he tends to come on and get a wicket. Yeah. He took Pfeiffer in the match at Northamptonshire a few weeks ago, and they were sharing the car back to Manchester together, and Keating said, I'm going to have to listen to 2.5 hours as to why I didn't pick him, why I didn't bowl him earlier in the match. Here comes Blatherwick to Denley. Flashed away off the pads out towards Croft at deep square leg for a single.
Well, at least he is a serious bowling option. I had to listen to Rob Key talk me through his 3 first-class wickets. I'd always prided myself on the fact that I had 1 wicket and he had none when I retired. And I remember someone telling me they were watching the game on CFAX. Remember CFAX back in the day?
I do, yeah.
Listeners of a certain age, there'll be youngsters listening going, I don't know what he's talking about. It was like pre-internet, wasn't it? He was watching it on CFAX, and it said at Northants it was Keysy in a dead situation late on day 4 gave himself the new ball, took a twofer.
Blatherwick in bowls. Compton just turn around a little bit. Ball that rolls to Hurst's left, and that brings up the 200 for Kent. They're closing in, 50 away from the first batting bonus point.
Yeah, they're clapping like it's a point. It's not a point yet. The new rules this year mean you've got to get to 250 to get that point, but it's still a milestone. But yeah, I was a terrible bowler, but Keysy wasn't far behind. So when he went past me, you can imagine it was unbearable. I'd long retired, but he still let me know.
200 for 3, Denley 27 not out. Compton's moved on to 73 with that single to bring up the 200 for Kent. Blatherwick in bowls. Oh, he's gone for a drive, bottom edge, past the off stump. Bouncing down towards the keeper. Scooped up by Bell, who discards his glove, throws at the stumps. Blatherwick turns on his heels and goes stomping back to his mark.
So Nottinghamshire 13 without loss. Coming towards the end of the 3rd over in response to Middlesex's 366. This is the part of the game that I'm really fascinated by up at Trent Bridge. Because if Middlesex were to knock 3 or 4 over quickly, you'd think they're getting in front of the game. But if Nottinghamshire can play well, that'll ease Kent's fears a touch.
Blatherwick bowls. Denley eases it down to fine leg. And jogs through for 1. A throw comes in from Jack Morley. Denley moves on to 28. Kent 201 for 3. Yeah, having got through that first innings in that match now, and then Notts are into their batting.
Yeah.
Both this game and this one's obviously more advanced to get that, but still sensing that today could be a little bit of a day where things start to move a little bit. Come the close of play tonight, we might have a little better idea as to if one of these two teams needs to try and find a win.
Yeah.
Blatherwick into Compton. Nudged out towards mid-wicket. Jogs through for a single. Takes him to 74. It's 202 for 3.
Yeah, you're right. We'll know the bonus point situation more than likely by the close. Or at least we'll get a pretty strong indication of where the balance of power lies in the bonus point race. And if Middlesex haven't overhauled Kent, then they will obviously need to win the game. I mean, I guess the advantage that they've got is that they will be batting 3rd, so they can declare and try and force the issue. They may have nothing to lose, so that might prompt an earlier declaration, whereas if Kent have to rely on a Lancashire declaration, we'll be waiting for a long time. Sorry, Scott, let's not go there again.
Blatherwick bowls a short ball.
But you
Denley
take my point. Lancashire have got nothing to gain.
wait until next season. I think.
Yeah, I jest because I've poked a little bit of fun at Lancashire's amount of draws, and that doesn't mean they haven't played positive cricket, but I felt there was an opportunity to declare last night, which they didn't do. And in the second innings, you'd imagine if they want to back themselves into a strong position. And as I speak, Scott just alerts me to the fact that Hasib Hamid, formerly of Lancashire, of course, has gone. Ethan Bamber has had him caught behind, so we all know what Hamid is capable of in terms of a Compton-esque vigil. So that's a big scalp. He's gone for 4. And Luke Wells enters the attack, as we thought might happen. Bald head these days. Luke Wells, I remember throwing balls to him in his back garden when he was about 3 or 4. Maybe a bit older than that, when Alan played here at Kent and we were down in Sussex. Shock of red hair, smashing me all over the place. A little left-hander.
He's a big left-hander now.
He's a big left-hander. He was a little left-hander then. I thought one day I'll be at Canterbury bowling filthy leg spin. That hair, make the most of it. Well,
filthy leg spin. I'll get 3 here.
Here he is. He bounds in and he can spin it, and he bowls it quite quickly as well, which might not be a bad thing on this pitch. And you compare kind of Yuzvendra Chahal and all the box of tricks that he has and the flight, but what Wells will do is he's a much taller man, and the trajectory will be very different, the speed will be different, and if he gets it to bite and turn, it could all happen much more quickly, which could be in his interests. So I don't know if has he got a wrong one? Has he got some tricks or?
Not massively. I think it's a developing skill for him.
Yeah.
He's worked hard in the winter.
Credit to him, because in this day and age, having a second string, your fielding kind of goes without saying, but having a second string by turning yourself into a bowler, as Denley gets a bit of a drag down and tries to give himself a bit of room. Mistimes it.
He has worked really hard in the winter, and he does take it very seriously. And he's certainly in T20 cricket, he's very much kind of frontline bowler for Lancashire. He will bowl his 4 overs.
Well, he's thrown this one up at just a hint of turn. Denley has nothing to do with it. Well, I think 2020 cricket is a really good opportunity for the part-time bowlers to get on and have an impact, because the field's spread. He'll bowl with all but 4 inside the ring. Sorry, outside the ring. So he'll have the field scattered. So if you do drag one down, they can be the most effective deliveries. If you spin it a bit, Denley's on the back foot punching. You can get away sometimes with some poor deliveries, so long as you're offering some sort of threat, some sort of variety. You think of the slower ball bouncers that are in vogue. That used to be called a long hop. These days, you bowl them on purpose because they can be tough to hit. And the same could be said of Luke Wells if he was to drag one down. But he started quite well here.
That's his best ball, that wasn't it?
Yeah, it was on the back foot. You want to try and bring him forwards if you can, and just a hint of spin.
Yeah, it's not massive, is it? It's not a massive sharp turn,
but it doesn't have to be. This is a better length. Denley is clipping, and they're going to get a single, well judged single, but a better length from Wells. So a couple of runs off the over. Scott's going to go and do an update. And we've got about 7 overs remaining till tea. I'm happy to make way. Ben, I'm very aware that I missed a bit of a stint as I was at the Kent Volunteers Awards, so I'm happy to stay on if you want me to. Give the listeners a rest.
What have we got until
7 overs?
tea? Yeah.
Spin at one end?
It might not take too long.
No. Incidentally, a word for those volunteers. Grassroots cricket up and down the land. Obviously, we were celebrating the volunteers of Kent, but the umpires, the scorers, the people behind the scenes that run the bars, that roll the pitches, just thanks to all of them that contribute, and those who weren't there, who may be listening, who do their bit for club cricket and grassroots cricket. Without you, we would not have a game. So, big thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Here comes Blatherwick from the Nackington Road end. Quick ball outside the off stump to Denley, which he cuts away down towards third man. Yeah, our club, our scorer's not actually well at the moment. He missed the last couple of games, so I'll send him my best wishes as well. I hope he's on the road to recovery soon. And like you say, it's people that put in the time off the pitch and help prepare the wickets and come along every week to score and umpire. You know, it's what makes club cricket what it is, really. Sort of collective effort.
Huge collective effort. It's getting harder and harder, I think, as well. The call on people's time and the many different sporting options that are there for people these days.
Short ball cut away by Compton out towards deep point. That's the subfielder out in the deep, is it? Or it's Morley indeed, rather. And they come back for two. So Compton moves along to 77 now. Denley on 30, 207 for 3. Middlesex have already picked up one Nottinghamshire wicket. Hamid caught behind off Bamber, 13 for 1 a moment ago. It's become 20 for 1. Oh, it was a good delivery from Blatherwick. A little bit of a leading edge from Compton into the offside. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. Yeah, Kent 207 for 3 here at Canterbury. 30 for Joe Denley after Jack Leading was out for 34. The one man to go in this session so far. Ben Compton has batted all day. 176 balls, 77 runs he has scored. He will now play the rest of this game as well. Zach Crawley was due to replace him for the second innings. Be coming back from England duty as this one is smashed away through the covers. A full delivery, brilliant drive by Compton to move to 81. But Crawley will no longer replace him in the game. He's feeling unwell. The club have announced that change won't happen. So Compton, who is of course unbeaten out there at the crease, no longer has to fear. He will potentially get a second chance to bat in this game as well. So he's certainly making the most of being out there. Middlesex, meanwhile, Kent's rivals to stay in Division 1 this week, 366 all out. So they've picked up 3 batting bonus points and have got Nottinghamshire 20 for 1 there as well at the moment. So at the moment, it's pretty much honours even between the two teams. Kent started the week 1 point ahead. They'll be eyeing up batting bonus points of their own very soon as we approach the tea break here on day 2 at Canterbury. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website. Compton 81, Kent 211 for 3. So yeah, brilliant shot by Compton through the covers there to move to 81. I wonder if it's been communicated to him.
You've got the whole game.
That you've got a whole game here now. He'd have
maybe, maybe not. I mean, if he's in his bubble, as he looks like that kind of player, just very focused on the here and now, you probably don't need to tell him.
But he'll have gone out to the crease thinking that this might be his only chance to help keep Kent up. He's defending this one back up the pitch.
Well, and if that is his mindset, it seems to be working. I wouldn't necessarily do anything as coach or... I mean, look, he'll probably find out when he comes in at tea. But I would suggest that he just keeps batting and no one needs to tell him anything different. Just keep playing. I think what is interesting is how much more fluent he's been in the last half hour, 40 minutes. And that's a lesson to all young players out there. You know, he was really struggling early on. He got a couple of short wide ones that looked like, you know, most batters would have put them away, and he kind of tickled them for runs and looked out of touch. But what you know with Ben Compton, he's going to fight, he's going to stick around, and the longer you're out in the middle, batting gets easier, more often than not anyway, and that's certainly been the case. And it can take an innings like this to rediscover some form and some fluency. You know, you can't score runs in the pavilion. He's stuck out there. He rode his luck early on against Bailey and Williams, and now he's benefiting, reaping the rewards as Denley turns this away. Going to get at least 2, I would think, as it fielder from long leg runs round, gathers, and the throw comes in. So Denley 2 to him. He's moved quite quickly onto 32 off 48. And Kent nicely placed here. 213 for 3. Plenty of batting to come.
Yeah, Harry Finch next in, the keeper, Joey Everson. And then into the bowlers, Aaron Nijero about 8.
Yeah, there's a bit of a tail.
Matt Quinn, Nathan Gilchrist, Chahal.
Yeah, there's a bit of a tail in fairness. So Finch and Everson. Nijero's no mug. So it's a good tumbling stop by Stephen Croft, who was one of the best on the circuit in his pomp. He's still pretty decent. 57 years of age, or however old he is.
Yeah, Joe Denley's obviously very aesthetically pleasing to watch, but Matt Quinn is just as fun to watch with the bat sometimes.
Yeah.
Just never quite know what he's going to produce.
Was it Edgbaston when he walked out and smoked a 6 and then walked off?
Yeah, it was indeed.
Apologies to Stephen Croft, by the way. It was said, tongue firmly wedged in cheek. Here's Wells again, bowling to Compton. He's whipping this into the leg side. Good bit of work. Short leg. Could be Hurst in there.
Just thinking about Joe Denley, obviously last week, getting those runs at Somerset, and then obviously here today. I think this might be the lowest I've ever seen him bat in the order for Kent. Down at 5.
Denley?
Traditionally, obviously opened the batting, and then has done 3-4 in recent years.
Yes, I would say you're right. Usually you'd expect him to come in ahead of Jack Leaning. You think of Denley at 4 and Leaning at 5. Interesting that they switched that around.
I actually quite like it.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I think a bit more time. There's Compton again, one bounce to bat pad.
Leaning would, I mean, their strike rates are pretty similar actually, but Leaning tends to be a little bit more patient, whereas Joe likes to play his shots a bit more. So actually, maybe at 5, there's a bit more freedom to do that. I don't know.
Yeah, I always thought 5 was probably the easiest place to bat in a lineup if you were a top order batter. As Compton swats this one round the corner, just jogging through, going to take the single. You open the batting, obviously you've got the fresh bowlers and a new ball, and there's a special kind of mindset you need to do that. Speak as someone that did it for a lot of years, I struggled a bit when I batted at 3 and 4, just because I like to get in there and get on with it. So sometimes there was a kind of waiting around factor. I did it for different periods in my career, but struggled a bit with that mindset of waiting. Ed Smith classically used to really enjoy 3 and said ideally I'd like to come in at 80 for 1.
Yeah.
Hoping that when Rob Key and I got to 80, one of us would get out so that he could come in just what he wanted. But no, he said that's kind of an ideal time in the sense that the new ball is probably seen off to an extent. The opening bowlers, that's probably your peak time. Obviously, as a number 3, and again, Ed would on occasion come in at 0 for 1, second ball of the game, and sometimes he'd have his pads on, 160, 170. Not often, I hasten to add, but they are the challenges of batting at 3 in particular.
So Blatherwick from the Nackington Road end to Compton. Final few overs before the tea break.
And if you bat at 4 and you do lose a couple of early wickets, and the pressure's really on. If you're 20 for 2 and you're coming out at 4. So when I opened with Rob Key, it was Ed Smith at 4, Ed Smith at 3, Matt Walker at 4, and I always felt that 5 was a pretty nice place to bat. Generally, new ball seen off, opening bowlers done for a bit. They were back into their second or third spells with any luck.
Blatherwick bowls. Defended away by Compton. Would that generally have been Darren Stevens?
Yeah, I mean, Steve-O, I signed Steve-O in 2005, so I only had a couple of years with him, but yeah, Steve-O. Prior to that, I'm trying to think, Matt Walker, possibly, when Andrew Simons was with us. Simo would quite often bat 4, Walks would bat 5.
Yeah.
Nice kind of engine room in there. The kind of Mark Elam at 6 and Paul Nixon at 7. That was a pretty decent order.
Blatherwick with 2 slips in a gully. Short ball to Compton. He's controlled that nicely. Hooked it down to fine leg for a single.
Yeah, nice pull / hook shot from Compton. Got his hands high, just swiveled on it. It was kind of leg stump line, and they could be tricky at your armpit. But quick little swivel, and he was using the pace of the ball nicely. Really beginning to play well now. Ben Compton, 83. all the talk of Zach Crawley this morning in the Lime Tree Cafe from the members. Is he coming back? Is he not coming back? We need him here. And Ben Compton has gone quietly about his business.
Blatherwick to Denley. Plays this in the vacant backward point region for an easy single.
Because what you know with Zach is hugely talented, as he showed a couple of weeks ago, and as he showed throughout the Ashes. But that doesn't mean to say he can't nick one early. He sometimes does give you a chance. So we will not know how he would have gone in this game, but what we do know is that Ben Compton is doing his job and some.
He's facing up to Blatherwick here. Full delivery, which is driving through the covers. Yeah, looked a little bit scratchy early on, and as I mentioned, his form this season, particularly in recent times, I guess he did have some nice moments in the One Day Cup actually. And yeah, his final 3 games in the One Day Cup, he picked up half centuries, and then was slightly peculiarly dropped at Newport on the Isle of Wight, or rested.
Did he get his runs too slowly, or does he have a bit of a niggle?
A bit of that. As this one's pushed away into the covers. He told me on the day he was fit, so I think it was rested or not perceived to have scored quickly enough, but in the end it mattered not, because Daniel Bergeron got 150 that day, and the batters that were there did their job, and we soon forgot about the fact that Compton had been dropped / rested in slightly peculiar circumstances. But yeah, since the return of red ball cricket, 18, 7, 6 and 0 against Somerset. So, and then you go back to the Nottingham game as well. That was obviously sandwiched in between kind of well, it was just before the One Day Cup, wasn't it? 14 and 8 at Nottingham. So
yeah, no one got any runs in that game really, did they? Certainly second innings. That was the lowest point, I think, of Kent's season. That One Day Cup came at a good time in that sense, I think.
Yeah, that collapse in the second innings particularly.
Here's Wells round the wicket to Compton, who's cutting, and he's going to get more runs here. I think about 2. They're going to settle for the single. It's a good bit of work out there.
But yeah, even just at the start of this knock, when he had, it took him until he scored 20 to get a boundary, and now, as you're saying, just the longer you're out there, the more you find your rhythm, and
yeah,
he just looks like it. He just looks like the Ben Compton in the groove, more so than when he was out there early on and the ball was doing a lot and was poking around a bit, not timing it.
What I think you see with players like Compton, to an even greater extent someone like an Alistair Cook, who would be the best example of it, is actually you don't have to play especially well to get runs. If your mindset is strong, your defence is decent, and you're prepared to bat ugly at times, which is what we've all had to do.
Nicely clipped by Denley into the mid-wicket area, having defended the previous ball from Wells. Compton 1 at the study over to 85, Kent 219 for 3.
Count on the fingers of 1.5 hands the amount of times I would have played fluently in first class cricket and played what I'd consider at my best, because that's just not how you operate for large periods of time, but that's okay.
Inside edge from Denley.
Yeah, short leg has been increasingly in the game, especially with Wells, with the pace and the bounce that he gets. You'd be thinking at short leg he could be in the game, challenging both edges. But when you don't bat at your most fluent, sometimes they're the most satisfying knocks, because if you get runs when you're not playing that well, that's a sign of someone who's mentally quite a tough cookie. I'd certainly put Ben Compton in that bracket, as Denley just allows that one to come to him and pushes it to Blatherwick mid-wicket. There's no run, and this morning you could tell he was not all at sea, but he was just struggling for his best. He was just struggling for his fluency. His feet weren't really going. He didn't have any rhythm. He got some short wide ones that just said hit me for 4, and he just kind of patted them for a single. But he's hung in there as Denley punches. There are plenty of ways of going about it. You don't always have to come out and crash bang wallop and look $1 million. Quite often the players that start like that are back in the hutch after a very lovely looking 30, Well, they're not the innings that win you games or keep you in Division 1. It can be the gritty knocks like Compton's playing. There's a place for all types of batting, particularly over 4 days. And he has been a very, very useful signing for Kent over the first couple of years of his Kent career.
Absolutely. I mean, he's crucial in this order, isn't he? Because, I mean, a lot of the guys in the Kent batting lineup do like to try and score quickly and play their shots. And if Compton tried to bat that way, it just wouldn't work. You know, he bats the way he does because that's the method that suits him best, as you say, to score runs.
You're right, and it helps that you've got Bell Drummond and Mayeye and Denley and Leaning and these guys who
Crawley, if he's around,
obviously Zach can really get on with it. So yeah, you've got stroke makers. You need a bit of balance. His left-handedness helps. That was one of the reasons Kent signed him, because they recognised they needed a left-hander just to mix the lines up, because they were all predominantly right-handed.
Balderson into the attack from the Nackington Road end and straying slightly onto the leg stump, and it's just turned away by Compton for a single. Kent on to 220 for 3.
And his form last year warranted international recognition, but how important timing is in the Bazball generation. Compton is not someone that is they're going to look at and go, well, we're going to slot him in. Unfortunately, just the method is not what they're looking for at the moment, but things can change.
Balderson to Denley, pushes this one away into the gully. Yeah, scored 1,000 runs. Quicker than anyone, I think, last season. Ben Compton in red ball cricket, if you include the knock he had for the first class counties at 11 or whatever they called it against New Zealand.
Nottinghamshire incidentally 35 for 1. Ben Slater just under a run of ball 26 at the moment, going along nicely.
Yeah, good player Ben Slater. Clipped away down towards long leg by Denley for a single. Got a ton in that game between Notts and Kent at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, he's another one who's got a fantastic one-day record, if memory serves, averaging over 50, or he was a couple of years ago in one-day cricket. I just think he is of a certain, got that Bazball potential. First class, he's averaging only 32, but List A, he averages 52.
Really? That's interesting.
With 600s and 1750s, and he strikes at 86. So, it's a pretty impressive record.
I've probably only really seen him in red ball cricket and always thought he's a pretty fine player, but does like to score boundaries and can get on with things. Here's 100 against Kent. Trent Bridge included 15 fours, came off 155 balls. As Compton defends this next one from Balderson. Second innings he got 87 as well with 11 boundaries, so yeah, he scored quickly in both innings. Guess you got guys like Jennings and Lees as well who...
Yeah, I guess Keaton's had a few goes, hasn't he? Alex Lees had a bit of a go. They'd hope to...
I feel like he's improved since he's been dropped actually, but Duckett's done pretty well having come in for him, so... Yeah. Full delivery from Balderson, defended away by Compton, thinks about a quick single up towards mid-off, but they opted against it.
Probably could have done. I think it's Bailey at mid-off. Was it Wells? That's Wells. Yeah, probably a good decision at that point. A risky run out with everything that's at stake. But yeah, Lancashire just look a little bit flat here. Tough at this stage of the year on a flat pitch when the ball's a bit softer to really summon up that hunger to go full throttle.
Balderson bowls, defended away, and I know we've been talking about how Lancashire are the sort of team you don't really want to be playing against when you've got something on the line, because of the way that they tend to really dig in matches, and well, their evidence lies in the table, the fact they've only lost one game all season, but you know, even Lancashire might struggle to summon up some of the determination they need.
Stephen Mullaney, LBW, Ethan Bamber for 4, so 35 for 2 Nottinghamshire now. So, just got their noses in front, one would suggest, in that game, and that is something to keep an eye on, because Notts with the bat in hand, with not much to play for, and maybe struggling a bit. Might go down quite quickly. Here's Wells, just a bit of a top spinner. Denley inside edges it to mid-wicket, there's no run.
Yeah, and of course, Kent obviously lost at Trent Bridge, but had the opportunity a couple of weeks ago to beat Nottinghamshire here. But Joe Clark stood firm in that final innings.
Wells again, bounds in, and this one back of a length. Denley punches, they're going to have to hurry. Bit of a sharp spin and a turn from Bohannon. Nice bit of work. They're going to get overthrows here. Misfield by Bailey backing up. They get back for 2, but good bit of work by Bohannon. Less impressive was Bailey, but he's a big fast bowler. He's just holding his leg. I think he's okay. Limping a little bit. Yeah, if you go down by a point or 2, you look back at moments in the season as to, well, we could have picked, this is when it was lost as Denley turns this away for a single. And we're a long way off that. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but been there when you've come second in a one-day competition and you think back to the game you lost by 2 runs when you should have got over the line. It just, things like that haunt you, and that Notts game was one that Kent were bossing for large parts. Well, pretty much for all of it, but yeah, Clark and Co got them up to something to bowl at last innings, and Kent really didn't chase it down with any aplomb and could have got themselves in an even bigger pickle, couldn't they? So,
yeah. But
that was a game that you felt was there for the taking. Looking on from, admittedly, I was not at the ground, but you just looked at the score and you had the stream on a bit. You felt it was a game that a more confident Kent would have won. So Wells tosses this one up, and Compton, who's finding his best touch here, time that into mid-wicket. It's a big boundary, going to get 3. As Croft does a rather extravagant slide.
Might also think back to the Surrey game here. I mean, how many teams chase 500 plus to win a game,
Yeah. I mean, you had Agar and Arshdeep, and you had your 2 overseas quicks, but that wicket just looked like it got flatter and flatter and flatter. And that's a horrible feeling. I played in the game when Surrey chased 420 and we had them 200 for 7. They chased 410, I think. I was off the field with a broken finger, but I watched that unfold, and I still have nightmares about that 21 years down the line. It was horrible. Denley is swatting that into the offside. Yeah, things like that stay with you in your care. And yeah, not nice. Almost record chase, wasn't it? It was a record of sorts. But yeah. But as long as you can look yourself in the mirror, look your teammates in the eye, and know that you've given everything, then you have to move on. Denley just plays this one quietly back to Wells. Started pretty well here, Luke Wells. Nothing extravagant in terms of turn, but he's been there or thereabouts. 4 overs, none for 13. Scott Reed on commentary earlier was talking about George Balderson and how he has a knack of picking up wickets early on in spells. And that's what Keaton Jennings and Co will be hoping happens here from a Lancashire perspective. As these 2 Kent batters are well set.
It's got increasingly cloudy as well, hasn't it? I wonder if the floodlights will be put to use before the day is out, which generally helps the bowlers rather than the batters.
Yep, they were in play yesterday.
So the final over before tea, Balderson to Compton. Defends back up to the bowler, and even his defence at the moment sounds like it's coming out the middle of the bat compared to earlier on in the innings.
Yeah, well, he is experienced enough to know that after a quiet season, it's obviously only his 2nd season at Kent, but after what he achieved last year, this has been a quiet season in comparison. If he can finish with a daddy 100 and keep Kent in Division 1.
Balderson to him, defends this away.
He will winter far more easily, I would suggest. You say his 100 was first game of the season, was it?
Yeah, it was back in April.
Here?
Against Northamptonshire.
Yeah. Just bookend the season with a couple of hundreds.
Yeah, 114 not out in that one.
Yeah, well, count those chickens just yet. Fielding change. Back pad going in. Looks like there's a man going back on the square leg fence. Can't believe that Balderston's going to charge in and bowl bounces. Maybe trying to bring one back up the slope. Try and swing one back and get it popped to short leg. Slight change of field.
2-2-7 for 3. Cuts this one away, Compton, towards point. Dot ball, 3 to go. Jack leaning out for 34. That beauty from Morley, the spinner. Past his outside edge and just clip off stump. 1 wicket to fall in this session so far, with Pearl Drummond, of course, out just before lunch for 3, and then Mayeri earlier on for 46, brilliantly caught by Jennings at second slip. One-handed, that one's down the leg side from Balderson.
Compton knows he's missed out there, but he also knows that that was very nearly a horrible strangle. Just try and tickle that one to fine leg and you get out like that.
Balderson almost started to appeal like it was a one-day game when he was trying to save himself from a wide ball.
Yeah, get wided for that in 4-day cricket. Just aware too that the second new ball, 16 overs away. A bit of Balderson, maybe go back to a bit of spin after tea, try and race through the overs, and then you have a little blast with Williams and Bailey back end of the day. Will be what Lancashire are planning, I would think.
Leg slip brought in, or leg gully rather, but Compton pokes it through square leg past the short leg fielder under the helmet, down towards the boundary rider for a single.
Yeah, slightly funky fields on the deep back pad, leg gully. Fine leg goes to deep square. It's like you're going to kind of bounce him out. But I don't think that's Balderson's method. Slightly funky, fancy looking field placings that don't really achieve that much.
But the sort of thing you see increasingly when there's a partnership. This one's defended by Denley, and it won't be the last ball because it's a no ball.
Yeah, those field placings are the kind of things you see when there's a partnership. You also bizarrely see them just before intervals. A couple of balls to go to tea. I know what we'll do. We'll have a ring of 3, or we'll have a Ben Stokes kind of wall, like an extra cover, and do, you know. To be fair, pretty much everything Ben Stokes tried came off, but yeah, you sometimes get a little bit too clever for your own good.
There you go, keeper up to the stumps of the final ball of the session. Denley clips it away nicely into the onside for a single. This partnership's now worth 93 runs between Joe Denley, who is 39 not out, and Ben Compton, who's on 90 and has battered all day so far for Kent. That is tea. Scott Reed, David Fulton, Ben Watts will be back in around about 20 minutes' time, as Kent look to bat on here against Lancashire. 3-2-7 the visitors made all out yesterday. Kent a more watchful 231 for 3, but Ben Compton, the anchor man, refinding his form, and will now play the rest of the game, of course, with that news that Crawley, who was nominated to replace him, won't now do so. And let's listen to the applause for the two Kent batters. And one assumes particularly Ben Compton. As they leave the field of play for a brief break. Welcome back to Canterbury, final session of the day. It's gone a bit gloomy, the floodlights are on. I was saying that it was that bit more overcast prior to the break. The floodlights were already up. As Denley defends but gets an inside edge and so gets a run out towards long leg. Yeah, and they turned the floodlights on at the interval, and I think they probably needed them. Scott Reid, who's alongside me from BBC Lancashire. Ben Watts here from BBC Kent. I'll bring Compton on to strike with Denley moving to 40. Ben Compton 198 deliveries, but has upped his scoring rate in moving to 90.
Yeah, perfect session again, wasn't it, really, for Kent? Been an excellent day for the home side.
Yeah, just losing that 1 wicket in that second session.
95 behind.
Wally bowls to Compton, forward he comes. Plays defensively.
His 350 is the target, isn't it? Try and get to 350 instead of 110. Equal what Middlesex did with the bat. I'm assuming that Middlesex are going to pick up their bowling bonus points.
They may have to wait to do that, as this one's defended away.
This is the Storm Agnes that...
Yeah, currently it's still T, but
Right.
apparently there could be a short interruption for rain. Apparently the sky looks more like Mordor in Nottingham, which is a slightly niche Lord of the Rings reference, as this one's defended away into the covers.
Does that mean it's gloomy above?
Yes,
Right,
it means it's
okay.
very dark.
Right, okay.
Black skies, if you will. The light has been shut out, I think would be the Tolkien way of phrasing it, perhaps, as this one's turned away by Compton for, well, no run actually. Two, 3-2 for 3. Morley. 4 dots, 5 dots. Was opening over after the break.
Yeah, steady stuff by Morley, straight back into the attack after tea. Bowled a pretty lengthy spell, didn't he, through the course of the afternoon session, and bowled pretty well. 2 for 68. Maybe just got a little bit tired towards the back end of that spell he bowled in the afternoon, which brought Luke Wells into the game. He bowled 4 overs, heading up towards the tea break. We're going to start with Jack Blatherwick from the Nackington Road end. 8 overs for 46, but came back pretty well in his second 4-over spell. And he's going to open up from that top end. Bailey 16 overs for 45, Williams 13 overs for 33, Balderson 7 overs, 1 for 20, Morley 17 overs, 2 for 68, and Luke Wells 4 overs for 13.
Sorry, that was very loud.
Yes.
The sparkling lemon and lime that I brought at tea.
It's very sparkling as well, clearly. Oh, it goes again. 2, 3, 2 for 3. There's Blatherwick in and bowls. And Denley defends, keeps the ball out. Bouncing away into the offside, no run. Ben's come back with some fancy cookies and some very fizzy water after the tea break.
I just about managed to not spill it on the commentary box floor.
It looked a bit of a challenge, that, to be honest. A bit concerned that you might cover me in fizzy lemon or lime flavoured water.
Both.
Right, excellent. Just the perfect combination. Blatherwick to Denley. Just jabbed away into the offside. Bounces up towards Matty Hurst, who comes up from the extra cover to field. No run, so yeah, floodlights are on, as Ben mentioned. A little bit gloomy, cloud cover above us. But we can't complain here. We've been lucky in this little part of the world, haven't we? Because I think pretty much every other game has been affected by weather at some stage over the first 2 days of this final round of fixtures, and we've not lost a single ball, so it's been brilliant, that.
It's the Canterbury microclimate.
Excellent. I was reassured when I saw this being the final fixture. I just knew that microclimate in Canterbury would mean that we'd get 4 days in September. And it hasn't disappointed. So, but I think there's a potential for a bit of rain around on Friday.
Yeah, I think there is.
Blatherwick to Denley. Flashed out through the onside, up off his toes. A little flick of the wrist and steers it behind square on the leg side. Moves on to 41. So Compton on 90. It's a bit of a struggle for him at first, but he's certainly put together a very fine knock here, and he found a bit of form and found a little bit of style and panache through the course of the afternoon. Scored a little bit more freely as the afternoon session went on. And he's 10 away from 3 figures. And looks like a little break in play because we need a change in ball. And it's not Will Williams, that's Tom Hartley who's bringing out the change of balls. He's got Will Williams as top on. Tom Hartley bouncing out with a box of balls there for the umpires to choose from.
Ooh, it's very wet in Nottingham.
It does look a bit bleak, doesn't it? Looks like it could be curtains for the day type situation. Huh? Again, that works in Kent's favour. They've lost losing time in that match.
Yeah.
It's not a bad outcome at all for Kent.
Yeah, if it means there's not enough time in the game for Middlesex to win it, then they just need to get 350.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
Just need to equal Middlesex effort with the bat in terms of bonus points and make sure they don't lose this game, of course. Well, actually, that wouldn't necessarily matter, would it? But yeah, it would. If they both drew, they'd have to both draw, wouldn't they? Yeah.
Well, I mean, get themselves into a position here where they could certainly make that first thing a little easier to achieve in terms of not losing this match. They're 94 behind with 7 wickets in hand. There's a very good possibility of a healthy-looking first innings lead for Kent.
That'll be the plan for sure, if they can achieve it. The second new ball around the corner, of course, before Stumps.
So we've changed the ball. Umpires selected the appropriate replacement, and Blatherwick comes running in with it with Compton on strike. And just presses this defensively away into the offside. And there is no run. So Kent 233 for 3.
When did they change the ball the first time?
41 overs.
So they did actually get a wicket straight after that, but it was spin rather than seam.
Compton hoping that the change of ball doesn't have the same effect. Defends right in behind it. Ball bouncing back to Blatherwick. Scoops it up off his own bowling. There is no run. 233 for 3. Blatherwick's got 2 slips, Bohannon and Jennings, and then the gap to Hurst, who's at gully. Stephen Croft, who's at deep point. With Jack Morley at cover. Wells at mid-off. Williams at mid-on. It's a lovely shot. It's going to be 4 through extra cover. Drilled away by Compton to take him on to 94. And it pushes Kent on to 237 for 3 at the end of the over.
Not often that you describe Ben Compton's batting as aesthetically pleasing, but that was really nice.
It was. I think he's batted very nice. I've quite enjoyed watching him bat through the course of today. I think he's upped his tempo a little bit as the afternoon went on. It was a bit of a struggle this morning, wasn't it? He got a bit of good fortune along the way, but he's stuck at it and he's potentially going to get his rewards for it.
You know, those periods can obviously be difficult, but he's been out of form, as I mentioned, and he just looked scratchy and he wasn't middling anything. You know, that one boundary he scored in his first 30 runs just wasn't timing anything, but seems to have really found it as the day's gone on. Denley on strike to Morley. On the back foot, punching this one up to mid-off. Who's that snuck down to long on? Luke Wells. He's loitering in front of the Frank Willie stand in case Denley gets ambitious. He goes back and defends, but also offering him a single, I guess, in a way, if he were to try and push one straight back past the bowler. Left arm spinner bowls. Denley skips down the pitch, ends up turning it into a bit of a Yorker and ends up just blocking it back to the bowler. Scott's going to go and update BBC Lancashire. As Morley bowls, and it's cut hard by Denley to the sweeper, and that's the 100 partnership. 50 runs, of which have been contributed by Ben Compton, which emphasises the way that he has upped his scoring rate. 42 of those from Denley, of course, because that's his score. And Kent 2, 3, 8 for 3, and 12 away from a batting bonus point. Thanks to this century stand between left-handed opener Ben Compton, gutsy opener, determined opener, the experienced Joe Denley, who in the last 2 weeks of the season has finally found his red ball form. Morley bowls and Compton defends. End of the over. 2, 3, 8 for 3. Thanks to those of you that have been getting in touch with us throughout the day on kentcricket@gmail.com. That is still available for you to do so, as well as at BBC Kent Sport on Twitter or X. I refuse to call it that. Welcome to 5 Live Sports Extra listeners who've joined us as well. I don't know if you just heard what I was saying a moment ago, but run for Joe Denley to give himself the strike for this over. Also the 100th run of this partnership for the 4th wicket. Denley 42 not out. Ben Compton has contributed 50 of them, really upping his scoring rate to move to 94. Having not scored a century in the County Championship since April, the opening game against Northamptonshire. This one's cut away by Denley as Blatherwick continues from the Nackington Road end, of course. Heavy weather, rain in Nottingham, halting Middlesex's progress. But having made 366 all out, Kent know that they need to at least try and score 350 to match Middlesex in terms of batting bonus points. But ideally they want to try and set themselves up for a win in this game if they possibly can. As Blatherwick bowls, Denley defends. The overheads have got a lot gloomier here at Canterbury. Earlier on, we had fairly light cloud and sunshine, and it looked pretty nice for batting out there. Now less so, with all the floodlights on, and just a little bit gloomy as the players came out. Maybe the light has slightly improved in the last few moments. New ball some 12 overs away. As Denley on strike. Oh, gets a bumper. That's a good short one from Blatherwick, who is arguably the quickest of the seamers for Lancashire. Denley bobbing underneath. The short delivery. Having made 71 last week, saying about how his red ball form this season had been woeful up until that point. It was averaging 10 or less than, along with Sam Billings, two of the most internationally capped players in the Kent team. This one is in the air briefly. Denley clipping into mid-wicket, but it bounces just short of, I think, the sub-fielder in there. But yes, this innings and Denley's effort at Taunton on the final day last week, just signs of what Joe Denley can and usually does offer. Blatherwick bowls, clipped away off his hip down towards long leg for a single. Ball remaining in the over. BBC Radio Lancashire's Scott Reed is back alongside me. And we'll have an update for BBC Radio Kent actually in a moment. Thought they'd forgotten me. It's almost 5 minutes past 4. Must have been a long travel news.
It's busy on the roads across Kent.
It was fairly busy getting out of the ground to the shop during the tea break. A lot of people milling around. David Fulton was chatting to some of the locals. He'll be back with us on commentary shortly as this one's defended away by Compton. End of the over. 68 gone in the Kent innings. 88 runs the deficit. Here's that update. Yeah, into the final session of the day, and going well at the moment for Kent. A century stand now between Joe Denley, who's 43 not out, and Ben Compton, the opener, who's batted all day for his 94 not out. And Kent are 88 runs behind Lancashire, and crucially just 11 runs away now from a batting bonus point. Compton with a beautiful drive through the covers to move himself closer to a first championship century since the opening game of the season, way back in the opening week of April. The other game, of course, Kent are keeping an eye on because it's Middlesex who are their rivals to stay in Division 1. Middlesex 366 all out. They're getting 3 batting bonus points earlier on and taking 2 Nottinghamshire wickets, but the covers are on at Trent Bridge at the moment, and the weather has interrupted play there. So the more the weather interrupts that play, probably reduces the chance of Middlesex going and winning the game, which would be a good thing from a Kent point of view. If they can just keep their noses in front of Middlesex and potentially get a draw from this game, that could be enough. They don't necessarily have to win this week, but obviously that'll be the aim. That's what they're trying to set themselves up to do. Denley moves to 44 with a drive. Kent to 240 for 3 as commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website, and currently on 5 Live Sports Extra.
Yeah, they're off for bad light at the Ageas Bowl. So Surrey 180 for 8, but off for bad light. Just a couple of points away from the champions.
Morley to Compton. Tickled around the corner for a single.
Yeah, Surrey need 2 more points to be confirmed as county champions. But being frustrated by the weather, which is affecting lots of the cricket this week, but we're dodging the worst of it here in Kent.
Morley to Denley. A little hint of turn there. And Denley just playing against the spin and nudging leg side.
Yeah, off at Trent Bridge, as Ben just mentioned, at Northampton and at Warwickshire in the Division 1 games, and now in Southampton.
Well, Denley comes down the pitch and again almost turns it into a Yorker. Just ends up blocking it back to the bowler.
Close of play in the matches between Durham and Leicestershire and Yorkshire against Worcestershire. Worcestershire promoted today.
Yes, indeed. Full toss in the end as Denley comes down the pitch and drives through the covers. 4-4. Really nicely played from Denley. Don't know whether it was premeditated or if he just decided that there was a little bit more loop in the delivery and quickly moved his feet to advance down the track. And he's deposited the drive perfectly. Moves to 48. Kent on to 245 for 3.
Yeah, 5 runs away from their first batting bonus point. And if they can get to 350 in 110 overs, then they will have matched Middlesex for batting bonus points. It's about at least matching or bettering Middlesex and their return for points from their match at Nottinghamshire for Kent to retain their Division 1 status.
Yeah, that closely fought late win for Warwickshire helped put Kent above Middlesex going into this week.
There's Blatherwick in and bowls. It's cries of catch. It's pulled down towards fine leg and it's been taken. And Compton slumps on his bat. It's taken by Balderson on the fine leg boundary. He can't believe it. Compton falling 5 away from a century. Blatherwick picks up his first wicket. And the partnership, having just got to a century between Compton and Denley, comes to an end. It's a fine effort by Ben Compton. He's 95 coming off 211 deliveries. But his work for the day done. 5 away from a century. Balderson with the catch at fine leg. Blatherwick with the wicket.
Kent to 245 for 4.
Yeah, unlucky for Ben Compton. Just couldn't quite keep on top of the bounce of that ball as he tried to steer the pull slash hook shot down towards the long leg boundary. Looks mightily disappointed with himself, shaking his head as he walks off, slightly acknowledging the crowd that are applauding his efforts, but he'll know that he hasn't scored a championship century since April, and he would have been so determined to make it count in this game and to get one. And so to fall so close, and fall short when he's so close to 100, and when he'd, as we said, looked so scratchy earlier on and out of form, but as the innings had gone on, he just seemed to rediscover his timing and his rhythm at the crease, and ending up really sort of upping his strike rate, finishing up with 10 boundaries. To fall that short, he'll be, yeah, mightily, well, you could see on the look on his face as he walked off, he was mightily disappointed. So, yep, he's got Kent within a whisker of a batting bonus point, but it's up to Joe Denley and the rest of the order now to see how many Kent can collect.
Yeah, if you're watching on the live stream, you'd have seen the reaction from the contrast in reactions, actually, the celebration of the Lancashire players, and then in the middle of that, Compton kind of slumped over on his bat, distraught at losing his wicket for 95. Just tried to pull kind of a waist height delivery, which he's come off a thickish top edge, and it's looped down to fine leg for Bobson to take the catch. So disappointing end to a very fine knock by Ben Compton. All with speculation as to whether he would bat again in the match because of Zach Crawley's potential availability, as Finch waits for Blathwick and pushes away into the offside and calls Denley through. And they get through for a single. And Finch gets his first run, 246 for 4. He may have started this morning uncertain as to whether he would have chance to bat again in the match, because he was the nominated player for Crawley, but a couple of hours ago Kent confirming that Zach Crawley feeling unwell and will not play in this fixture. So Compton potentially with a chance again later in the match, but his work at the minute with the bat is done. 246 for 4. Blathwick to Denley now. Oh, it's a short ball from Blathwick that's with no control, has been fended away by Denley. It's looped over the slips and down towards the boundary. What's he's been given as byes? 4 of them. So it's thumped somewhere off Denley with his bat away from his body. It's been given as 4 byes, and that 4 byes gets Kent a batting bonus points. To 250 they go. They might just need to double check that Denley's okay here. If that maybe deflected perhaps off his helmet, it did deflect off his helmet.
Ooh.
So 4 byes.
My original thought was, bat or gloves, but yeah, I think you're right. Plonk on the lid.
It was. Check the helmet, make sure that's okay. 250 on the board for Kent, so that's the first batting bonus point. Another 100 runs inside 110 overs will see them equal Middlesex in terms of batting bonus points, and I'm afraid to say it looks like we're going off. We're going off for presumably the poor light. Yeah, the players are heading off. That short ball from Blathwick that had Denley ducking, and in the end deflecting off his helmet was enough for the umpires to get a little bit twitchy with the light, because the floodlights are on. Because as soon as that happened, they've taken the players off for bad light. And a double blow really for Ben Compton, because just moments after getting out, the players are heading off. 250 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, I personally thought the light was slightly better than it was when they went out after tea, to be honest. I thought maybe it improved slightly. It was really gloomy when they went out. But as you say, clearly that short ball which has hit Denley has prompted the umpires to make that decision, which now must make Ben Compton feel even worse that he's got out for 95 on the stroke of an interruption to play.
Yeah, that just kind of rubs salt into the wounds a bit, doesn't it? For Compton, you could see his reaction, how disappointed he was to fall 5 short of a century, and then he's probably sat up there in the dressing room now thinking, goodness me, was it two balls later? I think it was, wasn't it? Because the first was a single for Finch, the second ball went for 4 byes, that deflection off the helmet and then off, the umpires say. So he's up there thinking, goodness, just a moment or two away potentially from the light not being good enough to play. Umpires have stayed out. The ground staff have gone out to meet them and to have a chat. I mean, it's not like it's thick cloud cover ahead, but I suppose this late in the season, even with the floodlights on, if there's a bit of cloud cover and the sun's pretty low in the sky, light can be an issue.
Or now they've taken the players off, they of course have a reading on the meter that measures the light, a point a point of reference which they'll use for the rest of the game now. So anything worse than this in the future will lead to the same outcome. There's a sort of big committee meeting going on at the moment with the ground staff and the umpires, just as Dave Fulton returns to the commentary box and helps himself to one of the coffee flavoured cookies I found next door during the tea break. Yeah, it's giving me the thumbs up. We're just going to have a bit of a pause here at the moment on the live stream, and myself, Ben Watts, Scott Reed and David Fulton will be back, hopefully when the light improves and the players get back out there. But for the meantime, Kent 250 for 4, 77 runs behind, having secured a first batting bonus point in the game. Yeah, well, weirdly, we're still off the pitch. It hasn't actually been any rain as such. It was bad light that forced the players from the field, and well, in my view, the light has got better, and the umpires have measured it on their meter, and they have a sort of yardstick figure once they take players off for bad light, and it's definitely improved from that. So I, for one, and some of the crowd, I'm sure in the same boat, are slightly confused why we're not getting out there to play again. But Kent, 250 for 4, having collected their first batting bonus point. 95 for Ben Compton before he was out, caught on the hook to a short ball, couldn't quite keep it down, went down to fine leg and was caught. And so he departed for 95. Joe Denley making 48, helping in a century stand with Compton earlier on in the piece. 46 for Mayeye, 34 for Jack Leaning as well. So Kent have got themselves in a good position in the match. 250 for 4, 77 runs behind Lancashire. And, well, I'm sure they want to be batting right now and getting more points on the board and more runs on the board. So we'll try and bring you the latest on our Twitter at BBC Kent Sport in terms of the light, and hope that we will see the players back out there. Still got up to around about 25 overs possibly left in the day's play, though those overs will be going down at the moment because of the players being off the field. But yeah, just a slightly peculiar situation at the moment. They're not playing either at Trent Bridge because of actual rain, certainly in Nottingham. Looks a little bit worse in terms of the conditions there. But yeah, we bringing you more cricket online as and when the players hopefully get out there again.
Welcome back to the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. The good news, floodlights are on, but we are back underway. Kent have an all-important batting point, having reached 250. They did lose Ben Compton shortly before the interruption, caught on the hook, which means Harry Finch is new to the crease. But Joe Denley has played nicely. He's on 48. He's going to be facing Jack Blatherwick, who picked up the wicket of Compton and gets a full toss. In fact, he gets a beamer. I think it's a no ball signalled by Rob White, and that is not the ball you want in slightly dubious light first up with 37-year-old eyes. Didn't see an apology from Blatherwick. I don't think it had too much menace behind it, but just slipped out. Doesn't strike me as that type of lad, Scott, who's going to give him a beamer, might get us back off the pitch. It has been known. Yeah, I think just a little apology there. Nothing more sinister than that, says Blatherwick. See if he can use the facilities. He does. He banks this one in. It's top edged, is it? No, he's rolled the wrist on it quite nicely, Joe Denley. In fact, he's going to get 4, and it's going to bring up his 50. Good bouncer from Blatherwick. It was well directed. Denley, just for a while there, looks like he might be in some discomfort, but he swiveled on it, used his experience, and got it in the gap. 52 from 86 balls, 6 fours. He's looked in good touch after his half-century last week at Taunton.
He has looked in good touch. He also got kind of Compton going a little bit, didn't he, in that partnership? He's kind of got a little bit of momentum into the innings, really, for Kent. They seem to have pushed on a little bit more since Denley's been out there. He's been busy. He's played very nicely.
Blatherwick again for the Nackington Road end. This one is being punched off the back foot. No run. Extra cover. Some Fields. No, it's 30. Was it extra? Ah, it's Williams. I thought that 3 was a 1 for a minute. Yeah, important passage of play this, with overs remaining. Still 26, does it say up there?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
It's took quite a bit of time, and psychologically, when you go off the field for bad light as a batter, you can think that's it, my job is done for the day, and then suddenly you're back out there. So important to regroup. It's another full toss and another no ball, and Blatherwick is in danger of being taken out of the attack here if he's been warned. Just wondering what's going on. The umpires are looking. Blatherwick is kicking the ground. That's the end of the over. Didn't see any official warning. Denley is. Does he want a new lid?
No, he's been taken out. There's 1 ball left.
1 left. Okay, so Blatherwick is gone. He's out of the attack. So that is a blow for Lancashire. Gloomy conditions. Their quickest bowler gone. 2 beamers in the over, which he's looking skywards. They wouldn't have been intentional, but that is not ideal from a Lancashire perspective. But a little bonus for Kent.
I'm pretty sure that's the second time this season that's happened to him.
Yeah, it's not a nice ball to face, that's the first thing to say, but you feel for the bowler as well in that situation. No harm done. So Denley fended it off fairly well, but a young man who's trying to bowl quick has just come off the pitch and gone back on, when he too might not have expected to be back out there. Just perhaps didn't warm up quite as he might have normally have done before resuming, and a couple slip out, and he's out of the attack for this innings. So it's going to be Luke Wells to finish things off. And he's short and wide, and Finch has a drive at it. Doesn't time it into the floor, and that is the end of a slightly bizarre over.
Yeah, I feel a bit, don't you, for Jack, as you say. It's all unintentional, and you can see his reaction. He's absolutely gutted, isn't he? That's happened. He's to his teammates coming up and trying to console him a little bit. The main thing is that Denley's okay. I mean, received those 2, and he's going up to speak to Joe Denley now. He's Jack Blatherwick, and just give him a little tap on the shoulder and a whisper in his ear. Yeah, it's a pretty unfortunate all round.
Yeah, looks like this game's been played in pretty good spirits, in fairness. I don't think Joe's going to worry too much about that. But it's the kind of one that if you do get it on the wrist, and it could be nasty, but good enough touch to fend it off with the willow. But yeah, from a Lancashire perspective, that's a blow, because new ball 10 overs away. You'd imagine Williams and Bailey would take that pretty much straight away. But with your other frontline seamer being out of the attack, yes, there's Balderson. But spinners are going to be pressed into action, you'd imagine.
And this man has bowled his fair share today. Jack Morley, 19 overs, 2 for 75. And he bowls to Denley. Denley defends.
Better from Bailey, who tried that earlier this morning. And yeah, the ball skipped over his foot. This time he got the size 12s, the big left boot on it.
Good footwork. Football practice paying off. Was back this time, Denley.
They play football in the morning, Lancashire. Most sides do, or they used to.
Yeah, they kind of play this version of it. It's not football, but it's not kind of like volleyball. It's like in between. It's defended by Denley. There's no run.
Not football in
like
the Everton sense or anything like that.
It's a bit like Sean Dyche's football, yeah. Actually, it's very similar, yeah. It's the Sean Dyche football warm-up routine. There's Morley to Denley. Down he comes and defends in the end. Just tried to toss it a little wider, seeing Denley coming down the pitch and keeps it out.
He nearly did like that. When Joe Denley first came to the crease, he saw him coming through one wider. He squirted down a third man.
It's turned out to mid-wicket where Bailey fields and there's no run. 259 for 4. Slipping a short leg. Along your left arm round, again coming down Denley. And again defending back to Morley.
Good over from Morley. Maiden. 2 for 75 from 20, doing his job with a new ball around the corner. Yeah, the football warm-ups, we had injuries. We'd lost, I think I might have tripped Alan Wells up. He did some ankle ligaments and then somebody else did an injury. But it just, even so, we still continued to play. Because it was just a way of getting the guys up in the morning. Everyone seemed to really enjoy it. But I remember reporting for Sky Sports News at Taunton and wishing I'd had the cameras fixed on the warm-up, the football warm-up, because Somerset scored a goal, and it pains me to say because it was Peter Trigo who scored it, and it would have been a contender for goal of the month. It might have made it to match of the day, because honestly, Somerset, not renowned as a footballing, heartland down in Taunton, but they played this beautiful one-touch move, about 6 or 7 quick passes, ball played out to the right, cross whipped in, and they were playing with those little pop-up goals. They were tiny, and Trigo went diving header, glancing straight in as Wells begins a new over, and Finch's cut it. Great work from Williams. A backward point prevents a certain boundary. Went straight in the right hand. Yeah, and honestly, it was like, I'm up on the balcony just applauding, and they are all going bananas, Trigo especially, as you can imagine. But fabulous goal. I just think, why weren't we recording that? That would have made it to air. Oh no, he mentioned it. Don't worry about that. Finch is going to get a single here. They just hesitated for a moment, little look, a nod, and a wink, and off they went. So he doubles his tally.
I think when Ashley Giles took over at Lancashire, I think one of the first things he did was to stop the football.
Was it?
In the warm-ups, yeah. It soon ended. They definitely played football under Peter Moores, and then Giles came in.
Not a popular move that would have been. But, you can understand the reasons why, because there's quite a few injuries. Oh, and Joe Denley nearly chops that on. Going to get it. A couple of runs. Finch will think about 3. I don't think he'll take Stephen Croft's arm on. It would be ill-advised to do so. Having said that, Croft threw it over the head of Belly. Might have got back for 3. Joe Denley, of course, was injured in a warm-up ahead of his first one-day international back in, I want to say, 2008 or 9.
Playing football.
O.A. Shah. Yeah. O.A. Shah gave him a little nudge and he did an ankle. I think he was okay in the end, but he was touch and go for selection as the Wells comes in. And it's kind of bouncy brand of leg breaks, got a lot of top spin. I haven't seen much turn sideways, but he's been there or thereabouts. Dragged down, Denley's on the pull. That's the kind of delivery you want as a batter. Wells, who's trying to bowl it quickly, trying to get something out of this surface. Lancashire, you feel, needs something to happen. Just dragged it down, and it was a help yourself. Interesting that Denley showing all his experience, using his feet to Morley and staying set in his crease for Wells, playing more off the back foot. A better length. Denley drives up to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, I remember speaking to Ashley Giles about that, and I asked him about the lack of football in the warm-ups, and he was saying that it was just he felt it was a risk that wasn't worth taking.
Yeah, we stopped it after a couple of injuries. We went back to it. We felt the boys needed a lift, but we played quite a lot of touch rugby, which seems just as dangerous. And at times when Andrew Simons was dropping a shoulder into one or two tackles, you feared for your life. But the football, ankles, knees, things like that. Yeah, I mean, it was Rory Burns, wasn't it? For not that long ago, I think it was Burns who kept him out of a Test series.
There's Jack Morley, left arm round balls, Finch forward in defence, and there's no run. 266 for 4. Finch, the new bat, having replaced Compton just before the break for bad light. Goes back and cuts this next delivery by Morley towards deep point where Croft fields. Finch moves to 3, 2-6-7 for 4.
Nice little opportunity for Harry Finch here to get himself established ahead of the new ball. Really want to come in kind of as the new ball's taken. Get himself to 10 or 20 before that happens.
Balls and Denley forward in defence, no run. Yeah, it will be available in 7 overs time for Lancashire. Morley in, Denley defends. Again, there's no run.
So mid-off and mid-on have been pushed back to long on, long off. Just 10-15 yards off the ropes, trying to discourage Denley from coming down the wicket and using his feet.
This goes back and hammers it away into the offside, straight to Bohannon, an extra cover, no run. 2-6-7 for 4. Blatherwick, who was at long off, now jogging up. So he's at mid off.
Yeah, just trying to keep Finch on strike, aren't they? Which makes a lot of sense. Long on is still back.
Final ball of the over. Nice shot, cut late, down towards backward point. 4 runs. Lovely shot by Denley. Quick hands from Denley off the back foot. That late cut down towards the scoreboard at deep backward point, and he moves on to 63. 271 for 4.
This is just Jack Morley and kind of lack of experience, isn't it? I think he's bowled quite nicely at times, but as a batter, last ball of the over, you brought your mid-off up, and actually what he's done, he's tried to keep Denley on strike by bowling it quicker, and as a batter, what you really want is that ball that you can cut, that back foot, whereas if you just hang it up there a bit slower, teasy, tempty, and Denley kind of got what he wanted there. But, great opportunity for Morley to test himself against an experienced county batter. He will be the better for this experience. Luke Wells. And, Finch defends quietly into the offside, picks up a single. Not quite what Lancashire would have wanted. Keaton Jennings can almost hear and sense the cogs going. I think at this stage as a captain you're trying to think about, this is what happened with Jack Leaning I think yesterday when he dropped that catch. You could kind of see him trying to think about all the permutations of what he had to do as Denley drives. It's up to long off, up to mid off, there's no run. Trying to work out which rabbit to pull out of which hat, and sometimes you forget to do the fielding bit of the job. There's a leg slip. Should be quite sure how the ball's going to get there, but there you go. So he runs this one, and Finch wants a single. It was a sharp one. Williams has a bit of a juggle, and they get through comfortably. Yeah, Hurst has moved to leg slip for Denley and short leg for Finch. It might be that more for self-preservation, he's just getting out of the way of any potential sweep or slog sweep. Denley is not a big sweeper of the ball, in truth, but you'd think he's more likely to get a catch where he is now, forward short leg. Wells has Once again being pushed into the offside by Finch, who helps himself to another single, just getting himself in here. This is the conundrum that you have as a skipper. You've got a new batter, you'd probably like to attack him with one of your frontline seamers. You've just lost Blatherwick. You can't really bring back Bailey or Williams with the new ball round the corner. You want to keep them fresh for that. But you are enabling him just to get in against the kind of part-time leggy. Wells is short once again. Denley this time opts just to punch. And another single. So we're looking quite straightforward for Kent at the moment. The new ball will probably change that. Finch drives to extra cover. Wells finishes with a dot ball. And that's the end of the over. 275 for 4. Next batting point is 25 runs away, and Kent are going a decent enough clip now to think 350. Providing they don't have some sort of dramatic collapse. Should appear on the horizon fairly soon, that 350, and that will be enough to mean that Middlesex have got to win the game, you'd think. Not necessarily, because Kent could lose here and Middlesex could draw, and they would pick those points up that way. But Kent would also, by getting 350, being batting themselves into a pretty strong position in this game.
Yeah.
So all looking good at the moment, but still a long way to go.
Yeah, they're still off for rain in that game at Trent Bridge as well. 38 for 2 Nottinghamshire, applying to 366 all out. Again, that working in the favour of the home side here.
Forecast is good at Trent Bridge for the last couple of days. Should stress that.
Here's Jack Morley from around the wicket with his left arm spin to Joe Denley. He's pushed back towards Morley, just deflects away off the bowler, and Denley can get through for a single. Moves on to 66. 276 for 4. It won't be a dressing room that's entirely relaxed, but I wonder whether it just feels just a touch more confident at the minute. The Kent dressing room as Finch is off the front foot in defence and there's no run. Lost a lot of time in that match, or as mentioned, the forecast for the East Midlands maybe a little brighter for days 3 and 4. Back and driven for a single for Finch, and moves on to 6. 277 for 4.
Yeah, Harry Finch. So he started to nail down this keeper batting spot.
Denley defends.
I think when he was kind of last year, when there was Robinson and Cox and Billings, he thought, how's he ever going to keep wicket for Kent?
Down comes Denley again. Morley trying to just get that ball out wide.
Gripped a bit as well. Denley had to adjust. But yeah, no Robinson. Cox injured and on his way to Essex, and Billings, goodness knows what's happening with the skipper.
Denley off the back foot punches through mid off for 1. Takes him to 67, and it's 278 for 4 at the end of the over. 75 overs gone of the Kent first innings.
Yeah, so Sam Billings obviously not selected for this game, and I think he's been quick to point, well actually not that quick to point out on social media that he was available for selection. I think he got a bit of stick for not being around, and social media posts of him being here, there and everywhere. Munich when Man United were playing out there and other places, but you know, he has been at pains to point out, and rightly so, and I don't blame him for kind of biting back a bit. So look, I'm up for selection, I've been training, I'm ready to go, but I haven't been selected, and can't blame Kent necessarily for that because his early season form wasn't great. But moving forwards, you know, as club captain, it'll be interesting to see how it all develops. Jeez, that is a drag down from Luke Wells.
Yeah.
Really try to give that something extra, and Denley just rocked on the back foot, crunched it for 6. It's a long boundary, but he had all the time in the world to rock back and pull that one where he wanted. So a poor delivery by Luke Wells. It's going to happen when you're a part-time leg spinner and you're trying to extract some turn out of a pretty docile pitch. But to go back to the Billings situation, not selected, so you've got no Robinson, no Cox, no Billings, and suddenly you're Harry Finch. And how, you know, a few months, or certainly a year or so, can change things. He is now Kent's number one, so he will be wanting to make the most of these opportunities. There's a better length, and this time Denley nails it through the offside, so Joe Denley really beginning to motor. 6 over mid-wicket, Wells much better delivery, but perhaps slight bit of overcompensation. Full and slightly wide, and Denley just crashed that through extra.
Yeah, make hay before this new ball's due, because Bailey and Williams will be coming back on straight away.
Yeah, Joe Denley's experienced enough to recognise that that is round the corner, and the way he's going, he could have 100 by the time they get on. Maybe thinking that. Be thinking we'll get as many as we can while this is on. What you don't want to do is hit that short one straight down deep mid-wicket's throat, because that's been done before as well. So Wells gone for 10 off the first 2 balls. This time he's being worked to, well, I say mid-on, he's kind of halfway back to the boundary. Almost tempting Denley to go over the top, but brings Finch back on strike. 6-4 and a 1, 11 off the over so far. We're halfway through it. Field changes for Finch, who's only faced 11 balls for his 6.
Just looking at his numbers this season, 346 runs coming into this game, average of 38, top score of 114.
This is Finch?
Yep.
Yeah. It would be right up there with the numbers of Kent's batters as he defends into the offside. So Billings and Denley were averaging, until Joe's knock a couple of weeks ago, averaging under 10, which is why Sam hasn't been selected and why Joe was out the team for a while as well. But they are 2 very fine players and 2 fine servants of Kent, and you'd like to think we'll be back as Finch cuts that. It's going to get 4 here, so Wells proving expensive. That's a really nice shot from Harry Finch, using the pace that Wells put on it. Might have been a bit edgy, with a thick edge, but he was playing it down in that area. Going to get Ben back in to do an update for BBC Radio Kent listeners. They will like what they're about to hear, I would imagine. 293 for 4. 15 off this over with the ball remaining. Last ball of the over. Wells is being... well, it's into the leg side. This one's a dot ball.
Yeah, we were off the field last time they came to us, so a lot's changed since then. Kent on the verge of another batting bonus point.
So, what did Joe Denley make last week in Taunton? Ben, is this his top score of the season?
73.
Yeah, so back-to-back 70s. He'll be hoping to kick on. I mean, he's well set. He's in good touch. It's like a pretty good surface out there for him to make hay, albeit a little bit gloomy. A reminder that Jack Blatherwick is out of the attack. He bowled 2 beamers in his first over back.
That was bizarre, wasn't it?
After the interruption. No menace. Well, there was menace in the deliveries. It was unintentional, but not what Joe Denley would have wanted.
It was quite the way to kick back into gear with a couple of beamers. So Denley driving here. Oh, very nice stop by a sliding Bahanan.
Yeah,
Cover.
good bit of work.
I think they might be back on at Trent Bridge, yeah. That is a seriously impressive mop-up job from the ground staff to get them back out there.
Yeah, good opportunity for Middlesex, isn't it? Late in the day, give your frontline bowlers a bit of a rest, and Bamber and Co back at it.
Leg side delivery through the legs. That looked like of
Blatherwick.
The Lancashire seamer, and Denley comes back for 2. 50 partnership between these two. Harry Finch has contributed 10 of them, which is always nice. 50 partnership, and you've...
Yeah, well, he's just getting himself in and
just got yourself going.
Finding his best form.
Yeah, Denley driving straight up towards deep mid-on for a single. It's kicked into the groove, and obviously a few no balls and extras.
Yeah.
Surrey, meanwhile, have missed out on batting points. 207 all out.
207 all out. Okay, interesting.
Clark stranded on 50 not out. So yeah, it does keep the title situation.
Well, imagine a situation where Hampshire beat Surrey and they have taken 3 points from that game when they needed 5. Essex, last time I looked, weren't going great themselves. That's the problem. Although that's a recovery, 104 for 4. I think they were 60 for 4.
Finch driving. A little bit into out. Oh, crikey. That was leapt up in front of Tom Bailey. Where did that hit?
There's a hole there. It's a little artificial. I don't know if that's somewhere where they store something under that, like a little hatch, I think.
Yeah.
It popped up quite kindly, actually.
Is that where they little tap under there or something? Little water the pitch. This one's lobbed up on leg stump and Denley's missed out there. Attempting a bit of a slog sweep. Down the leg side it goes. Dot ball to end the over.
Yeah, just every now and again Jack Morley does throw that leg side ball full and a foot outside the leg stump. I mean, potentially dangerous if you're looking to clip it with a straight bat. You close the face too early, get a leading edge. But if Joe Denley was a sweeper of the ball, he'd probably help himself to a boundary. It's not a strong area for him.
No, he's more of a slog sweep kind of guy than a paddle merchant, if you will.
So I just wonder whether Wells is going to be withdrawn from the attack.
They're looking at the light again, I think, but it's fine.
It's going to be Balderson.
So 3 overs still to bowl with this old ball. Yeah, they're going back to Seam and Balderson.
This is not the way Jennings would have liked to have gone. He would have liked to have kept Wells going, get through these overs quickly, get to the new ball, but you can't afford to leak runs at 15 and over, and Wells just dragging a few down, so probably best to give him a rest. It's very much his second string.
Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent after they've got through the...
It's that time of night, isn't it? 5:05.
Travel news.
Balderson gets pushed into the offside by Finch. There's no run. Yeah, car broken down at Layball on the M20 going east. It's not a nice one, that. That'll be chaos. I don't have to go anywhere tonight, just back to Whitstable. So as long as those roads are right, I'm fine. But I still feel for, empathise with drivers trying to get home after a day's work stuck in that lot.
Got to go from east to west. Here comes that update. This one's defended away by Finch. Back on the field, which is good news. And yeah, actually, shortly after the bad light, and I told you about that at past, it did improve and the players got back out there, and since then Kent have gone along pretty nicely. Joe Denley has hit a few boundaries, including a 6 and a 4 in consecutive balls off the part-time spin of Luke Wells to move on to 81 not out. Harry Finch is there on 11. These two have already put on a 50 partnership, thanks to as well 2 no balls from Jack Blatherwick, 2 waist high or deliveries over that height at Joe Denley. So he was taken out of the Lancashire attack. You can't bowl waist-high beamers, and certainly if you do 2 of them, you get taken out of the attack. So he's not available to bowl at the moment for Lancashire, who are 2.5 overs away from a new ball. Kent are 3 runs away from another batting bonus point. Of course, ideally they need at least 350 to match Middlesex's effort at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire, where they have actually just resumed play as well. So to check out all the latest scores, head to the BBC Sport app and website. That's where you can get this commentary as well. We've got minimum 18.5 overs. We may get interrupted by some more bad light potentially, but Kent will be hoping that we can still go on for another hour possibly or so. They'll have the new ball to negotiate, but Kent at the moment led by Denley's resurgence in these late stages of the season. 297 for 4 here against Lancashire. A few more blocks from Finchy.
Yeah, Finchy looking solid. This ball, he's 78 overs old. Well, I say that, they did change it actually, so Balderson being defended quietly away by Finch again.
I don't know the Ricky Gervais Office reference, but there's a character in it or something called Finchy that the media team like to get the memes out for when Harry Finch is batting well, etc. I think they used it for the Zach Crawley contract extension as well, actually.
Ah, the table and the extension.
That's the one. So Morley into Denley. Field quite spread now as he drives to cover. There's long off, long on, deep cover, deep cow. Is there a big wicket? Can't see one, maybe not. Tries to play it there, Denley, but it's going down the leg side. There's a short leg actually, and then there's a long leg, so no deep mid wicket as far as I can see around the corner of the Frank Woolley stand. Here comes Morley again to Denley. Oh, he has tossed that one leg side, and Denley has helped it on its way.
Well, I said that Joe Denley's not a big sweeper, conventional sweeper of a cricket ball as Kent's 300 comes up, and another important batting point. As been mentioned, they need 350 to equal Middlesex's batting points. And that could be crucial, but they're on their way. It will loom large very soon, the way Joe Denley's going. But that ball was so far down the leg side that he almost had to sweep it. It's the only way he was going to get to it.
Yeah.
So yeah, Morley just on occasion throws that one down. The leg slip's gone in now, so it's an interesting move.
Yeah, short legs
Down
move
the
around.
wicket, he's clipping.
Fielder there should cut it off. Moving to his right from long on. Thought that was some sort of milestone that the members knew about that we didn't there. But Kent move on to 303 for 4 with Denley 87. Eight balls until the new ball is available now. Keane Jennings and his bowler. Just having a bit of a discussion about the field. Moving Blatherwick a bit, about 2 steps wider. Dragged down, smashed into the covers by Denley. Knows he's missed out. He's hit it straight to Bohannon.
That's one of those deliveries when you get a drag down, you're trying to hit that for 4, just 2 extra covers left hand. You could easily hit the gap for 1, but you're trying to beat the man on the boundary. And just got a bit greedy there, hit it straight at Bohannon.
Tucks his way into the onside. Wondered if he might do that, just look for a single to keep strike for the final over before the new ball comes around. Denley to 88. Kent to 304 for 4.
Yeah, a little bit of cat and mouse with the new ball around the corner. You can't imagine Jennings do anything other than take it straight away. There's not enough happening for the spin of Morley, and I'm sure Balderson, I mean, they might even throw George Balderson the new ball. Stranger things have happened. He's loose, probably would welcome it. He's used it before. But I'm looking at Scott thinking, I'm sure England under 19s at times he took the new ball. Can bowl with the new ball. Balderson swinging about. Yeah, Scott Reed says he thinks he has done and might be entrusted with it as he's being worked into the leg side by Denley. Lancashire's ground fielding has been pretty decent. It's a good stop.
I think I feel like there was a game from afar where he opened the batting and the bowling. Is he? Yeah, Scott's nodding, saying that could have happened. Don't you just hate those people that open the batting and the bowling?
We've all done that, Ben.
Especially when their cousin's captain of the team. Not mentioning any names.
Here is Balderson, and he's bowling on the money. Jack Denley defence. Yeah, one of my spurious claims to fame was doing that in 1994 against South Africa, their first game back in the country in the post-apartheid era.
Yeah.
Opened the batting.
Were you captain?
No, I was not captain.
Mr. Fleming captain?
No, I think Steve Marsh was captain. But
yes.
it's just the only reason I opened the bowling was because it rained and we had to set up a game.
Okay.
They wouldn't forfeit an innings. They had to go and face one ball and declare. So I got thrown the ball. There's no bowler wanted to bowl one ball. Stanley drives. There's no run. So I opened the batting. Got a single-figure score that won't live long in the memory. And then bowled a delivery to Gary Kirsten that I got quite nervous about. So I ran in and held it cross seam. So I didn't want it to be a wide down the leg side, because it was agreed that the ball was going to be blocked, and then we would chase. South Africa would chase whatever was left. It was one of those situations. So I didn't want to make the chase smaller by being wided. So with trepidation held it across the seam. Denley slightly false shot on that occasion, trying to work it to leg, bit of a leading edge. So so not many can say they opened the batting and the bowling against South Africa. I doubt anyone can in the first game back since in the post-apartheid era.
Yeah,
but there we go. It's the kind of ball that a proper bowler wouldn't have bowled.
Yeah, that beats my opening the batting and bowling at home against Withiam.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
But, Denley works to the leg side. Good tumbling stop again at mid-wicket. Can't get into the 90s. Doesn't matter how experienced you are. Joe Denley, vastly experienced, 88. He would just be getting a little twitchy thinking about that 100. He's had a lean season by his high standards. Just starting to find his best form. So Balderson is in, and this time he's clipped and he's found the gap. He'll get at least 2. Blatherwick in hot pursuit. I think they'll settle for 2. Didn't get all of it, but well placed. And Denley is now on to 90. Played quite beautifully. Just 128 balls. He's used his feet to the spin. He's been crisp on the drive and quick on anything short. So been vintage Denley. Exactly what Kent have needed. But we've seen Ben Compton just miss out on 100. Kent fans and Joe himself will be keen that lightning doesn't strike twice in that regard. Tom Bailey is coming into the attack as expected. Bowling at the end he started at this morning. When it has to be said, Ben, with new ball in hand, he was a handful.
Yeah, certainly was. Really got plenty of movement.
I haven't seen a signal for a new ball. I don't know if I might have missed that. Whether the ball has been changed or whether he's going to have 1 or 2 with the old ball just to get loose.
You can normally tell once he chucks it down, can't you? Because if it's the new one, it tends to glint a bit.
Yeah,
that's definitely the old one.
That's the old one. He just dropped it on the floor. He wouldn't do that with a new one.
No. So Bailey then from the pavilion ends to Finch.
Maybe that was why, because his loosener was a big dirty slower ball. And he didn't want to waste. Now that's it. So that I quite enjoy that. He could have just with a big looseny slower ball perhaps. And now they take the new ball. You wouldn't bowl the slower ball with the new one. One, because it might slip out of your hand, trying to kind of back of the hand slower ball. You know, Lancashire won't want that happening again after what happened to Jack Blatherwick. But also, yeah, you've got more control, and you wouldn't want it landing on the shiny side. You want to try and land it on the seam. So, new ball's been taken. Extra slip has gone in. 2 slips and a gully. Deep point is coming up to save the single. Stephen Croft, the veteran. And now it could be a different game.
306 for 4, Bailey to Finch. A little bit of swing, but also some hardness in the ball for Finch to manipulate. And just nudges it down to long leg for a single.
Yeah, slightly misdirected, wasn't it? Hoping to swing it, just got it a bit straight. Finch is away. Tucking it into the leg side. He's coming down. Harry Finch to offer some advice to Joe Denley.
Yes, this is obviously Joe Denley's best score of the season in county championship cricket last year. Averaged 40, 1 century. It was 141 at Edgbaston in the win against Warwickshire that day. That one's a short ball and he's pulled it away for 6. No, 4 in between the 2 fielders. I completely lost the sight of it, and I thought the way that the deep mid-wicket was not interested was the fact that it was going all the way in the air, but
yep.
4 runs for Denley. I'll calm down.
I didn't see it off the bat. It was a Tawanda Mayeye like pull shot.
It really was.
Can't pay him a more high compliment than that. But quick as a flash, he's seeing it well. Seeing it better than us anyway.
Yeah, seemingly so. Dark red, brand new cherry.
Oof.
Down the leg side. There's an appeal for caught behind.
Interestingly, not from the bowler. Everyone behind the wicket appealing Tom Bailey not interested. I think we could tell from here he must.
It looked like a big gap.
It looked like a big gap. Sometimes a handle can get a bit clicky, or you just flick a pad as you try and turn it around there. But yeah, his bat, to be fair, was away from his body.
Like you say, Bailey was never interested though.
He knew he hadn't touched that.
Defended away. This next one from Denley, better length from Bailey. So I was just trying to watch a replay of the pull shot on the live stream. It was hit flat by Denley rather than high.
Yeah, you're right about the new ball off the bat. It's always nice when you're in as a top order batter and the second new ball comes around and you've got 90 or 100 to your name, and the ball does make a lovely sound off the bat.
Bailey to Denley. Inside edge into thigh pad. And away behind square on the leg side for a single. Moves to 95, the same score that Ben Compton amassed earlier on for Kent. Home side 312 for 4.
And the good news for Joe Denley is he keeps nicking the strike. Harry Finch has been out there quite a while. He's only faced 24 balls. And Joe Denley, when you're kind of getting close to 100, you don't really want to be stuck up the other end thinking about it too much. You want to be on strike and marching towards it. And he is doing just that, getting there at a decent rate.
Will Williams then, who may well not be involved in the game tomorrow, with Tom Hartley, the spinner, set to replace him, having been nominated at the toss. Meanwhile, we found out earlier on that Kent's nominee, Zach Crawley, who captained England to a 1-0 series win over Ireland, won't be involved in this game now. He was due to replace Ben Compton.
Yeah, Scott Regis making the point that they have that option, Lancashire. They don't have to do it. They might take one look at the wicket and think, actually, it's not really spinning as much. So here he is. This one back of a length, and Denley's turning into leg side. He wants to. I think he might, George Bell, rather ungainly in the end, but great energy to get out there and stop it. He's now laying flat on his back. I don't think he's injured himself, might have winded himself, but good work from the keeper. Keeping it down to 1 late in the day. It's been a long day in the dirt, but the enthusiasm of youth. So Denley moves to 96. Just one elegant cover drive away from 100.
Finch on strike then.
2 slips in the gully, and Finch has nothing to do with this one as it goes through.
Not a bad man to have facing a second new ball, Harry Finch, because in a previous lifetime, aka as a Sussex player, opened the batting a fair few times, or batted number 3.
Yeah.
So would have been in this scenario a number of occasions. Somebody was telling me the other day that his old man was a wicketkeeper, so maybe it's in the genes.
Yes, he played 3 List A games for Sussex, I believe. I only know this because I hosted a golf day that he was at, and it was a true and false question.
Excellent.
So
There you go.
this one is angling to backward point. There's no run.
I'm scrolling back through my tweets now. It must have been somebody on there. Can't think where I would have heard that from somebody else otherwise.
So it's brightened up, not considerably. Don't think there's any danger of us going off in the next few overs. Williams angled away again by Finch. That fine gully intercepts, prevents any runs. Hurst. Finch just happy to defend. Let's have a good look at this new ball. This next passage of play. Lancashire's best chance of getting a foothold in this game. Again, just 14 shy of Lancashire's total. Imagine a big lead will ensue, but new ball in hand, you go bang, 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 and 330 for 7. It's almost parity as Williams nips this one back. There'll be a shout for OBW. It looked on the high side. It was nipping back on the slope.
Yeah, I think May was doing too much.
Yeah, came back quite sharply. He was forward. The slope and the bounce, you'd imagine.
George Bell, the wicketkeeper, was almost begging the umpire to give it. Please, ump. Please. We've only taken 1 wicket since lunch. Or 2, isn't it now, because of Compton in this session and leaning in the previous session. But yeah, one suspects Zach Crawley might have enjoyed batting on this had he been involved, and he's now not going to be, as we know. But Denley has taken on the aggressor role. Different kind of 90 odd to the one that Compton produced earlier on in the piece. Bailey to him, he cuts hard, beats the fielder at cover. There is one at deep point. They come back for 2.
So Joe Denley closing in on what will be a first championship century of the season. 31st in his first class career.
Yeah, that previous one was the Matt Quinn 1 ball 6 game. It was also the Matt Henry and Navdeep Saini game. This one's driven up towards mid-off. It was the really hot game, the really hot week where they rearranged the timings for some of the championship fixtures.
Because of the temperature.
Yeah. And Warwickshire prepared a pitch that helped seam bowling, and Kent had 2 overseas in Matt Henry and Navdeep Saini on it that week and won the game. As Bailey bowls, one nips back, but again it doesn't look that good. Yeah, there has been some.
George Bell's excitable, but that hit him above the thigh pad.
There's been some slightly average shouts from behind the stumps, and it's normally a big clue when Tom Bailey isn't even going up for it as the bowler.
That's twice. Yeah. I always think that's quite clever from a bowler, because you look at the umpire, only shout when it's out.
Tactical. That one's swinging away, and he's driven it in the air. Joe Denley. Is it going to go to the boundary rope? They may just reel it in, but he's going to come back for 3 and for the century. Joseph Liam Denley producing his best knocks when it counts at 37 years of age for his Kent team. 73 last week at Somerset to ensure they got a draw, and 100 here to ensure they give themselves a chance of getting the win against Lancashire in the final week of the season, trying to stay up in Division 1. Denley has found his form again in red ball cricket. Bailey to Finch, clips it away out towards mid-on. Dot ball. Denley, 137 balls, 11 fours and a 6.
Yeah, one of his best when Kent needed it most. The job is not done, he'll know that. But just great to see Joe Denley somewhere near his best.
Finch drives back to the bowler. Good work from Bailey.
An innings of real authority from Joe Denley, pretty much from the off. It just showed plenty of intent, didn't they? Spin. He was dancing down the pitch, driving along the floor, full of crisp drives. Kind of as a template goes for a Joe Denley innings, is pretty much it. You know, savage on anything short and wide, strong off his pads, driving down the ground, using his feet to spin. Perhaps only that little sweep against Morley, something a little bit out of the ordinary. He's played with a freedom the fluency that Kent have needed. And they are in the ascendancy here, just 9 runs shy of Lancashire's first innings total. 6 wickets in hand. They are sitting pretty at the moment as Denley clips this one into the leg side. Goes like a rocket down to the man at deep square. There's Wells, and they take a single.
Cool, those gulls are
That's what they do. When Joe Denley gets 100, the gulls start singing.
The Whitstable gulls start singing his name.
That's it. Finch quietly defends this into the offside, yeah. They're just saying, well played, Joe. Got his nephew Jaden up in the dressing room as well. 12th man duties. He's had the green bib on, running the drinks out.
Got the day off school today. He's got 1 year left. Is that right, Jaden?
Yeah. Let's see, he's defending this one. Back down the pitch. Yeah, he doesn't. I don't think he's got a massive workload at school. The sixth form is quite a lot of onus to do your work in your own time. So I think the school are pretty relaxed about him having time off to be involved with the first team here at Kent. And indeed the second team, so long as he does his work.
Seems fair. Seemed like a good deal if you date, Jaden.
Absolutely. Driving handsomely is Finch, well intercepted by ball to the backward point. Williams won't mind that. That was kind of on the up. It was in the channel. Finch well in control. He's got to find that gap. Just the one boundary for Harry Finch in his 34 balls day. Bouncer pulls. Ooh. And he's going to get another boundary if indeed it touched anything on the way through. In fact, umpire Rob White signals buys.
Ooh. The ball has made its way onto the path actually by the Frank Willie stand. It managed to sneak in between the sight screen.
Got a quick bump of that from Will Williams. You don't associate him with great pace. He's that kind of pitch it up and got the ball to nip, but good to see that he's got that in his locker, because that flew through and it went over George Bell's head. Finch had a hook at it, missed it, it was through him.
Cannot take the extras.
Yeah, Kent won't mind. It's just Williams letting the batsman know he's got a bit of pace when he needs it. This one is being played back down the pitch. Solid as a rock from Finch.
Get Scott Reed back on commentary in a moment, after he's done his update, after I've done an update for BBC Radio Kent. We've got 12 overs remaining in the day. I think we're going to be okay with a light.
Yeah, light's improved, I think. Just a little bit of intensity has gone out of Lancashire's play. They can be forgiven for that, as I mentioned several times. Bit of a dead rubber for them. So I'm going to get Scott back on commentary. Ben's got a little update for BBC Radio Kent listeners.
So Bailey to continue. Denley the man on strike. Here he comes. Defended off the back foot. Yeah, well, it has to be said, I think overall it's been Kent's day, and that thanks to two men in particular, and one of them still out there. Joe Denley hadn't got a century in the championship all season. He hadn't even got close to a century, let's be honest. He was averaging less than 10 up until a couple of weeks ago. He's had a wretched run of red ball form, and just in the last couple of weeks has discovered his absolute best. Former England Test player, of course, 73 against Somerset last week as Finch drives. Good stop at point. It hits the stumps and they're going to come through for overthrows, in fact, maybe even a couple of them, as the Kent will move on to 326 for 4. And yes, I go get back to Joe Denley. Got that knock at Taunton last week and then has produced an 137 ball ton here today, 11 fours and a 6, and has just looked back to his absolute glorious best. And the old saying, class is permanent, ringing true certainly. Ben Compton earlier on, he's had his own troubles with form, and he really gutsed it out against the new ball and scored 95 in the end before he was caught on the hook. A short ball from Blatherwick, he couldn't quite keep it down and was caught in the deep, trying to get to his own century. And Kent have done pretty well all day long, actually. Mayeye 46 as well, survived the new ball and then was looking particularly fluent before he got out. 34 as well from Jack Lean, the captain. Overall, this means that Kent are now, 24 runs away from matching the amount of batting bonus points that Middlesex, their rivals to stay in Division 1, have managed at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire. 366 all out, Notts 62 for 2 in reply. So as things stand, it's advantage Kent in the bid to stay in Division 1 of the County Championship. We've got 11 overs to go here on day 2, and commentary continues via the BBC Sport app and website. Kent 326 for 4 and Denley unbeaten on 103.
Yeah, 326 for 4. As Ben completes his update. We're 4 balls into Bailey's 19th over of the day. And Finch off the front foot to defend. Pushed away into the offside where Stephen Croft fields at point, and there's no run. Yeah, so far it's been a couple of really good days this for Kent, both here and at Trent Bridge, with what's going on between the Nottinghamshire and Middlesex match, and that game being badly affected by weather across the first couple of days, albeit they are playing, not still 2 down. Denley's found some form at just the right time for Kent, 73 last week. Finch is working this one to the left of mid-off, and getting through for 1 and moving on to 15, so it's 327 for 4. That is the end of the 85th over. Of course, Lancashire are a bowler light. Jack Blatherwick unable to bowl in the rest of this innings because of bowling 2 beamers in an over an hour or so ago. So Keaton Jennings a bit restricted with what he can do. He's got his 2 frontline seamers in tandem, Bailey and Williams, but so far so good when it comes to facing this new ball. No real alarms just yet. And Kent now level with Lancashire's first innings score.
Yeah, parity, and not much happening with this new ball. You'd see that a bit with the new ball in both innings, although to be fair, Bailey and Williams bowled nicely with it this morning, but thinking back to when Quinn and Gilchrist, there was nothing happening for a while, and then suddenly everything happened. So Lancashire will perhaps bear that in mind as Williams starts another over from the Nackington Road in, looking to hit the deck outside off stump. Finch doesn't time it to extra cover, and there's no run. But you're right, nothing worse than losing a bowler in those circumstances. From a captaincy perspective, what does Keaton Jennings do? What other options does he have? He could look back to his spinners. With a slightly harder ball, you might get a bit more out of it, but I think maybe Balderson will be next, see if he can swing it. So Williams is in. This one nips back a touch, but Finch on his toes, punches it up to mid-off. There's no run. There is, of course, just 10 overs remaining, so if they can get through, rest up, come again tomorrow, but there'll still be no Blatherwick.
No, and of course the extra dilemma for Lancashire, I guess, with regards to Tom Hartley, because Williams is the nominated bowler,
And if they're going to play him, they would have to play him tomorrow. He has to play 2 days of the four.
So the halfway through, as Williams bowls again here and Finch is driving, so the halfway point is the 2 day. It's not the end of the innings.
I believe so.
Okay, so that's not the halfway point. So the halfway point is tomorrow. And you're right, with Blatherwick out the attack and Kent only 4 down. If he plays for Williams, then you've got Balderson, Bailey and spinners. But yeah, it is a dilemma. It's one for the think tank, isn't it? I mean, if you've got him 7 down, then you press him into action because he's going to be a factor in the second innings, you'd think. But they might think this wicket is not turning much. This one nips back quite sharply and inside edge onto the pad, and Finch just suggests that there was a bit in that one. Keaton Jennings signals for the helmet, so the fact that Williams is getting the ball to nip back down the slope prompted that field change, but for that to happen they've got to get the helmet back out. The tune's coming through from BBC Radio Kent. They've yet to turn that off. So here is this one drivable. Finch doesn't really put his hands through it, he just leans on it.
Just having a little look elsewhere. Hampshire have started their second innings. A slender first innings lead over Surrey by 12 runs. Surrey 207 all out. And Hampshire just getting their second innings underway. Just gone off for bad light in the match between Northamptonshire and Essex.
So another inside edge. But, maiden over from Will Williams, who's doing his bit at the moment to stay on. You just wonder in this situation whether a young fast bowler, he's thinking actually, Hartley, come on you come. It's been a long season. It's quite a flat pitch, and I've bowled a few overs. Very happy for Tom to step in. Different ball game if you're knocking batsmen over for fun. But what will the likes of Will Williams do in the winter? Is he one that's likely to kind of go away, try and play?
I think he'll probably go back to New Zealand.
Yeah.
I think he did that last winter. Pretty sure he did.
Okay. So here is Balderson.
Yeah, this is it in terms of seam options for Keaton Jennings at the minute. Williams, Bailey and Balderson.
Keaton used to bowl a few medium
he
paces.
did, yeah.
Things not got that bad just yet. But
it's been a while.
Yeah.
Here comes Balderson to Denley. Denley drives to mid-off where Wells fields and there is no run. Josh Bannon used to bowl a bit of medium pace as well. Again, it's been quite a few seasons.
So for 20 minutes before lunch tomorrow, if these two are still batting, we might see Jennings and Bohannon. Lancashire a little demob happy at the end of a long summer.
3:27 for 4. Balderson to the Centurion Denley. Just angled in towards him, plays it away to Blatherwick at mid-on. Through for a single, and that one run pushes Kent into a lead.
Yeah, not lost on the Kent faithful that. I was wondering what that ripple was for. Take a lead. Don't miss a trick down here.
Do not. Pretty perfect day, isn't it? You get towards the back end of the second day and still got 6 wickets in the tank and just nudging in front. Forward goes Finch and defends to Blatherwick at mid-on, no run. Let's see Denley continue his return to form on the back of what he did at Taunton last week. It's Compton getting runs, 95. Pretty good day for Kent.
Yeah. Kind of feel that you might want the season to carry on for a few more weeks. When it's been tough and you've suddenly gone 70, 100. It's like, no, don't stop now. Just starting to find the middle of the bat.
Balderson to Finch. And again, there's no run.
Tried to get Joe on a few occasions to play a bit of club cricket for Whitstable. He wasn't overly interested. Thought he might need a bit of a knock and we could wheel him out on a Saturday, but 37 years young with a back that was playing up a bit, he thought the rest was the better option, despite his brother and I trying to suggest otherwise. We try and get him out sometime next year maybe.
Botherston to Finch. And that's pushed up to mid-off and there's no run.
Tried a bit of everything, you know. His dad Nick is a Whitstable legend and chairman of the club, and, you know, giving a bit back, inspiring the youngsters. Yeah, we pulled every trick and he just smiled and said, yeah, maybe not.
Leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end and watching Botherston in to Finch, clipped off the pads away through the leg side. Hurst is scampering after it down towards the boundary just in front of square on that leg side. Nicely timed for 4 and Finch moves on to 19 and that is the end of the over. Just 9 remaining in the day. 332 for 4. So the lead now is it's 5 runs for Kent. Nottinghamshire still 2 down, 75 for 2 against Middlesex. Ben Slater on 38 and Joe Clark on 21. Middlesex earlier making 366 all out. Back underway between Warwickshire and Somerset in Division 1. Close of play between Northamptonshire and Essex at Wanties Road, with Essex 125 for 4 in reply to Northamptonshire's 369 all out.
Yeah, Northamptonshire have shown a bit of form, haven't they? The last couple of games. Yeah. It's Surrey and Essex to finish with, and they've gone better against them than most. Bouncer from Williams, and this is going to be, well, umpire signalled no ball, and that flew over George Bell. Not much he could do about that, not for the first time actually. Williams bowled a really good bouncer to Harry Finch, which Finch had a swivel at and missed. This one was far too short and went way over Denley's head. And he's not a tall man, George Bell. He was always going to struggle to reach that one.
Yeah, it was probably about 5 foot too short, wasn't it?
Yeah, he needed 2 George Bells.
He needed 2, yeah. He needed back-to-back George Bells.
Well, back-to-back wouldn't have worked, Scott. You
no,
need to be on top of
one
it.
on top of the other.
But I know what you mean.
Yeah.
This is back of a length. It's nipping in. And it's going.
It's been a long season.
Yeah, sorry to make it a bit longer.
Are we still
I had
going
to pull you on it.
On the 27th of September? Are we still actually going? We are, aren't we? Yeah.
Yeah. Is it the latest you would have played in? Didn't you boys played in the Bob Willis Trophy final? Did you not?
Yeah, that was in October, wasn't it?
That was October, so that must be that must have been the latest ever. I don't think we've ever been in October before. We used to start back in the day on April the 1st, which the irony was not lost on us. That used to be when the season officially started, contract-wise, as Denley pushes forward to this one. April the 1st, we used to report back. Your contract was from April the 1st to September the 30th. That was your 6 months. That's what you got paid for. And the season would start late-ish in April. Those were the days. Williams back of a length, arrowing in and off stump. Denley's well set and he defends it back to the bowler.
It'll soon be the release of the fixtures for next year, and then everyone criticising the schedule and complaining about where the fixtures are. And, oh goodness, I can't believe you're playing blast games there. Oh well, we're quite happy with blast games there. Well, we don't like it. And then all that nonsense.
Yep, you can't please everyone.
No.
Williams leg side, Bell skips across, takes it, no run down the leg side.
Finals day is back to September again, isn't it, next year?
Last finals day?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yeah.
What was the thinking there?
I think it's because of the World Cup.
Okay.
is to have players available for the final T20 final after the World Cup's finished.
Okay.
I think reports I was reading the other week.
Then he just covers up, plays back to Will Williams. Of course, the 50 over World Cup is the next thing on the cricketing horizon, isn't it? That'll we've got Butler, Livingston. Be interesting to see how they go. Be interesting to see what happens after the World Cup as well, in terms of contracts and who's retiring and who's doing what. I think it'll be a kind of watch this space. Williams is in once more, and Denley just turns this nonchalantly enough off his hip. Just wonder if Williams offered Joe Denley a bit of advice there. Looked like there was a word or two. But, I think Joe will be too perturbed. He's going along nicely. 339 for 4. Kent lead by 12. And with Middlesex not making further inroads at Trent Bridge, it is so far so good for Jack Leaningham's team. I am going to make way for Ben and bid you all farewell as I head off, hopefully to sunnier climes. And yeah, I will listen in, and I will look forward to Kent staying up, hopefully. But thanks for your company, everybody, particularly to Scott and to Ben. See you hopefully in 6 months' time.
Thanks, David. Enjoy your trip to Portugal. What have we got left here? 8 overs remaining in the day. People buzzing in and buzzing out. But, Will Williams, I think, is he coming off? It looks like it. Harry Singh going on as a 12th man. Here's Balderson in and bowling to Denley. It's defended away into the offside. Gets a single, actually just turned a little bit round and pushes the ball towards deep point for 1. Denley moves on to 105, 340 for 4. Lead of 13.
Always got to keep the talent happy. Let him get lunch first.
Yeah.
Let him sneak off a
Really
few overs
dark.
before the end.
Keeps him sweet, doesn't it, for next year?
Always good to have Dave Fulton on the commentary with us.
Balderson to Finch. Nice shot, punched away through extra cover, bringing 4 more runs. Finch moves on to 23. Kent to 344 for 4 within 6 runs. Within 6 runs of a crucial batting bonus point, potentially crucial. Brings them level with what Middlesex were able to get with the bat in their match at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, I must admit, I've been so focused on these batting bonus points that when there was that mild applause for Kent going beyond Lancashire's score, I completely didn't realise what they were clapping about. I was like, what are they clapping about? Can't be a 100 partnership yet.
Yes.
Took me about 5 overs to realise.
There was still a game to be won, though. It's driven to mid-off by Finch, where Wells completes the fielding. 344 for 4.
Should have a BBC Ready Kent update in a moment. We're going to sneak one in before 6 o'clock when
That's cheeky.
it's a shared programme, but it is with Stephen Brown. So if you're looking for some accompaniment this evening, Stephen's new show is excellent. Give it a listen.
Balderson to Finch. And dropped away into the offside. Harry Singh comes up from extra cover to field.
BBC Sounds tonight and on BBC Radio Kent. I think it's on Radio Oxford and Berkshire and Solent as well. Yeah, Clark and Slater going along okay for Nottinghamshire.
Balderson in to Finch. Finch, that's defended away into the offside. And again, there is no run.
Going to be short and sweet, the update. But ultimately, it's good news for the people of the Garden of England after a good day's work. From the likes of Mayeye, Compton, Denley leaning, and now Finch helping out at the end of the day against the second new ball.
Balderson to Finch. He wants a single and gets one. Just on the move there towards Bollerson and drives up towards mid-off and gets through for a single. And that is a century partnership as well between Joe Denley, who's 57, Finch on 24 in that contribution. 100 runs on the board between those two.
Yeah, back-to-back 100 stands for Kent since the departure of Leaning. Here comes that update. Yeah, it's been a good day for Kent. They are 5 runs away from matching Middlesex's total for batting bonus points, 345 for 4. This is a century stand following on from the one between Compton, who made 95, and Joe Denley, who's 105 not out. Harry Finch as well there with him on 24. And yes, we might well be going off very shortly for bad light. The umpires are just going to test that. We had an interruption earlier on. So it may well be Stumps here with Kent on 345 for 4, leading Lancashire by 18 runs. And indeed, it is going to be it seems. The players are going to be leaving the field. So that could be it for day 2. Kent have had an excellent day thanks to the century from Joe Denley, his first of the season. And 95 from Compton as well. Has been a little bit out of form, but he looked really scratchy early on. Just found his form as the day went on. Really nuggety knock of 211 balls. But a good day for Kent in their bid to stay up in the county championship. They will resume tomorrow, it seems, 345 for 4. Yeah, it just felt like it had got slightly gloomier in the last couple of minutes, albeit there is some blue sky overhead. But here comes Joe Denley. The Centurion applauded off here at Canterbury. And what an important knock it could well prove to be. Tough day in the field for Lancashire. Keaton Jennings leading his team off. Can't really say they did too much wrong. I think this pitch hasn't really had too many gremlins. Had the delivery from Morley that turned and clipped the off stump to remove Jack Leaning. And it certainly this morning did a bit in the air, didn't it, and off the pitch with the brand new ball in those fresh morning conditions. But Mayeye and Compton survived up until the 19th over before Mayeye was dismissed, and Kent certainly had a bit of fortune in doing so. That was when you felt Lancashire really would have loved to have made a few more inroads. But yeah, the 2 big partnerships to end the day certainly put Kent in a good position. We would assume that although there are 7 more overs remaining, probably not going to get back out there. The umpires are still momentarily loitering in position and looking at their light meters and whatnot, but it may well be that is Stumps for day 2 here at Canterbury. And myself, Ben Watts, and Scott Reed, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Lancashire, will be back tomorrow. Alex Hoad will be here with us as well from BBC Sport Online. He's been on the live blog duty today. So yeah, unless you hear from us again, we'll be back in the morning. Thanks very much for your company.